Chapter 601. The Siege of Fairy Xianxia. The deep space of the Dao Saint Realm. The east-rising jade platform carried Jiang Xuan and his party of 14, traversing through a vast stream of flowing light. Jiang Xuan was surprised. He had assumed that the deep space of the realm would be located outside in the profound void of chaos. However, it seemed that while they had passed through a rift in the sky, they were not flying out of the Dao Saint Realm, but further into it. It was a reality that defied common logic. They appeared to be leaving the world, but they were actually crossing beyond the three-dimensional reality into another dimension of the Dao Saint Realm. This was an elemental space constructed from the source of the world, merging the laws of the great Dao with the rules of order. It existed between reality and illusion, yet occupied a higher plane. To put it simply, one could view this elemental space as a world completely overlapping with the physical realm. It was still the Dao Saint Realm, but it existed in a higher dimensional state. It sat atop the physical world, gathering and concentrating every law and rule that governed their existence. A four-dimensional space-time? Jiang Xuan thought of certain theoretical concepts, but as he felt the changes around him, he realized it did not quite reach that level. He could not sense any particular distortion or change in the flow of time. Interesting. Jiang Xuan rubbed his chin, intrigued by this strange environment. Soon, the platform reached its destination, the center of this elemental space, and the site of the ascension. The surroundings were blurred and indistinct, save for the visible essence of the great Dao, which flowed and flickered like streams of light in every direction. It was certain that anyone practicing cultivation here would find their understanding of the Dao greatly accelerated. The group looked around with wonder and confusion. The place was surreal. Everything was hazy and inseparable, except for a single structure where the platform came to rest. A primitive, weathered stone staircase. It radiated an ancient aura, beginning at their feet and stretching upward into the depths of the misty sky. Xuan Shui from the Xuan Shui Dao Palace prepared to step forward onto the stairs to investigate. At that moment, Jiang Xuan suddenly roared, "Do it." The sudden shout made Xuan Shui jump. He turned to look. Jiang Kefeng and Ximen Shenji moved instantly, launching a lethal strike against Fairy Xianxia. They had been building their momentum, waiting for the moment they entered this space to strike. This woman had the audacity to hunt the Xuan Lord. She had chosen the path to her own death. They would not tolerate her presence. As long as she lived, they could not be at peace. The power of the great Dao surged, filling the space with divine radiance and murderous intent. "You want to hunt me?" Jiang Xuan stared at Fairy Xianxia, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Today, I will see exactly what you intend to hunt me with." The Xuanyuan broken sword appeared in his hand, glowing with the yellow light of the earth. With a single strike, he moved like the wind, closing the distance instantly. On the other side, Zhang Xianxia summoned the god of war spear, thrusting it forward with a dark, sinister aura. The space between his brows split open, revealing a brilliant light as his duist clone emerged. With a wave of his sleeve, he unleashed a technique capable of shattering the heavens. He, too, joined the assault on Fairy Xianxia. Technically, Jiang Xuan had not included him in the initial plan for this ambush. However, as Jiang Xuan's guardian, he had no intention of standing idly by. This old woman from the Immortal clan was an extremely powerful quasi-saint, stronger even than Jiang Kefeng. They could not afford to be careless. Since they had decided to erase her here, they had to give her no chance to survive. "Damn it," Zhang Qingtian shouted in surprise. "I thought you said we weren't involved. Why are you jumping in?" He hesitated for a split second before gritting his teeth, drawing his blade, and charging into the fray. He was Zhang Changshao's senior brother. If the younger man was brave enough to charge, he could not justify sitting still. He refused to lose face. Almost simultaneously, Beiqing joined the attack. Billowing seas of fire and explosive blade auras filled the air. His reasoning was simple. He was at the peak of the god realm. While the gap between him and a quasi-saint was massive, he hoped a full power strike might at least graze her. Even a single scratch would be enough. Nangong Sheng, the ancestor of the Nangong family, followed suit without hesitation. He summoned a damaged saint weapon that roared with fierce flames and lunged at Fairy Xianxia. The blue cloud sword saint had made the right choice. Jiang Xuan was the Nangong family's best chance for advancement. As the ancestor, he could not afford to fall behind. This woman was strong, but she was only a quasi-saint. Combined with the others, killing her should be easy. What is going on? The third elder and true monarch Hung Yuan were stunned for a moment before realizing what was happening. They cursed Nangong Sheng for being a cunning old fox and immediately summoned their own weapons to join the fight. They could not miss such a perfect opportunity to show their loyalty. They had seen Jiang Xuan's potential during the seat challenges. His future was limitless. By helping him now, they were securing their places as his early supporters. The Yingwo boy did not hesitate either. Fairy Xianxia had previously oppressed him and nearly turned him into a battle slave. He harbored deep resentment toward the woman. Conversely, he admired Jiang Xuan and wanted to serve under him. Now that Jiang Xuan was leading the charge to eliminate her, he followed immediately. He loosened the seals on his power, releasing the Yingwo energy to plague Fairy Xianxia with calamity. While she was powerful enough to suppress his energy under normal circumstances, she was currently being besieged. He was not the primary attacker. He only needed his power to distract and hinder her. Surrounded by so many experts, she would not have the energy to guard against his misfortune. "You are dead now," the boy muttered with a grin. Out of the 14 people present, 10 followed Jiang Xuan's lead to swarm Fairy Xianxia, determined to kill her on the spot. Since she was the target, that left only 3 outsiders. Suan Shui, Tian Kuyan of the Ghost Soul Cave, and the Sword Maniac of the Sword Sect. Tian Kuyan watched the battle, his eyes flashing. 10 people were working together, including 5 quasi-saints and a monster like Jiang Xuan, whose combat power was nearly at that level. Surely one quasi-saint could not survive this. I have to act. Tian Kuyan made his decision and rose, unleashing a standard divine technique to join the siege. During the challenges, he had realized Jiang Xuan was a freak of nature. It was best not to provoke him. He had even magnanimously set aside his grudge regarding his previous defeat. But while he was being generous, he wasn't sure if Jiang Xuan was the forgiving type. It was better to participate and look like part of the team. This is insane. Suan Shui watched the scene with his mouth agape. Was Jiang Xuan really this bold? Launching an attack right in the middle of the ascension? They were under the very eyes of the heavenly Dao. Was he not afraid of divine wrath? Suan Shui could not understand it. He was especially baffled when he saw Tian Kuyan join in. The others at least had some connection to Jiang Xuan. Even true monarch Hung Yuan had a reason, as his Duist sect shared a blood feud with the Immortal sect. But what about Tian Kuyan? What did he have to do with this? Suan Shui began to worry that he was being isolated. Should I join them? He looked over at the sword maniac, who was still cradling his wine gourd and drinking. Suan Shui leaned in and whispered, "Are you going to join the fight?" The sword maniac glanced at him through bleary, drunken eyes. "Join what?" "That." Suan Shui pointed toward the chaotic battle. 11 people were now suppressing Fairy Xianxia. However, the woman truly was an imperial son of the Immortal clan. Her strength was terrifying. She summoned the 5 elemental paths metal, wood, water, fire, and earth to rotate around her, creating a nearly impenetrable defense. At the same time, she ignited her pure immortal bloodline, unleashing powerful immortal arts with ease. For the moment, she was actually holding her own against all 11 attackers. Boom! Endless immortal energy condensed into a massive hand. With a single sweep, it sent Jiang Qingtian flying through the air. Jiang Qingtian coughed up blood and crashed to the ground 100 feet away, unable to stand. His eyes were wide with shock. He knew she was strong, but he never expected this. She was fighting 11 people at once, including 5 quasi-saints, and she had yet to suffer a single fatal wound. Was this even possible for a quasi-saint? Suan Shui stared in shock. She was fighting 11 people and managed to injure Jiang Qingtian? Previously, when she challenged the Yingguo boy, it had taken a long time, because she was trying to enslave him. The strength required to enslave a quasi-saint was a clear indicator of just how formidable she truly was. Chapter 602. Xuanyuan. Jian Fengzi opened his eyes slightly. A glimmer of clarity returned to his gaze, followed by a flicker of surprise. He could see that the strength of this fairy Xianxia was immense. Not only had she mastered 5 great Daos simultaneously, but she also seemed to be deliberately aligning them toward the Dao of 5 elements. That was a sovereign rank Dao, a level far beyond what ordinary geniuses could ever hope to reach. Furthermore, she possessed an exceptionally powerful bloodline. Could she be of the immortal race? This woman is far from simple, Jian Fengzi murmured to himself. Then, with a low hum of power, he drew his sword. He rose into the air and slashed toward fairy Xianxia. He remembered clearly that before his departure, the Qingyun Sword Immortal had paid him a personal visit. The Immortal had brought 100 jars of fine wine, requesting that if Jiang Xuan ever fell into danger, Jian Fengzi must lend a hand. Having accepted the payment, he would now eliminate the disaster. Surging sword intent condensed into a colossal green blade that pierced the heavens. The blade fell with an indescribable, terrifying force, cleaving toward fairy Xianxia. Suan Shui Deizai watched with his mouth agape. Senior Jian Fengzi had joined the fray as well. Everyone is fighting. If I just sit here, I will seem a bit out of place, Suan Shui Deizai muttered. Before his journey, Grandpa Suan Emo had instructed him to think deeply and avoid recklessness. He was told to judge the situation carefully and, above all, to fit in. He had to ensure he was not isolated. To be isolated, his grandfather had said, is often the beginning of being targeted. Suan Shui Deizai's gaze hardened. He clenched his fists and summoned the endless profound waters, throwing himself into the battle. On the other side, Jiang Xuan and his group were laying siege to fairy Xianxia, yet they felt an overwhelming pressure. The strength of this old hag exceeded their wildest imaginings. Though she was clearly in the quasi-saint realm, she gave them the illusion that they were facing a true saint. Every divine ability and technique they threw at her was dissolved effortlessly, as if their attacks were nothing more than child's play. Damn it, how can there be a monster even more freakish than me? Jiang Xuan was frustrated and increasingly anxious. They had failed to take her down, and now she had weathered the storm, and was beginning her counterattack. The ancestor, Jiang Qingtian, had already been wounded and lay on the ground, unable to rise. If this continued, they would all be ground down to nothing. Kid, the situation is looking grim, Zhang Xianxia said. After a failed strike, he retreated to Jiang Xuan's side under the cover of the other experts. His expression was heavy as he spoke in a low voice. This old hag's combat power is absurd. She commands 5 Daos, and has the blessing of the immortal bloodline. Her defense is staggering and her killing intent is terrifying. There are almost no weaknesses to exploit. If we stay locked in this stalemate, it will end badly for us. Jiang Xuan knew he was right, but he was out of options. Aside from his ultimate trump cards, the Dao of Reincarnation, the Human Monument, and the World Tree Sapling, he had used everything in his arsenal. The combat power he was currently displaying would have been enough to crush Zhang Kefeng, yet his opponent was fairy Xianxia. Her physical body, her soul, her daos, and her techniques were all at the absolute peak. He simply could not find a way to deal substantial damage. Fairy Yuexia grew more composed as she parried the attacks of Zhang Kefeng and the other 4 quasi-saints. She even found the breath to glance at Jiang Xuan with a mocking sneer. "Did you truly think gathering a crowd would be enough to kill me? Jiang Xuan, you have overestimated yourself and belittled me. Your talent is indeed monstrous, but you are not the only genius in this world." She spoke with absolute confidence. She had every right to, for she was a divine child of the immortal race. At that moment, Jian Fengzi arrived. His green blade descended with a sharp, terrifying momentum that sent shivers through the soul. Fairy Yuexia felt the threat, and her expression darkened. Still pinned down by Zhang Kefeng and the others, she could not move to block the strike. Out of necessity, she summoned an immortal artifact from within her body. A great Dao shield formed around her, shimmering with flowing runes and an ancient, vast aura. The green blade collided with the shield. A hum vibrated through the air as the extreme edge of the sword light flickered. However, the shield rippled with layers of divine radiance, neutralizing and annihilating the sword intent entirely. The shield remained unscathed, while the momentum of Jian Fengzi's strike was spent. Jian Fengzi frowned, surprised that her defensive treasure was so formidable. Fairy Yuexia shifted her gaze to Jian Fengzi, her brow furrowing in displeasure. "Jian Fengzi of the Sword Sect. This is a private matter between Jiang Xuan and me. It has nothing to do with you. Do you insist on interfering? I know exactly where your sword sect comes from. I advise you that making an enemy of my immortal race will not end well for you." She could sense that Jian Fengzi was the strongest person present, second only to herself. While adding such an enemy did not frighten her, it was a waste of time. And right now, she wanted nothing more than to claim Jiang Xuan's head. The fact that these ants dared to strike first filled her with rage. In her eyes, their resistance was an unpardonable provocation. Jian Fengzi merely shrugged. He didn't care for logic or threats. To him, a jar of wine was more persuasive than any argument. Suddenly, Xuanyuan Daozai arrived, bringing with him the weight of the endless profound waters. The water was as black as ink and impossibly heavy, so dense that even the great Dao seemed unable to bear its weight. As the water surged toward Fairy Yuexia, the surrounding space collapsed and twisted under the pressure. "Get lost." Fairy Yuexia's fury peaked. One after another, these people were attacking her as if she were an easy target to be used for Jiang Xuan's favor. She immediately channeled her 5 Daos, manifesting them into 5 distinct beasts of calamity. Each represented the power of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Together, they charged into the black tide. The profound water poured down. Its immense weight crashed over the 5 beasts. With a soft sound, the beasts were instantly extinguished within the water, crushed as if they were made of glass. The ink-black water remained completely unaffected, roaring onward to swallow Fairy Yuexia. Fairy Yuexia's face changed. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. "What on earth is this? How can it annihilate my Dao power so effortlessly?" With the water closing in, she had no time to think. She was forced to retreat, dodging the overwhelming deluge. The gathered experts watched in shock. They had joined forces and failed to make her budge, yet this move from Xuanyuan Daozai had sent her scrambling. This unassuming young man was hiding a terrifying strength. Jian Fengzi was also stunned. He looked at Xuanyuan Daozai with newfound interest. How does Xuan Mo's grandson seem even more capable than the old man himself? Granted, Xuan Mo was a saint, but Jian Fengzi had known him for ages. He knew the old man's character. Aside from being cautious and living a long time, he had few redeeming qualities. "The grandfather is a bit of a coward, but this grandson is actually quite decent," Jian Fengzi remarked with genuine praise. Jiang Xuan also turned his gaze toward Xuanyuan Daozai. He had thought Fairy Yuexia was invincible, but here was someone even more fierce. Whose subordinate was this? Xuanyuan? The voice of the life spirit echoed in Jiang Xuan's mind, sounding startled. "Master, if I am not mistaken, this person's true form is the divine beast Xuanyuan. The water he controls is the legendary 3,000 weak waters, a divine substance of the Dao of water. It can erode and nullify almost any law of the great Dao." Jiang Xuan was stunned. He stared at Xuanyuan Daozai, unable to see any sign of his true nature despite his own powerful soul. Was a Xuanyuan really this incredible? The life spirit suggested that a saint must have placed a seal on him to hide his bloodline and origin. Jiang Xuan nodded thoughtfully. He looked at Xuanyuan Daozai's youthful face. The boy didn't look very old, likely still a cub in his growth phase. Much like Zhang Zhao. At that thought, Jiang Xuan felt a pang of sadness. Zhang Zhao had been with the dragon race for some time now. He wondered how she was faring. "Once the saint's path is over, I should find a way to visit the dragon race," he promised himself. He pushed the thought aside and focused back on the battlefield, only to find Xuanyuan Daozai looking back at him. Sensing Jiang Xuan's gaze, Xuanyuan Daozai scratched his head bashfully. "Grandpa Xuan Mo said that when you are away from home, you should try to make many friends." Jiang Xuan realized then that the boy truly was young. His words confirmed it. The other experts looked on with strange expressions, including the retreating Fairy Yuexia. How could someone with the cultivation of a quasi-saint, someone capable of suppressing her, sound so much like a child? It seemed impossible. What kind of family produces a child with that level of power? "Your grandfather is right," Jiang Xuan said, walking over with a bright smile. "I happen to love making friends." He patted the young man on the shoulder. "For a friend, I'd do anything." Xuanyuan Daozai nodded, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This is bad, Xianxia thought. Seeing that familiar smile on Jiang Xuan's face, his heart sank. He looked at Xuan Shuideizai with a hint of pity. What a good kid. A shame he had to run into Jiang Xuan. Chapter 603. You are a liar. Jiang Xuan, he said, extending a hand in a proactive introduction. Xuan Shuideizai blinked, realizing the gesture. He quickly reached out to shake hands. I am the Deizai of the Xuan Shui Dao Palace, Gui Shenxiao. My grandfather is the palace master, Taoist Xuan Mo. What a good kid. I didn't even have to ask. And he spilled everything, Jiang Xuan thought to himself. He followed up with another question. That profound water of yours, it has a suppression effect on the great Dao. It does, Gui Shenxiao nodded, though a look of distress soon crossed his face. But I am still too weak. The water I can summon right now can only suppress and annihilate the Daos of quasi-saints. The corner of everyone's mouth twitched. To suppress and annihilate the Dao of a quasi-saint, and that was considered too weak. Just how strong did he want to be? Suppress the Dao of a saint? He was only a quasi-saint himself. Jiang Xuan's expression twitched as well. He finally understood why his ancestor, Jiang Xianxia, always looked so annoyed with him. Indeed, when certain words were spoken aloud, they really made one want to throw a punch. Gui Shenxiao, was it? Jiang Xuan draped an arm over the boy's shoulder with practiced familiarity. From now on, we are friends. Gui Shenxiao nodded happily. He had spent his whole life cultivating by his grandfather's side. This was his first time leaving the palace, his first time meeting outsiders, and his first time making a friend. Naturally, he was overjoyed. I will call you Xiaoxiao from now on, Jiang Xuan said with a warm smile. Gui Shenxiao accepted the nickname readily. Xiaoxiao. Jiang Xuan pointed toward Fairy Yuexia. I have a very important mission for you. That old hag over there? I need you to go handle her. Ha, me? Gui Shenxiao looked confused. There are so many people here. Does it have to be me? Your profound water suppresses her Dao and weakens her combat power, Jiang Xuan explained. It is not like you are doing it alone. We all have your back. Oh, Gui Shenxiao nodded innocently. Grandpa Xuan Mo had told him to make friends everywhere he went, for a friend is a path forward. Since he had made a friend in Jiang Xuan, helping him out was only right. Besides, Jiang Xuan had said that for a friend, one should be willing to do anything. Gui Shenxiao turned toward Fairy Yuexia and walked forward. He summoned the endless profound water, pitch black and immeasurably heavy. An undeniable pressure began to warp the surrounding world. For the sake of my friend, I am sorry, Gui Shenxiao said to Fairy Yuexia, his tone sincere and his voice earnest. Fairy Yuexia's face fell. She was reaching her breaking point. What kind of nonsense was this? Jiang Xuan calls you a friend and you just believe him? Is your grandfather aware of how gullible you are? The most frustrating part was Gui Shenxiao's attitude. It left her with nowhere to direct a rage. She could hardly hold a grudge against a child whose mind had clearly not fully matured, especially one so sincere that he offered an apology before trying to kill her. Under normal circumstances, she could have taken on the entire field without issue. She never expected a strange child like Gui Shenxiao to appear. She could see that his actual combat power was only that of an average quasi-saint, significantly lower than Zhang Kefeng's. However, the water he controlled was incredibly bizarre. It suppressed her great Dao to such an extent that her divine abilities and immortal arts could not reach their full potential. With Gui Shenxiao interfering, the probability of her losing had skyrocketed. I can be your friend too, Fairy Yuexia said, forcing a smile through her suppressed fury. Jiang Xuan only wants to use you to kill me. If I am your friend, you do not have to do anything. You can just watch as I take care of them. She tried to adopt a childish tone to match his. Once I have dealt with them, I can even help you sense the world source and find your chance to become a saint. Did you not come to the saint's path to prove your Dao? I can help you. Gui Shenxiao paused, appearing to hesitate. The faces of Zhang Kefeng and the other experts darkened. It would be terrible news if the boy were swayed by her words. Jian Fengzi watched the boy with confusion. What was Xuan Mo thinking? This child was clearly a minor with an immature mind, yet he had let him participate in the saint's path alone. Jiang Xuan curled his lip in disdain. Look at you, a grown woman trying to trick a child. How truly despicable. Suddenly, a hum resonated through the air. The endless profound water surged again, sweeping toward Fairy Yuexia with even greater violence. She gasped and retreated once more. Her eyes were wide with confusion. She had offered him sainthood, yet he refused. He insisted on siding with that wretch Jiang Xuan. Was Jiang Xuan really that much better looking? Grandpa Xuan Mo said that friendship is pure. It is not mixed with profit or gain, Gui Shenxiao said angrily. A trade involving profit is not a friendship. You do not want to be my friend at all. You are a liar. Fairy Yuexia was speechless. She was beyond frustrated. Whose brat was this? Could someone please take him home to play in the mud? Jiang Xuan laughed. This was the perk of being a protagonist. His charm with strangers was top tier. One pitch and they were hooked. Gui Shenxiao was angry, and the consequences were severe. The black water expanded until it resembled a boundless ocean hanging upside down in the sky. It roared and surged, locking down every route of escape. The ink-like tide converged on Fairy Yuexia from all directions, threatening to seal her in. Zhang Kefeng, Nangong Sheng, Jian Fengzi, and the others seized the opportunity. They unleashed their ultimate killing moves, intent on ending her then and there. Daos collided, divine lights blazed, and sword glints arched like rainbows. The air was thick with a murderous chill that shook the heavens. Fairy Yuexia's expression finally shifted to one of panic. With the water restricting her power, and so many experts closing in, she was in genuine danger. Even with her hidden trump cards, she realized she might not survive this. Unless she broke through to the Saint Realm right now. Her face grew grim. She had delayed her breakthrough specifically to master the method of merging her Daos into the 5 elements Dao. Doing so would establish a foundation for the Immortal Realm. If she broke through now, years of preparation would be wasted. Her ambitions would vanish in an instant. Without the 5 elements foundation, she would struggle to compete with the other divine children. It was a nightmare of a choice. She did not want to become a mediocre saint and lose her future. But if she didn't break through, the chance of her dying here was 70%. To hell with it. In a heartbeat, she made her decision. She gritted her teeth, her eyes turning cold and vicious. Even if she died here today, she would not accept a future of mediocrity. A low growl escaped her throat. Her aura shifted, becoming noticeably more erratic and filled with visible malice. Her eyes turned a dark red as she scanned the crowd. All of you shall die. Brilliant immortal light erupted from her body, coupled with her ancient bloodline. A vast vision of mountains and seas manifested before them. It looked like a supreme world had been brought to life, radiating a heart-stopping, ancient pressure. I am an immortal, she cried out. She began to push her bloodline to its absolute limit, drawing temporary strength from the mountain and sea vision. Since her Dao was suppressed by the water, she would rely on the blood she was most proud of. She was a divine child of the immortal race. Even in her home realm, she was among the elite. Her means were not limited to just this. As her bloodline surged, she unleashed a flurry of world-shaking immortal arts. Her immortal artifact transformed into a jagged suit of armor that covered her body, protected by a shield of ancient runes. Finally, she pressed her fingers together like a blade and sliced a slit into her brow. As blood flowed, a blinding golden light emerged, gradually forming a mysterious vertical eye. It was cold and indifferent, like a supreme eternal being looking down upon ants. The eye slowly rotated until it locked onto its target, Jiang Xuan. The eye snapped wide open. A beam of pure destruction shot out, instantly disintegrating the void, and piercing through the great Dao as it raced toward Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan's pupils contracted. A visceral sense of impending death washed over him, sending a chill down his spine. An indescribable terror gripped his entire body. Damn it, did I push this too far? There was no time to think. Jiang Xuan threw every hidden card and defense he had at the oncoming light. At that exact moment, an ancient, supreme aura swept across the battlefield like a sudden gale. The entire world came to a dead, silent standstill. Chapter 604. The Land of Divine Revelation. Everything collapsed. The supreme light fired by Fairy Xianxia, the endless waters controlled by Xianxia, and the ultimate killing moves unleashed by Zhang Kefeng, and the others vanished like shattered illusions. The air cleared instantly. The violent energy and the suffocating tension evaporated, leaving the world as calm as if the battle had never occurred. 14 experts, including Jiang Xuan, Fairy Xianxia, Xianxia, and Jian Fengzi, were frozen in place. An indescribable force held them firm, paralyzing their bodies while leaving their minds free to race, and their eyes wide with shock. You are being far too noisy. A voice like heavenly thunder rolled down from above. Amidst a shower of pure, hazy light, a translucent figure descended from the vast firmament. Though no one could discern his face or sense his aura, the 14 experts knew his identity immediately. He was the heavenly Dao of the Dao Saint Realm. I only looked away for a moment, and you have turned the place into this. The figure shook his head with a touch of helplessness. As fellow members of the Dao Saint Realm, can you grant me the favor of setting aside your hatred for a moment? The crowd was stunned. Was the heavenly Dao always this civil? He was actually asking them for a favor? There is something you must know. The heavenly Dao surveyed the group. His gaze lingered briefly on Fairy Xianxia. He could tell this genius from the immortal race had already sensed something, but since their interests were now aligned, it mattered little. The boundary rings enveloping the myriad worlds have loosened. The heavenly Dao of order has stirred from its slumber, and is now in the process of awakening. During this revival, it has notified the guardians of all worlds, including myself. It will reopen the land of divine revelation to grant fortune to all living beings, aiding the recovery of the realms, and ushering in the true arrival of the great age. Most of the experts present had never heard of boundary rings, the land of divine revelation, or the heavenly Dao of order. They listened with blank expressions, feeling as though they were hearing a myth from a foreign tongue. Fairy Xianxia, however, felt a surge of wild excitement. Her gamble had paid off. It was exactly as her 3 masters had theorized. The land of divine revelation was opening, and this journey on the saint's path was intimately tied to it. The throne of the great emperor was finally within her reach. She clenched her fists, her eyes fixed on the heavenly Dao, waiting for more. So, you truly did come for the land of divine revelation, the heavenly Dao remarked, seeing her reaction. Jiang Xuan and Zhang Xianxia exchanged a quick, startled look. Could things really be this coincidental? They had just discussed this legendary place after receiving God's grace. They had thought it a distant mystery, yet here it was, manifesting before their eyes. Don't do this to me, Jiang Xuan thought, feeling a sudden wave of unease. Am I really the protagonist of this story? This is getting scary. Jian Fengzi kept his eyes lowered, his expression calm, as if he had expected this all along. Only Xianxia reacted with pure, unbridled joy. Ha, Grandpa Xuan Emo didn't believe me, but I told him. My ancestral memories clearly state that the land of divine revelation would open in this lifetime. His voice was loud enough to draw everyone's attention. Ancestral memories? This boy's background was clearly far more complex than it appeared. Fairy Xianxia was shaken. What level of heritage was required to possess memories of the land of divine revelation? Even the heavenly Dao looked at Xianxia with pleasant surprise. He had expected Jiang Xuan and Fairy Xianxia to be the primary seeds, with perhaps Jian Fengzi as a dark horse. This was an unexpected bonus. If the boy had prior knowledge of the land, his chances of success were significantly higher. Jiang Xuan remained unimpressed. Knowing Xianxia was a true Xuanyuan, it was only natural for him to have such memories. Provided, of course, that he was a pureblood. He must be a pureblood, Jiang Xuan mused. No one else could control the 3,000 weak waters of the Dao of Water. As you have likely guessed, the heavenly Dao continued, this saint's path is directly linked to the land of divine revelation. After you have communed with the world source, I will nominate you to enter that land. There, you will seize fortune to aid the recovery of our world and the arrival of the great age. The experts caught their breath, their eyes burning with fervor. Even those who didn't know the history could tell that this was a place of ultimate opportunity. If they could secure even a single blessing, their future would hold far more than just the Saint Realm. Perhaps even the heights beyond the saints would be within reach. However, there is one thing you must remember. The heavenly Dao's tone turned cold and serious. The opening of the land of divine revelation is intended to aid the recovery of all worlds. Since you enter using the quota of the Dao Saint Realm, you must secure sufficient benefits for our world. The land contains trials. While their nature is unknown, one thing is clear. The rewards are directly tied to the degree of Dao recovery and the supply of source spiritual energy for one's home world. You must give your all to pass these trials and ensure our world's total revival, and perhaps even its evolution. If the Dao Saint Realm evolved, its heavenly Dao would ascend along with it. The experts fell into deep thought. Passing trials could actually save their world. Interesting, Jiang Xuan rubbed his chin with a grin. Now, lose no time in communing with the world source to strengthen yourselves, the heavenly Dao commanded. You have only 3 days. Furthermore, you must not break through to the Saint Realm yet. His gaze swept over Jiang Xuan and Fairy Xianxia. Once you cross into the Saint Realm, you will be barred from entering the land of divine revelation. With those words, the figure stepped away and vanished into the sky. Suddenly, the green brick staircase leading to the firmament began to tremble. It radiated a profound aura, and visible laws of the great Dao manifested around it. Ascend the stairs to commune with the world source, the voice echoed one last time. The higher you climb, the easier it becomes to understand the source. However, the pressure will be more terrifying. Act according to your limits, and do not start any more conflicts, or I shall strike you down myself. The experts nodded and began to step onto the stairs. A heavy, indescribable pressure descended instantly. It felt like a divine mountain pressing down on every inch of their bodies and souls. Xuanyuan of the Taiheng Grotto Heaven took the lead, leaping across the first 100 steps. But the pressure hit him like a physical blow. His pace slowed, his stature seemed to shrink, and his bones creaked under the weight. His face turned a deep, bruised red. Damn. This pressure is insane. He quickly circulated his power to resist, looking up at the long climb ahead. After a moment of hesitation, he chose to sit down and begin his meditation. He could have pushed higher if he forced it, but he knew he wouldn't be able to maintain his focus for the actual communion under such a load. Greed was a dangerous thing. It was better to be realistic. Seeing that even Xuanyuan stopped at the 100th step, the others looked grim. The world source was a legendary opportunity, but reaching it was not going to be easy. The staircase stretched toward the horizon, likely consisting of tens of thousands of steps. At only 100 steps up, the difficulty of comprehension would still be incredibly high. Only a few ever succeed in each generation, Nangong Sheng thought. It makes sense that it's this hard. He stepped onto the stairs and, after some effort, settled on the 120th step to begin his work. Congratulations on living for 3 more days, Fairy Xianxia said coldly to Jiang Xuan. She blurred into motion, her body shrouded in brilliant immortal light. Like a soaring swan, she shot up the staircase. 300 steps, 500 steps, 1,000, 2,000. She didn't stop until she reached the 6,000th step. The crowd gasped in disbelief. They were all quasi-saints, yet while Xuanyuan stopped at 100, she had reached 6,000. The gap between them was terrifying. No wonder we couldn't kill her even with those numbers, someone whispered in awe. She is truly a monster. Chapter 605. All sides ascend the heavens. Watching Fairy Xianxia reach the 6,000th step, Jiang Xuan narrowed his eyes. A cold, sharp light flickered within them. Being mocked and threatened repeatedly by that cursed old woman had finally pushed his patience to the limit. He regretted it now. He should have seized the moment when she was caught off guard to unleash his ultimate trump card and crush her where she stood. I have grown too accustomed to hiding my true strength. It is a dangerous habit, Jiang Xuan thought, offering himself a silent warning. His ancestor, Zhang Changxiao, always said that when traveling abroad, it is easier to get things done if you appear 2 levels weaker than you actually are. Taking that advice to heart, Jiang Xuan habitually held back a significant portion of his power to prevent others from seeing his full hand and targeting him. Why reveal everything if 70% effort could solve the problem? That was why he had collaborated with Zhang Kefeng and the others to surround Fairy Xianxia rather than acting alone. For one, the Dao of Reincarnation and the World Tree Sapling were far too shocking. If word got out, he would inevitably be hunted by saints. He had already seen the consequences when the World Tree Sapling drew the greed of the Qin clan leader, Qin King Dao. Furthermore, he could not guarantee that the heavenly Dao of the Dao Saint Realm wouldn't be tempted by such treasures. Even these celestial entities possessed human-like desires. He remembered the heavenly Dao of the true God's secret realm all too well. If he hadn't subdued the world tree and possessed the means to retaliate, that creature would have struck him down with lightning for his impudence. But the main reason for his frustration was that he had underestimated Fairy Xianxia. He never expected that 5 quasi-saints and a group of experts could fail to kill her instantly, eventually losing the initiative. Even Jian Feng's intervention hadn't changed the tide. If not for Gui Shenxiao and the heavenly Dao's interference, the outcome would have been uncertain. In short, the ambush had been a failure. I have learned my lesson. Just wait until we reach the land of divine revelation. I will finish you then, Jiang Xuan muttered under his breath, staring at Fairy Xianxia. By now, Zhang Kefeng and the others had begun their ascent. Almost all of them stalled between the first and second 100 steps. Even the powerful Zhang Kefeng only managed 210. Ximen Sheng, at the peak of the God King realm, barely reached 80. Tian Koyin, however, proved his worth. As a reincarnated soul with multiple past lives merged into one, he reached the 150th step, despite only being at the peak of the God King realm. He surpassed quasi-saints like Hongyuan and Nangong Sheng. Before stepping onto the stairs, he even gave Jiang Xuan a submissive smile that practically shouted, "Master, let me clear the path for you." Then came Jian Fengzi. He walked with his wine gourd in hand, drinking as he climbed as if the pressure of the heavens were non-existent. He reached 500 steps, drawing stunned looks from the crowd. The legendary Uncle Master of the Sword Sect clearly had the skills to back up his reputation. Gui Shenxiao stared at Jian Fengzi with wide eyes. He was surprised, but not because Jian Fengzi reached 500 steps, he was surprised the man stopped so soon. According to Grandpa Suan Emo, Jian Fengzi was a sword prodigy from the same era as his grandfather. Back then, the Dao Saint Realm was caught in a long war between the Daoist and Buddhist sects. Jian Fengzi had appeared out of nowhere and established the sword sect, while only in the heavenly god realm. He had navigated the conflict unscathed and forced both supreme powers to recognize his status. Later, for reasons unknown, he had turned to drink and neglected his cultivation. It was only when his junior brother, a saint of the sword, took over that the sect truly stabilized. Millions of years had passed, and while the sect leaders had changed through generations, Jian Fengzi remained alive despite never entering the eternal saint realm. A quasi-saint's blood eventually dries up. They are not immortal. Normally, a god realm expert lives for hundreds of thousands of years, with quasi-saints reaching 1,000,000. Only with specific legacies or sacred medicines can life be extended further. Yet Jian Fengzi had lived for 10 million years. He was even more of an anomaly than the god king of the undersea. Most people had simply forgotten his past glory and failed to notice his impossible lifespan. If senior Jian Fengzi only reached 500, then I. Gui Shenxiao looked worried. It is all right, Xiao Xiao. Do not worry, Jiang Xuan said, throwing an arm around the boy's shoulder and pointing up at Fairy Xianxia. I believe in you. You will definitely surpass that old hag. Me? Gui Shenxiao pointed at himself, hesitant. I do not think I can. Do not belittle yourself. You are the strongest, Jiang Xuan said, using the tone one might use to coax a toddler. Gui Shenxiao looked at Jiang Xuan's encouraging expression and his eyes brightened. He nodded seriously. Okay, I will do my best. He then stepped toward the stairs. Have you no conscience? Zhang Changxiao walked over, scolding Jiang Xuan. Tricking a child like that. Jiang Xuan glanced at his ancestor and chuckled. That makes no sense. I am cheering him on. How is that tricking him? He waved at the boy again, while cutting a side-eye toward Zhang Changxiao. Go Xiao Xiao. You can do it. Zhang Changxiao shook his head. He couldn't understand Jiang Xuan's twisted sense of humor. The boy was clearly innocent. Didn't Jiang Xuan's conscience prick him? He decided to ignore it and approached the stairs himself. Even if a quasi-saint like Hongyuan only hit 100, he, a true god, would likely struggle. But he wouldn't waste the chance to commune with the world source. Even a small gain was better than nothing. Go Xiao Xiao. Go. Jiang Xuan shouted again. Zhang Changxiao stopped in his tracks and whipped his head around. Jiang Xuan quickly shifted his gaze back to Gui Shenxiao. Zhang Changxiao's face darkened. He finally realized what was happening. Jiang Xuan kept shouting the name Xiao Xiao, and while it was the boy's nickname, it was also a pun on the word for longevity, his own name. The brat was mocking him. We need to talk. Zhang Changxiao turned back toward Jiang Xuan, his grip tightening on the martial god spear. Jiang Xuan's smile stiffened. What is the matter, ancestor? What do you want to talk about? Who are you calling Xiao Xiao? Zhang Changxiao raised the spear, the tip pointing directly at Jiang Xuan's throat. Him. Jiang Xuan pointed at Gui Shenxiao, looking perfectly innocent. Hey. Zhang Changxiao sneered, nudging the spear forward. The sharp tip pricked Jiang Xuan's skin, drawing a bead of red blood. Jiang Xuan's heart hammered. He had been found out too quickly. This was the legendary emperor reincarnation for you. But he couldn't show fear now. If he admitted it, he was dead. He looked at Zhang Changxiao with genuine confusion. Ancestor, what is the meaning of this? Zhang Changxiao hesitated. Seeing that Jiang Xuan didn't look like he was faking, he wondered if he had overthought it. Noticing Zhang Qingtian and the others watching, he lowered the spear and coughed. Just a bit of fun between us, he explained. He gave Jiang Xuan one last glare and turned back to the stairs. Go Xiao Xiao. Go. Jiang Xuan's voice rang out again. Jiang Changxiao's fist tightened. He forced himself not to look back, choosing to believe the boy was just cheering for the kid. He stepped onto the stairs and reached the 50th step. Incredible. Xiao, you are amazing. Jiang Xuan roared. Jiang Changxiao's face was black with rage. He was ready to kill. But as he turned around to teach the brat a lesson about respecting his elders, he saw it. Out of the corner of his eye, he realized Xianxia had already reached the 2000th step. What? Jiang Changxia froze. Was Jiang Xuan actually cheering for the boy? Regardless, the Xuan Shui Deizai was a marvel. Not only could he suppress fairy Yuexia, but he could climb to 2000 steps, while a fellow quasi saint barely reached 100. I am an emperor reincarnation, I should at least hit 100, Jiang Changxiao grumbled to himself. He focused his energy and charged upward through the pressure with his eyes closed. He reached the 1000th step in an instant. Chapter 606. One step, 1000 stairs. Good heavens. Everyone who witnessed this was completely dumbstruck. Just a moment ago, they were reeling in shock because Xianxia had surpassed quasi-saints like Hongyuan, reaching the 2000th step. But in the blink of an eye, Jiang Changxiao had already ascended to the 1000th step. They could understand and accept Xianxiao's performance. He was the Deizai of the Xuan Shui Dao Palace, a quasi-saint with control over the mysterious and powerful profound waters. It made sense for someone of his caliber to reach 2000 steps. But you, Jiang Changxiao? By what right? You are only in the true God realm. Even Jiang Xuan was stunned. How did his ancestor manage that? It seemed the value of being an emperor reincarnation was still rising. Xiao, you are amazing. Jiang Xuan shouted again. The voice reached Jiang Changxiao's ears, making him curse internally. That brat was getting more and more disrespectful. However, he had no time to argue. He was still moving forward. The pressure on the green brick stairs was indeed terrifying, making his physical body creak and groan, but it remained within a tolerable limit. Jiang Changxiao found it strange. Was he simply too strong? Or were those quasi-saints just too weak? Regardless, he cast aside his doubts and pushed on. 1,100 steps. 1,300 steps. 2,000 steps. Senior, you are incredible. Xianxiao's eyes widened as he saw Jiang Changxiao reach the same height as him. Naturally, Jiang Changxiao replied, feeling quite pleased with himself. He continued to climb. The pressure was intense, but he could still bear it. The senior is only in the true God realm yet works so hard. I cannot give up easily either. Xianxiao clenched his fists, his gaze turning resolute. Grandpa Xuan Emo had warned him to hide his strength, showing only 70% to others, while keeping 30% as a trump card. Because of this, he had originally intended to stop at 2000 steps. But seeing Jiang Changxiao, a mere true god, charging forward without fear inspired him. He didn't want to hide anymore. He wanted to follow the senior's example and never admit defeat. Xianxiao followed in Jiang Changxiao's footsteps, climbing upward one step at a time. His pace was slow but steady, without a hint of hesitation. Under the gaze of the surrounding experts, the two of them actually reached the 3000th step. That will do, Jiang Changxiao said, exhaling a long breath. I am old, and my bones are not what they used to be. I will stop here. Senior Jiang Changxiao, 3000 steps is already very impressive, Xianxiao said with a sincere nod. He sat down as well, quickly settling his mind to begin communing with the world source. Jiang Changxiao glanced sideways, his expression stiffening. Why did the kid's words sound so piercing to his ears? Besides, he stopped because he literally couldn't move another inch. Why did the kid stop? Was he using him as a landmark? You might be a child, but you are still a quasi-saint. Comparing yourself to a true god like me is a bit much, is it not? He sighed, scolding himself for bickering with a child, and began his own meditation. He had a premonition that this communion had a chance of helping him break through to the heavenly god realm. Granted, the probability was not high, only 99.9%. Zhang Qingtian and Xianxiao both reaching 3000 steps shocked everyone. Hongyuan, who was sitting at the 100th step, stared up at the pair in a daze. His mind was in shambles. He could understand the boy, but what was the deal with that true god, Jiang Changxiao? Hongyuan felt completely demoralized. Why even bother meditating? He was being rubbed into the dirt by a true god. Fairy Yuexia noticed the two below her, but only spared them a brief glance before returning to her focus. 3000 steps was decent, but to her, the distance between them remained an insurmountable chasm. How are these guys so fierce? Zhang Qingtian and Bei Qing looked at each other in confusion. The value of being an emperor reincarnation was clearly still climbing. But was Jiang Changxiao not just a true god? I do not understand it, Zhang Qingtian sighed before stepping onto the stairs. Bei Qing followed immediately. The terrifying pressure hit them full force. They steadied their minds to resist. But as the weight settled on their shoulders, their expressions became strange. This pressure, why does it feel odd? Zhang Qingtian muttered. Bei Qing nodded. It was significantly weaker than they had imagined. At the very least, it was not unbearable. The two tried to push forward, passing 30 steps in a single go. They looked at each other again, now certain that the pressure on these stairs was peculiar. It was strong, terrifyingly so, but not impossibly high. It was manageable if they gritted their teeth and persevered. And so, they climbed. They passed Hongyuan, Nangong Sheng, and Zhang Kefeng. Then they passed Jian Fengzi at 500 steps. They kept going until they reached 2000 steps. Both were drenched in sweat and looked to be in some pain. Shall we stop here? Bei Qing asked. Zhang Qingtian nodded and sat cross-legged. They both quickly entered a deep state of meditation. The experts below were no longer calm. What was happening? A true god and a heavenly god had reached 2,000 steps. Where did that leave the quasi-saints? Xuanyuan was in a state of total self-doubt. Who was the quasi-saint here? Tian Koyan and the Fire Child, however, were secretly excited. They saw something deeper. First Zhang Changxiao, then Zhang Qingtian, and Bei Qing, all of them were from the Xuan Gate. Their cultivation levels were not the highest, yet they reached heights others couldn't touch. This proved that they had to join the Xuan Gate. Tian Koyan's heart raced, then he paused. When did he decide to join the Xuan Gate? He remembered thinking he was just being the bigger man by not bickering with Jiang Xuan. He shook off the thought. The Xuan Gate founded by Jiang Xuan had a great future. Once the Great Age arrived, it would soar and become a major power in the myriad worlds. He felt that if he didn't join now, he would regret it later. Jian Fengzi also looked on with surprise. One instance could be a coincidence, but this many in a row was a pattern. This Xuan Gate was something else. Does it come down to peak talent? Or perhaps sheer destiny? He pondered. At 6,000 steps, Fairy Xianxia opened her eyes again and scanned the stairs below. She frowned, feeling a sense of unease. 3,000 steps was nothing to her, but the fact that they all belonged to Jiang Xuan's faction annoyed her. But what use is it? She sneered. Once we reach the land of divine revelation, all of you will fall by my hand. At her height, she could clearly perceive the world source, and she was benefiting greatly. Even her method for merging the Daos, which had been stalled, was starting to take shape. She felt certain that within these 3 days, she would master the 5 elements Dao and forge an unparalleled saint foundation. At that point, even if everyone else became saints, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from her. It was then that Jiang Xuan, the last one, finally stepped onto the stairs. With a single step, he appeared at the 3,000th step. The crowd erupted. Everyone stared with wide eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. How was that possible? Xiao Xiao, keep it up, Jiang Xuan said to Gui Shenxiao. He glanced at Zhang Changxiao, but the ancestor was already deep in meditation. I will. You keep it up too, Gui Shenxiao replied seriously. Jiang Xuan smiled and took another step. 4,000 steps. Another step. 5,000. 6,000. 7,000. He had already surpassed Fairy Xianxia. She snapped her eyes open and looked up in total disbelief. How can this be? It is impossible. You are only in the venerable realm. How can you reach 7,000 steps? Jiang Xuan ignored her and kept moving. The pressure grew even more intense, as if a galaxy were falling upon him. But to him, it was manageable. His physical body was nearly at the level of a saint, and his soul was protected by the Teihao profound scripture. As for his Dao foundation, the black hole foundation spoke for itself. Just like that, Jiang Xuan moved 1,000 steps with every stride. In an instant, he disappeared from everyone's sight, vanishing into the clouds. Everyone was left in a daze. How on earth did Jiang Xuan do it? Chapter 607. Surpassing the ancient human emperor? Soon, a celestial voice rolled down from the firmament, explaining the truth to the gathered crowd. 14 seats were granted for the ascent. The higher the rank of the seat, the easier the climb becomes. The realization struck them then. Jiang Xuan had been seated upon the first white jade divine throne. Seen in that light, crossing 1,000 steps in a single bound seemed almost logical. Xuanyuan of the Taihang Grotto Heaven looked slightly relieved. His shattered confidence began to stitch itself back together. However, as his gaze shifted back toward Zhang Changxiao, Zhang Qingtian, and Bei Qing, his expression stiffened once more. If Jiang Xuan reached the clouds because of his high rank, then what about those 3? He remembered clearly that they occupied the 11th, 12th, and 13th seats. He himself sat in 5th. Why was he, a 5th-ranked quasi-saint, so far below a 13th-ranked true god? Xuanyuan fell silent. His pride was utterly demolished. At this moment, he no longer cared for the world source or the chance to become a saint. He simply wanted to go home. The world was too chaotic, and his soul could not take much more of this madness. He was not alone in his misery. Zhang Kefeng, Ximen Sheng, the 3rd elder, and Nangong Sheng, even Tian Koyan, and the Fire Child shared his look of utter dejection. They were the masters of the Dao Saint Realm, standing at the pinnacle of power, yet they were being ground into the dirt by a handful of true and heavenly gods. The gap was so wide and so visible that there was no way to save face. They began to doubt the heavenly Dao's explanation. It was easier to believe the system was rigged than to admit they were simply inadequate. In reality, by the time the explanation was given, Jiang Xuan had already reached the summit. Within a few short breaths, he had traversed the entire staircase and arrived at a hazy, ethereal platform. The first thing to greet his eyes was a colossal, holy gateway. It towered toward the sky like a titan standing guard. A wave of pure, primordial energy washed over him, exerting an intense pressure. Sitting before this gateway was the translucent figure of the heavenly Dao. He was facing the gate as if peering into the distance beyond, though to Jiang Xuan, he looked more like a student standing in a corner for reflection. Sensing a presence, the heavenly Dao turned his head. His shock was palpable. He clearly hadn't expected Jiang Xuan to arrive here. How did you get up here? Jiang Xuan blinked, find the question odd. He gestured back at the stairs beneath his feet. I walked. The heavenly Dao remained silent. Of course he knew the boy had used the stairs. The pressure on that staircase is immense, the heavenly Dao said, his voice full of disbelief. The higher you go, the heavier it becomes. How could you possibly withstand it? The pressure was indeed strong, Jiang Xuan nodded. But it was all right. Nothing too extreme. Nothing too extreme. The heavenly Dao went quiet, staring at Jiang Xuan for a long time without a word. He knew the young man was a freakish genius, but he had never imagined the extent of it. The platform fell into a heavy silence. Jiang Xuan felt increasingly awkward under the steady gaze. What was the problem? Why did the heavenly Dao look at him as if he had committed some terrible crime? Eventually, the heavenly Dao suppressed his shock. He spoke in a low, distant tone. Do you know where the pressure on those stairs comes from? How should I know? Jiang Xuan rolled his eyes. The question felt nonsensical to him. He shrugged. It couldn't be coming from the land of divine revelation, could it? The moment he spoke, the look in the heavenly Dao's eyes changed again. Jiang Xuan's heart skipped a beat. They stared at each other in a long, silent beat of realization. I was right? Jiang Xuan asked tentatively. The heavenly Dao nodded. Even though the figure was hazy, Jiang Xuan could sense a look that said, what kind of monster is this boy? Jiang Xuan felt a cold sweat break out. Since when did he gain the power of prophecy? Passing through this gate leads to the land of divine revelation, the heavenly Dao explained. The staircase serves as a path, but its primary purpose is to help you adapt to the pressure of that land beforehand. Communing with the world source is merely a secondary reward. So the saint's path is actually the road to the land of divine revelation? Jiang Xuan mused, though the idea felt absurd. Correct, the heavenly Dao confirmed. Jiang Xuan scratched his head, sensing an inconsistency. If the saint's path always led there, then the legendary land of divine revelation was never truly lost. There was always a clear route. If so, why did the god's grace appear in the Xuanyuan realm? The Xuanyuan realm had no saint's path, and no direct connection to this place. Why would the keys to a hidden treasury manifest there? He himself had already collected 4 of them. This is very strange, Jiang Xuan thought. The heavenly Dao, still troubled, asked again. I am still curious. How did you climb so high? The pressure is devastating. A typical quasi-saint can barely manage 100 steps. That woman from the immortal race reached 6,000, which was already unprecedented. According to the information from the heavenly Dao of Order, this land has only opened 4 times before. This is the 5th. Each time, the guardians of the myriad worlds select champions to seek fortune. But until today, no one has ever reached the summit. The heavenly Dao's voice carried a tremor of awe. The previous record was 100,000 steps, leaving the final 20,000 untouched. That record was set during the last opening in the primordial era by the young king of the human race, Jiang Xuan narrowed his eyes. This was the first time he had heard of another young king of his race. But if the last opening was during the primordial era, shouldn't a figure that powerful have left a mark on history? Why was the name so unfamiliar? Perhaps sensing the confusion, the heavenly Dao smiled. You may not know the name Jiang, but you certainly know his title. Jiang Xuan waited for the reveal. The human emperor. The heavenly Dao spoke the 2 words plainly, yet they seemed to carry a weight that caused ripples in the hazy void. He was the one who built the immortal court of the human race. In the land of divine revelation, Jiang obtained a world-shaking fortune. Upon his return, he was recognized by the will of humanity and became a king of men. He commanded a mighty army, marched into the stars, and led 1,000,000 kinsmen to slaughter the ancient gods, shocking all existence. He grew at a staggering speed. Within 3,000 years, he proved his immortality. He took the mantle of leadership from the previous emperor and led the human race across the myriad worlds, establishing an immortal court that looked down upon all creation. Jiang Xuan's eyes widened. The human emperor, Jiang. He had often wondered if he would ever cross paths with the legendary figure who created such glory. He never expected it to happen like this, a simple climb, where he faced the ghost of the emperor across time. On a staircase of 120,000 steps, the human emperor reached 100,000. But Jiang Xuan had reached the top. I won. In a sense, you have surpassed the human emperor of old, the heavenly Dao said, his voice full of wonder. The human race is truly a resilient people with unimaginable potential. No one can predict the heights they might reach. In the middle of the primordial era, a peerless emperor emerged and struck fear into all races. They were suppressed for countless ages until he vanished and the immortal court collapsed. Now, after millions of years of suppression, another genius has emerged with potential that exceeds even his. I surpassed the human emperor? Jiang Xuan bit his lip. He felt a spark of excitement, but it wasn't overwhelming. After all, wasn't it the duty of the younger generation to overtake those who came before? Why dwell on it? Jiang Xuan smiled, pushing the thought aside. He was more interested in entering the land of divine revelation, securing his fortune, and becoming a saint. Then he could visit the dragon and phoenix races. Once, he had a comfortable life with a family. Now, he was alone and facing endless toil. He exhaled a long breath, clearing his mind of negative thoughts. He pointed to the gate behind the heavenly Dao. Does this mean I don't have to wait 3 days? Can I go in right now? The heavenly Dao blinked, caught off guard by the sudden shift. Technically, yes. However, Chapter 608. Zhang Zhao emerges from seclusion. What more is there to say? Jiang Xuan waved his hand, cutting off the Dao Saint heavenly Dao mid-sentence. Just open the gate. I am going to see the land of divine revelation for myself. Fortune favors the swift. If he entered 3 days ahead of everyone else, he could practically wrap up every opportunity and treasure inside before the others even smelled the air. The Dao Saint heavenly Dao remained silent for a moment. Do not be in such a hurry. The heavenly Dao composed himself, speaking with visible hesitation. While you can technically enter now, I strongly advise against it. The land of divine revelation is not like the secret realms or ruins you have encountered before. While the dangers may be similar, the format is entirely different. Jiang Xuan narrowed his eyes. What do you mean by the format being different? I cannot reveal the specifics to you, the heavenly Dao explained. You only need to know that while it is primarily a place of profound opportunity, those opportunities require absolute strength to seize. As I mentioned, this is a blessing opened by the heavenly Dao of order to all the worlds. You will be competing against the elites of countless races. You will not be limited to humans. In there, you will likely encounter the direct descendants of the strongest lineages. You might even face reincarnated deities or ancient demons living their second lives. These 3 days of communing with the world source are not just to help you adapt to the pressure, they are a form of intensive training to help you maximize your strength before you face the powerhouses of other worlds. The heavenly Dao looked at Jiang Xuan earnestly. Though your ascent was unprecedented, I hope you can settle your mind. Use this chance to further enhance your combat power. Only then can you face the experts of the myriad worlds with composure and claim as much fortune as possible. Jiang Xuan frowned, his face etched with distrust. Are you telling the truth? The heavenly Dao gave a helpless smile. Why would I deceive you? The more fortune you seize, the greater the feedback and growth for the Dao Saint Realm will be. I would love for you to strike first and sweep the land of divine revelation clean. My realm would transform because of it. He shook his head, knowing such a feat was nearly impossible. Finally, he looked at Jiang Xuan with a sincere gaze. I am not trying to stop you. I am simply asking you to pause, prepare yourself fully, and then enter. Jiang Xuan nodded thoughtfully. After a moment of consideration, he relented. I will trust you this once. He sat cross-legged and began his meditation. While he wanted the head start, he was not foolish enough to look down on the chance to commune with the world source. On the contrary, the world source was the convergence of all great Daos. Communing with it was equivalent to facing the source of the universe itself. It was a rare opportunity for anyone. If the gateway to the land of divine revelation hadn't been standing right in front of him, he would have started long ago. He was, after all, only a tiny step away from mastering the Yin Yang Dao by merging his paths of Yang and Yin. Since the heavenly Dao insisted he should boost his strength first, and since he was always someone who took good advice, he suppressed his restlessness and focused on the world source. The blazing path of Yang manifested in his left palm, radiating a light as brilliant as a great sun. In his right palm, the path of Yin appeared like a deep, frozen glacier, manifesting a chillingly bright crescent moon that froze the surrounding void. The two distinct paths resonated with the world source, feeding Jiang Xuan an endless stream of profound mysteries. He successfully touched the threshold of the Yin Yang Dao. In an instant, the two clashing auras began to swirl around him in the shape of a Taiji diagram. They moved toward balance and unity, attempting to merge bit by bit. The aura grew thicker and more powerful, leaking traces of a supreme, primordial force. The Dao Saint Heavenly Dao stared at this scene, his eyes bulging in shock. The Yin Yang Dao? Good heavens! This brat was actually comprehending the Yin Yang Dao. That was one of the 12 supreme Daos of the universe. Is this truly something a mere venerable can achieve? The heavenly Dao began to doubt his own existence. As the representative of his world, he knew almost everything under the sun, but this shattered his understanding of reality. He could see clearly that Jiang Xuan had already embarked on the unique path of proving one's own Dao and was very close to achieving the saint rank. This was why he viewed Jiang Xuan and Fairy Xianxia as the two most promising seeds. But he never expected Jiang Xuan to have already touched a supreme Dao. After a moment of dazed shock, the heavenly Dao snapped out of it. He hurriedly waved his hand to draw upon the power of the world, creating a barrier to hide the commotion of Jiang Xuan's comprehension. Unless something went wrong, the Yin Yang Dao would be Jiang Xuan's ultimate trump card. It had to be hidden to have the greatest effect at the critical moment. With this boy here, how can the Dao Saint Realm fail to ascend during this great age? The heavenly Dao was so excited he nearly cheered. No, I must help him further. I will make sure he masters the Yin Yang Dao smoothly. He secretly manipulated the world's energy, tilting the world source toward Jiang Xuan and prioritizing his needs. As for Fairy Xianxia, in the eyes of the current heavenly Dao, she was at best a backup option hardly important. Due to this manipulation, everyone further down the stairs, from Fairy Xianxia and Zhang Changxiao to Hung Yuan and Ximen Sheng snapped out of their meditation. They looked around in confusion. Everything had been going well, so why did the difficulty suddenly spike? Was it a mistake, or were they simply sitting too low on the stairs? In the Kengshen Star Sector, within the True Dragon Great Realm, in the center of the dragon ancestral land, surrounded by billions of white dragon bones, stood a 9-layered altar cast from ancient bronze. It radiated a cold, murderous aura. Led by the great priest Aosu, thousands of dragons gathered there. Their massive eyes, shining like suns, watched the top of the altar with bated breath. Suddenly, a sacred golden light shot out from the altar, piercing the 9 heavens and illuminating millions of miles of territory. Roar! A defiant dragon roar erupted, rolling out like a divine wave and shaking the infinite void. The dragons were overjoyed. They bowed their heads and shouted in unison. Congratulations to the prince on his emergence. Waves of soul-crushing dragon pressure rippled through the sky. As the golden light faded, Xianxia walked down the steps. Faint golden light flickered around his body, and the phantom of a 5-clawed divine dragon circled behind him. An unspeakable, ancient majesty suppressed the entire dragon nest. Xianxia scanned the crowd, his gaze eventually landing on Aosu. Great priest, how long have I been in seclusion? Replying to the prince, "It has been 1 year and 2 months," Aosu said respectfully. 1 year and 2 months. Zhang Zhao's golden eyes showed a hint of surprise. "It has been that long? I wonder if father has missed me. Oh, and my first mother too." At that thought, Zhang Zhao's eyes turned cold and fierce. He looked at the gathered dragons. "Since you are all here, you shall accompany me on a journey." The dragons raised their heads, confusion in their eyes, but none dared to question him. They lowered their heads again. "We await your orders, Prince." Aosu hesitated before asking in a low voice, "May I ask what the prince intends to do?" Zhang Zhao glanced at him and gave a chilling smile. He looked up at the vast sky, his dominant, sharp gaze seemingly piercing through the void toward the neighboring Fuyan Star sector, the home of the Phoenix race. "Nothing much," Zhang Zhao said softly, his voice devoid of emotion. "I am just going to wipe out the Phoenix race, while I am at it." Aosu and the dragons froze. The ancestral land fell into a dead silence. Only Zhang Zhao's casual words lingered in the wind. "Wipe out the Phoenix race? Just like that?" Aosu's heart hammered against his ribs, and cold sweat poured down his neck. The Phoenixes were no pushovers. If a war truly broke out, the dragon race would suffer massive losses even if they won. "Prince, please reconsider," Aosu pleaded. "I know you are angry, but Ancestor Aosuan has already visited them with a warning. The Phoenixes know they were wrong, and have been doing everything to help Nangong Mingyue. They haven't mistreated her at all." "A warning? Not mistreated her?" Zhang Zhao repeated the words with a thin, mocking smile. "My first mother's presence in their realm is an honor they don't deserve in 3 lifetimes. Do they think they can cover it up by saying they haven't mistreated her?" Zhang Zhao looked at Aosu, his eyes filled with absolute authority. "Great priest, I will say this to you only once." Aosu's face went pale. He bowed his head. "I await your instruction." "My will," Zhang Zhao said coldly, "is not to be questioned. At the very least, not by you." Chapter 609. The Dominance of Zhang Zhao. Aosu's face was as pale as snow. A chilling dread surged through his heart as he hurriedly bowed. "I will follow your teachings, your highness." Zhang Zhao nodded with satisfaction. "Since the Phoenix race has shown a measure of sense, I shall grant them an opportunity to prove their worth," he said calmly. "Aosuan, your servant is here," Ancestor Aosuan responded immediately from the side. "Take 3,000 experts of the God realm from our clan, and make the journey yourself." Zhang Zhao continued in a cool tone. "You need not do much. Simply destroy 30 worlds within the Fuyan Star sector. Inform the Phoenixes that this is a small, well-intentioned reminder from this prince. Should the slightest misfortune befall my mother while she is in their care, there will be no further need for the Fuyan Star sector to exist." A shudder ran through the gathered dragons. Many felt a flicker of pity for the Phoenix race. They were truly unfortunate to have struck such a hard blow this time. Because of Nangong Mingyue, the Phoenixes had faced repeated warnings and strikes from powerful figures over the past year. Yet, who was to blame? Their initial intentions had been impure. This was a disaster of their own making. "I obey your command." Ancestor Aosuan took his leave, personally selecting 3,000 dragon experts. They revealed their true forms and set off in a grand, sweeping procession toward the Fuyan Star sector. Zhang Zhao watched them depart. After a moment, he retracted his gaze and looked back at Aosu. "Is the land of divine revelation about to open?" Aosu responded quickly. "Reporting to your highness, that is correct. The heavenly Dao of the true dragon great realm has sent down guidance. The land will open in 3 days. Our realm has been granted 9 slots." 9? Zhang Zhao's brow furrowed slightly. 9 for Yang and 5 for Yin. A primary world should be entitled to 14 slots. Why does the true dragon great realm only have 9? Aosu's expression turned bitter and helpless. "Your highness may not be aware, but the Fuyan Star sector was sealed for many years. Many worlds within it fell into stasis. As the primary world of the sector, the true dragon great realm was inevitably affected. Its rank has dropped, and consequently, the number of slots was reduced to 9. Zhang Zhao remained silent, his expression darkening with clear dissatisfaction. He looked upward, his voice cold as if rebuking the unseen heavenly Dao of the true dragon realm. "I do not wish to waste my time. If you have any sense, accept your punishment." The eye of heavenly Dao manifested, radiating ancient golden light. As it looked upon Zhang Zhao, its deep pupils suddenly contracted with profound terror and awe. "I humbly thank your highness for the reward and punishment." The celestial voice thundered, sounding utterly humbled. As a pure-blooded true dragon, Zhang Zhao was the absolute sovereign of the clan, ruling over all dragons across the heavens. Even the heavenly Dao of the true dragon realm dared not show the slightest insolence. Furthermore, Zhang Zhao had obtained the heritage of the ancestral dragon, representing the hope for the clan to reclaim its ancient glory. Though he was the heavenly Dao, he was still a part of the dragon race. How could he defy this will? Finally, Zhang Zhao now held the authority of the clan. Within this realm, stripping the heavenly Dao of its status would take but a single word. He had no capital or reason for pride. The heavenly Dao of the true dragon realm took his punishment. A hazy figure appeared and bowed before Zhang Zhao, drawing down 9 streaks of forbidden celestial lightning. The rolling thunder poured into his body. Since discarding his divine authority was useless in this context, even as a heavenly Dao, he could not escape the immense agony of his form being shattered by the bolts. Yet, in the presence of the prince, he dared not make a sound. He gritted his teeth and endured the unspeakable pain, fearing he might disturb Zhang Zhao. The dragons on the altar watched the horrific sight with racing hearts, unable to look away. Their fear and respect for Zhang Zhao deepened once more. None felt any resentment. Jiang Zhao's dominant posture only made them more loyal. As the most arrogant and powerful race in existence, the dragons did not require soft words or benevolent rule. An absolute, dominating will was the only majesty a lord of the dragon race should possess. Jiang Zhao watched the punishment with an indifferent expression. He turned back to Aosu. Have the candidates for the Land of Divine Revelation been chosen? Reporting to your highness, 9 have been selected. All are at the peak of the Dao Saint Realm. Once they enter the Land of Divine Revelation, they can achieve sainthood immediately, allowing them to seize the maximum amount of fortune to nourish our realm and the Kangshan star scepter. Aosu signaled for the 9 dragon experts to step forward in their human forms. Aoshuo of the golden dragon lineage, and the others all bowed deeply. Greetings, your highness. Jiang Zhao scanned them and nodded. They appeared young, likely under 50,000 years old. Given that dragons lived for millions of years, they were the true elite of the younger generation. Not bad. Jiang Zhao looked at Aosu, offering a rare word of praise. Our race has been in decline for many years. To see the younger generation in this state is a credit to the great priest's efforts. Aosu bowed in fear and humility. The dragon race has not yet reclaimed its former glory. I dare not claim any credit. Reclaiming former glory. Jiang Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly as he gave a calm smile filled with unshakable confidence. With me here, that day is not far off. The gathered dragons were heartened, shouting with excitement. Long live the prince. Long live the dragon race. Jiang Zhao turned back to the 9 candidates. In 3 days, you will follow me into the Land of Divine Revelation. Internally, he was full of anticipation. With his father's skills, he would surely enter that land as well. Would his father be shocked to see him? Humph. I'll definitely give him a fright. Though he was cheering inside, his face remained a mask of cold, regal authority. Grandpa Zhang Changxiao had always told him that image was everything and must be maintained at all times. The 9 candidates were initially excited, but then hesitated. Their realm only had 9 slots. How could they all follow the prince? Aosu shared their confusion and asked tentatively. Jiang Zhao smiled. Drawing on the memories of the ancestral dragon heritage, he explained. The Land of Divine Revelation is a blessing from the heavenly Tao of order to all living beings. It is tied to the recovery of the worlds and the arrival of the Great Age. Therefore, every primary world in every star scepter is granted slots. However, there are rare exceptions. Jiang Zhao raised his right hand, summoning a fierce, dragon-shaped golden seal. When the heavenly Tao of order used the world rings to exile the strongest beings and restore peace to the worlds, certain powerful races and factions that chose self-isolation were granted a specific number of slots as compensation. Our dragon race possesses 1 such slot. Normally, the world rings would have exiled all such powerful entities. Superpowers like the Immortal race and the Buddha kingdom were forced out. However, races like the dragons and phoenixes were unwilling to leave. They struck a deal with the heavenly Tao of order, surrendering 90% of their racial luck to nourish the heavens and sealing their own star sectors to avoid interfering with the natural order. The heavenly Tao of order recognized their sacrifice. Once the world rings were formed and stability returned, it gave these contributors compensation. The golden seal in Jiang Zhao's hand was a slot reserved exclusively for the dragon race. This memory was embedded in the clan's luck, accessible only to the one who held the authority of the dragon lord. The dragons were stunned. Even Aosu was surprised. He knew they had stayed behind for special reasons, but he had never known the hidden details of the arrangement. It was clearly a boon. The clan now had 1 extra, precious slot. True dragon heavenly Tao. Jiang Zhao looked toward the figure who had finished his punishment. His ethereal body was riddled with holes from the lightning, showing he was gravely injured. For any other expert, such wounds would take decades to heal. Fortunately, as a heavenly Tao, he could draw on the world's power to soothe the damage quickly. However, the agony of the punishment would stay with him for a long time, ensuring he never forgot his place. The heavenly Tao shivered as he heard his name. He bowed immediately. I await your orders. Take them to the source space to adapt to the pressure of the Land of Divine Revelation. I obey. The heavenly Tao waved a hand, lifting the 9 candidates and tearing through the sky toward the source space. There, they would find something similar to the green brick stairs to begin their meditation. Jiang Zhao looked into the deep reaches of space, his eyes darkening as he whispered to himself. When the Land of Divine Revelation opens, the world rings will likely collapse further. Those exiled dogs are probably desperate to return and steal the luck of the heavens. A thin, mocking smile touched his lips. The Xuanyuan realm, great priest. Jiang Zhao looked back at Aosu. You will personally lead 3 saints and 3,000 experts of the God realm to the Xuanyuan realm. Protect the Zhang family. His expression turned grave and his voice went cold. If any harm comes to the Zhang family, bring me your head. Aosu's heart tightened. Do not worry, your highness. Even if I am ground to dust, I will not allow the slightest harm to come to the Zhang family. Chapter 610. You can be stupid, but do not say it out loud. Fuyan Star Sector, Phoenix Great Realm. Outside the Phoenix ancestral land, the powerful experts of the Phoenix clan gathered in a dense assembly. At their head stood the great elder, Naikaya. His brow was furrowed, his face a mask of deep anxiety. Just a moment ago, the dragon ancestor Aosuan had arrived with a fleet of warships. Without a single word of negotiation, he had personally annihilated 30 planets within the Phoenix territory, leaving behind only a message. A small, well-intentioned reminder from Prince Jiang Zhao. The only saving grace was that Aosuan had shown a shred of restraint. The worlds he destroyed were resource planets with almost no inhabitants. For now, the Phoenix clan had suffered no casualties. Great Elder, the dragons act as if our clan does not even exist. A black-robed old man roared, his face contorted with fury. If we continue to endure this in silence, we will lose all standing. How can we ever hope to return to the heavens, or lead our race back into the world? I propose we declare war on the dragon race. If they do not apologize for this insult and offer massive compensation, the Phoenix clan should launch a full-scale invasion. We will use dragon blood to defend our dignity. The black-robed elder radiated a murderous aura that chilled the surrounding air. His words caused a stir among the gathered experts. Many eyes flickered with agreement. They were tired of being pushed around. Recently, a string of disasters had humiliated the Phoenix Great Realm. Strangers had repeatedly appeared at their borders to shout warnings and dictate their behavior. Did everyone think the Phoenixes were easy prey? Today was the breaking point. The dragons had trespassed into their sovereign domain and wiped out 30 worlds. This was more than an insult, it was a blatant provocation. The two races were supposed to be equals in power and circumstance. How could the dragons be so arrogant? Nai looked at the black-robed elder with a neutral expression. He did not respond immediately. Instead, he scanned the faces of his kin, noting the agitated spirits. He offered a faint smile and asked softly, "Does anyone else agree with Elder Naifeng's proposal?" "I agree," a heavenly god shouted. "I agree as well," a god sovereign added. "Me too." Within moments, over a dozen powerful experts voiced their support. They called for war and the defense of their honor. Very well. Nai nodded calmly. His voice betrayed no emotion, making it impossible to guess his thoughts. Then, without warning, the atmosphere changed. Nai waved his hand and spoke in a voice as cold as ice. Naifeng and his followers have defied the clan's core principles. Their crime is treason. Guards, execute them all. The saint-rank ancestors of the Phoenix clan descended instantly, their presence heavy and suffocating. Golden light flashed as divine flames erupted across the sky. Elder Naifeng and the others didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy. Their heads were severed in a single, clean stroke, rolling across the ground. As they died, their true forms as giant birds manifested. Nai flicked his sleeve, and a burst of fire reduced the headless corpses to ash. The remaining Phoenix experts trembled. A wave of bone-chilling fear surged through them. They stood in stunned silence. Nai looked at them again, his expression now visibly sharp and stern. "I do not blame you for your narrow vision," he said, his voice deep and resonant. "I do not blame you for failing to see the current state of the universe, nor for having your own selfish agendas. But," his voice grew heavy, and a terrifying pressure descended like a divine mountain, pinning the experts to the spot. Their hearts hammered against their ribs. "Ignorance must have its limits. You are allowed to be stupid," Nai barked, "but do not be so stupid that you say your stupidity out loud. I know better than any of you how our clan must face this great age, and how we must welcome the future. Is that clear?" The experts stiffened, their voices rising in a panicked unison. "Yes, Great Elder," Nai nodded, pulling back his anger. He glanced at the severed heads of Naifeng and his cohorts. "Send these to the dragon race. Make it clear that the Phoenixes have no desire for war, and would never harm Nangong Mingyue. Tell them we are using the full power of our clan to protect her path and assist her in refining the Phoenix memories." "Understood." An expert stepped forward, gathered the heads with a sweep of power, and transformed into his true form to fly toward the dragon territory. With that matter settled, Nai turned back to the crowd. "The land of divine revelation is about to open. Our clan has 9 slots. I have already chosen 3 candidates. The remaining 6 will be decided by your respective lineages through internal selection." 3 handsome young men stepped forward to stand beside him. Flames flickered around their bodies, and their powerful auras revealed they were already at the Dao Saint Realm. The crowd looked at them without objection. These 3 were the most brilliant geniuses of the clan. If not for the appearance of Nangong Mingyue, they would have been the ones to lead the Phoenixes into the next era. Now, they were destined to be her support, serving as powerful elders once they matured. "This opening of the land of divine revelation is of vital importance," Nai concluded. "Waste no time. Secure your fortunes so that the Phoenix Great Realm can recover and return to its rightful place among the stars." "We obey," the crowd shouted. Hanyeo Star Sector, Kanglan World. The Buddhist influence here was exceptionally strong. They had spread their teachings across more than half of the Kanglan world. Nearly 60% of the population had been moved by the mercy of Buddhist logic, choosing to shave their heads and take refuge in the faith. The remaining 40% belonged to the Great Slaughter Demon Kingdom. The royal family of this demon kingdom had a prestigious lineage, the Lost White Tiger clan. The White Tigers had been devastated during the ancient cataclysms, losing 90% of their strength. After being exiled by the Heavenly Dao of Order, most of the clan had left the known worlds. Only the Zhengjin White Tiger branch remained, stubborn and hiding away in this corner of the universe. Originally, they had flourished in the Kanglan world. After millions of years, they had regained some of their vitality. They traveled through the Hanyeo Star Sector, conquering weaker races and merging them into a vast demon empire. In terms of sheer size, the Great Slaughter Demon Kingdom was roughly equal to the Buddhist sects. However, a million years ago, a group of monks appeared from nowhere. With immense individual power, they seized territory and established a Buddhist presence. They converted the citizens of the Demon Kingdom with alarming speed. Within 100,000 years, they had grown into a power that rivaled the white tigers. Today, they held the upper hand in almost every conflict. Recently, the arrival of the Buddha son, Jiang Xuan, had provided a massive boost to the local sects. The Great Slaughter Demon Kingdom found it harder to hold its ground. They were losing territory, and their national spirit was fading. Panic spread through the Demon Kingdom as various subraces considered defecting. The empire was on the verge of collapse. On this day, the long-dormant heavenly Dao of Kanglan suddenly awoke. A celestial voice announced the beginning of the pilgrimage path, offering fortune to all living beings. Simultaneously, a divine decree was issued to both the Buddhists and the Demon Kingdom. During the pilgrimage, all war must cease. Any party that dared to initiate a conflict would be struck down by forbidden celestial lightning. The appearance of the pilgrimage path gave the Demon Kingdom a chance to breathe, but they did not know that this was exactly why Jiang Xuan had come to this world. The Kanglan world was average in rank, and had been stagnant for a long time. It was far inferior to the Dao Saint Realm or the Phoenix Realm. Consequently, the heavenly Dao of Kanglan only offered 5 slots for the land of divine revelation. To decide who would get these slots, the Buddhists and the Demon Kingdom engaged in a fair debate witnessed by the heavenly Dao. In the end, the Buddhists secured 3 slots, while the Demon Kingdom received only 2. Inside the source space of the Kanglan world, the ancient pilgrimage path stretched out from beneath the feet of the 5 chosen ones. It extended into the murky depths of chaos, its true length impossible to see. According to the heavenly Dao, the path was 120,000 feet long. Anyone who could reach 1,000 feet was considered a genius among the myriad worlds provided they were still part of the younger generation. Jiang Xuan, with his fair skin and red lips, pressed his palms together. Bathed in Buddhist light, he walked forward with calm confidence until he reached 30,000 feet. The 2 young female bodhisattvas serving him only managed 400 feet. The Demon Kingdom was represented by 2 figures. One was the newly crowned emperor, Dijusha. Relying on his white tiger bloodline, he gritted his teeth against the pressure and reached 10,000 feet. The other was his queen, a 3-tailed green fox, who stopped at 1,000 feet. The heavenly Dao informed them of the land of divine revelation, and told them to prepare for the opening in 3 days. Finally, the time has come. Jiang Xuan offered a confident smile, a strange light dancing in his eyes. Jiang Xuan, the land of divine revelation will be the place where I convert you. Taking refuge in my Buddha is your only destiny. Chapter 611, Great-Great-Grandson of the Human Emperor, Diming Huang. Mingqian Star Sector. A vast and desolate stretch of the starry river flickered with ethereal starlight, masking the deep, surging currents of the primordial void. Suddenly, an endless divine radiance erupted, eclipsing the stars and illuminating the entire sector. A rugged, ancient aura, heavy with the weight of ages, poured out like an underground tide, rippling through the cosmos. Boom! A thunderous roar, like the strike of a morning bell or an evening drum, shook the galaxy. The entire star sector fell into a prolonged, violent tremor. Hum, hum, hum. The river of stars began to boil. In an instant, the fabric of space shattered like brittle seaweed, collapsing inward inch by inch. Then, something akin to the corner of a continent, or perhaps a sharp, indescribable beast horn tore through the collapsing space. It forced its way in with absolute dominance, crashing into the reality of the star sector. Bang! The dull, heavy impact sent furious waves through the chaotic void. These waves pulverized every dead planet in their path, effectively clearing a massive stage to accommodate the arrival of a titan. The continent that had shattered the starry river slowly emerged from the flip side of the void. Starting from a single point, it expanded steadily, encroaching upon the once empty space. Hours passed before the entire landmass had fully transitioned into this reality, revealing its true, staggering form. By the time the process was complete, the continent occupied half of the Mingqian star sector. It was a sight beyond imagination. A single piece of land possessed a surface area comparable to half a star sector. Upon closer inspection, one could see this was a meticulously crafted expanse. Calling it a continent was somewhat inaccurate, as it lacked natural mountains, rivers, earth, or sky. It was more like a colossal foundation. Yet this foundation was so vast that its dimensions defied measurement. A regular world compared to it looked no larger than a person's palm. Atop this massive base stood rows of magnificent palaces and celestial buildings, arranged in perfect order like a crowded city of the gods. Within these golden halls, countless beings with terrifying life signatures lay as if in a deep slumber, or perhaps cultivating through some esoteric method. An ancient, mysterious energy rippled out from them in all directions. Suddenly, an aged voice echoed over the vast complex. The land of divine revelation is about to open. The great age we have awaited for 10 million years is finally here. It is time to wake up. Hum, hum, hum. Within the palaces, one being after another slowly opened their eyes. Their gazes were deep but hollow, filled with a clear sense of confusion. Then, memories returned like a rising tide. The emptiness in their eyes faded, replaced by life and color. Who am I? At the very heart of the palace complex stood a towering golden hall. Inside, a young man bathed in a spring of great Dao spirit liquid looked down at his hands, which were covered in ancient runes. He searched his mind for his identity. After nearly an hour, his pupils suddenly contracted. The confusion vanished, replaced by an expression of arrogance, self-assurance, and absolute dominance. I remember now. I am the great-great-grandson of the human emperor, the hidden dragon prince, Diming Huang. Boom. In that instant, countless powerful figures flew out from the surrounding palaces, draped in the radiance of the great Dao. They descended toward the Golden Hall and bowed deeply toward Diming Huang. We welcome the return of the Hidden Dragon Prince. Reclaim the authority of the human race. Rebuild the celestial court. Restore our former glory. Diming Huang walked out of the hall and surveyed the sky full of powerful experts. With a sweep of his sleeve, he spoke with commanding majesty. Rise. We thank the prince. The experts stood tall. Their collective divine might rippled through the starry river in layers of staggering power. They gazed at Diming Huang with fervent excitement. On the day the human celestial court fell, these loyal ministers had risked their lives to cover the prince's retreat, carving a path of blood through the armies of 1,000 races. They had fought their way to the Mingqian star scepter just to escape their pursuers. At that time, the defeat of the humans was inevitable. To preserve their strength and ensure a future comeback, they had sacrificed a quasi-emperor to activate a supreme spacetime formation. Using the prince's golden palace as the anchor, they had sealed half the star sector and buried themselves in the void. It was the only way to resist the erosion of time and wait for the right moment to return. Now it was clear they had succeeded. They had protected the prince and successfully crossed the span of history. Golden divine flames erupted around Diming Huang, radiating an unspeakable pressure. His eyes, flashing with liquid gold, swept across the endless stars. He was using a great Dao technique to scan the current state of the myriad worlds. A moment later, his eyes flared with brilliant light, shooting two magnificent beams of divine radiance through the galaxy. He deactivated the technique, his fists clenching with excitement. He could not help but laugh toward the heavens. Good, good, good. The land of divine revelation is opening, and the worlds are recovering. The great age has arrived. Truly, heaven is on my side. In this era, I shall rebuild the celestial court and lead the human race back to its throne above the heavens. The gathered experts began to perceive the state of the universe as well, and their faces lit up with triumph. Everything was aligned. It was the perfect time to raise the banner of the celestial court once again. Generals, hear my command. Diming Huang's eyes burned with spirit. We await your orders, Prince. Clear the Mingqian star sector. Use this place as our base to rebuild the foundations of the celestial court. Raise our banner and tell the worlds that the hidden dragon prince has returned. We obey. The experts dispersed with disciplined precision, sweeping through the remains of the star sector. Within half a day, the region was cleared and firmly under the prince's control. Another half-day later, the black gold flag of the human celestial court fluttered over the sector, its divine glow lighting the stars. Diming Huang acted with bold, public defiance. He had no intention of hiding. He wanted to use this display to announce his return and send a signal to every human scattered across the universe. He was the legitimate heir of the human emperor, the true orthodox leader. He expected the billions of his kin to look to him and join his cause to restore their glory. The appearance of Diming Huang and the flaunting of the black gold banner soon startled the ancient races and powers in the neighboring sectors. They were shocked and confused. How could a figure from tens of millions of years ago appear in this era? However, the universe was vast. A single star sector contained tens of thousands of worlds, and news took time to travel. Furthermore, the land of divine revelation was the primary focus of the world's attention. While Diming Huang's return caused ripples, it had not yet become a universal sensation. The news was still far from reaching the Dao Saint Realm. Diming Huang quickly secured a partnership with the heavenly Dao of the Mingyuan world, the primary world of the sector. He obtained 5 slots for the land of divine revelation. Like the Hanyeo star sector, this region was impoverished and its primary world nearly exhausted, which was why it had so few slots. Diming Huang himself did not have a reserved slot. Surviving the exile of time was already a miracle of luck, but it did not grant him an automatic pass from the heavenly Dao of order. Inside the Golden Hall, Diming Huang stood in his imperial robes, overlooking the palace complex he had officially named the Heavenly Court. He wanted this name to drive his ambition to not just restore the past, but to surpass his ancestor, and create a court that would last for eternity. This era belongs to me, Diming Huang. He attempted to sense his status as the Hidden Dragon Prince. This title, granted by his great-great-grandfather, was etched into the luck of the human race. It allowed him to enjoy the protection and power of his people's collective destiny. But he was no longer satisfied with just that. He wanted to claim the status of a young king, unite the humans of the myriad worlds, and eventually prove himself as the human king. He would climb the ladder until he reached the throne of the human emperor. Soon, the luck of the human race manifested before him, in a sacred vision, a grand river of destiny. However, the milky white energy flowing within it was visibly thin. Diming Huang's brow furrowed in shock. The human luck had withered to less than a 10,000th of what it had once been. He quickly realized the truth. His people must have suffered unimaginable slaughter and torment during his absence. A deep, cold fury rose in his chest. You 1,000 races, you will pay for this in blood. He cast his mind into the river of luck, seeking a connection. Suddenly, he recoiled in surprise. Even with the human luck so diminished in this era, someone had managed to achieve the status of a young king? And it wasn't just one person. Chapter 612. The royal tribes emerge. In the Dungeon Star sector, a planet devoid of life suddenly exploded. It released a vast cascade of divine light that scattered into the surrounding space. Within the planetary debris, ripples of distorted space began to manifest. Half an hour later, the once desolate world was replaced by a towering, boundless divine mountain. Enveloped in a vast restricted zone of divine seals, the mountain radiated a heavy and ancient aura. At the summit of this peak stood a war hall. Its design was rugged and fierce, bearing the marks of countless ages and primitive strength. Before the hall stood tens of thousands of humans with formidable statures. Every single individual radiated a powerful, heart-stopping aura, carrying a sharp edge and a fighting spirit that was impossible to ignore. They looked like ancient beasts that had survived the rawest eras of history. At the head of the assembly, a sturdy man dressed in beast skins surveyed his kin. His voice was commanding as he spoke. The land of divine revelation is opening. A great age is upon us, and the world rings will inevitably collapse further. Those bastards of the 1,000 races will certainly use this chance to hunt our fellow humans. As one of the 8 human royal tribes, the War King lineage carries the duty of protection. Today, we emerge to fight for humanity. This was the lineage of the War King, the Twaba royal tribe. The man speaking was the current patriarch, Twaba Hongai. He raised a massive battle axe high into the air and roared, "Tear them apart." Tens of thousands of voices joined him in a thunderous cry, "Tear them apart. Tear them apart." Their peerless fighting spirit pierced the heavens. The sheer ferocity of their collective aura was enough to make one's skin crawl and the earth tremble. Twaba Hongai lowered his axe, signaling for silence. He spoke a single name, Twaba Shinkai. Here, a powerful figure stepped forward from the crowd. Twaba Shinkai wore only short trousers crafted from tiger skin, leaving his bronze-colored torso bare. His muscles were crisscrossed with terrifying scars. He cupped his fists and spoke in a booming voice. "I await your orders, father." Twaba Hongai tossed a fierce war seal engraved with an axe totem to his son. "This is the entry pass to the land of divine revelation, granted to our lineage by the heavenly Tao of order. You have already been recognized by the human will and achieved the status of a young king. I entrust this slot to you. Go to the land of divine revelation on behalf of the War King lineage. Seize the fortunes there to assist the recovery of the worlds and the arrival of the great age." Twaba Hongai's expression turned solemn as he taught his son. "Remember this. While the opportunities in that land are precious and you must strive for them, the true purpose of your journey is to aid the recovery of the myriad realms. You must explore with patience and exert every effort so that the worlds inhabited by our human kin can be the first to awaken. As a young king of the humans, this is your duty and your responsibility. Do not be negligent for even a moment." Twaba Shinkai gripped the war seal. His expression was resolute as he nodded deeply. "Rest assured, father. I will keep my responsibility in mind at all times. I will not falter." "Good." Twaba Hongai nodded, looking at his son with pride. He knew his son had already done exceptionally well, but as the patriarch of the royal tribe and the father of a young king, he had to demand the highest standards. "Stay here and prepare your mind," Twaba Hongai instructed. "Wait for the summons from the land of divine revelation." He then turned back to his tribesmen and raised his axe once more. "Everyone else, follow me to the Xiwan Star Sector. Let us meet some old friends." In ancient times, the Xiwan Star Sector was occupied by the corrupt demon race. Due to the world rings, they had long since fled the known worlds. Now that the rings were failing, the demons would surely try to return to hunt humans and steal their luck. Xiwan was the most likely landing point for their vanguard. If they chose to leave, they would find that coming back was not so easy. "We obey," the tribesmen shouted in unison. The War King Mountain erupted with streaks of divine light and began to vibrate. It tore through the chaos of the starry river, heading toward the Xiwan Star Sector and leaving ripples of broken space in its wake. Twaba Shinkai stood in the void, watching the mountain depart as he prayed for his father and his people. He then sat cross-legged, using a treasure to shield himself from the chaos as he focused his energy, waiting for the call. In the Dayan Star Sector, separated from the Dao Saint Realm by only a single region, the Shura race had long held control. On this day, the Ji family, another of the 8 royal tribes, emerged from their sealed mini-world. After 10 million years of isolation, they launched a massive offensive against the Shura. They successfully captured 1/3 of the Dayan Star Sector in a single day. The Shura armies that had been pressing toward the Dao Saint Realm were forced to retreat and defend their own territory. A war that spanned the entire Star Sector had officially begun. Even after suffering heavy losses in ancient wars, the Ji family retained immense power. Their individual strength forced the Shura into a desperate, passive defense. Eventually, the Shura were forced to beg the underworld race for aid. Only when a detachment from the underworld arrived was the Ji family's advance finally slowed to a stalemate. 2 days remained until the opening of the land of divine revelation. On a planet of fire currently serving as a temporary base for the Ji family, a war hall forged from star iron floated above an endless sea of flames, radiating a cold light. Inside the hall, Patriarch Ji Changxing met with the elders and ancestors. "The situation is grim," Ji Changxing said solemnly. "When the land opens, the world rings will weaken further. The beasts outside will surely send their experts through the thinning barrier. The underworld race in particular has never given up their desire to consume or convert our people. They will make a major move. We must find a way to respond." The elders and ancestors looked worried. They had seen the power of the underworld race during the ancient wars. Emerging from the depths of the netherworld, that race possessed unique and terrifying advantages. Their most disgusting secret technique allowed them to refine corpses into underworld soldiers, creating an endless supply of fearless troops. In a prolonged war, this advantage grew exponentially, as dead bodies were the easiest resource to find on a battlefield. As long as the fighting continued, the underworld race only grew stronger. It is difficult to counter them effectively, one ancestor said with a sigh. Even when the human celestial court was at its peak, they could not fully solve this problem. What can we do today? Furthermore, the underworld is not our only enemy. After millions of years, the humans have declined to a fraction of their former strength. To stop the invasion of 1,000 races, the ancestor left the bleak thought unfinished. After a silence, he continued. For now, the land of divine revelation is our only chance for revival. First, we must secure enough fortune to produce a seed with the potential of a great emperor. We must protect that person at all costs and buy them time to prove their path to immortality. If we have a great emperor to guard us, all these crises will vanish. Second, we must aid the recovery of the world so our weakened king can undergo a total transformation. Perhaps then we will have a chance to fight the 1,000 races once more. The others nodded in agreement. The reality was harsh. They knew their own strength. While they seemed powerful now, pushing the Shura back, they were only fighting a small portion of the Shura forces left behind to cull humans. Most of the Shura's elite had been exiled long ago. In ancient times, the Shura were only considered a second-tier power among the 1,000 races. Even the underworld race was only mid-tier among the first rank. The top-tier superpowers, like the corrupt demons, were several times stronger than the underworld. Their great emperors might be gone, but they certainly still possessed kings at the quasi-emperor level, and likely more than one. Ji Changxing's brow remained tightly knit. His anxiety only deepened. He let out a long sigh. There is no other way. We can only take this one step at a time. The atmosphere in the hall became heavy and suffocating. Father, I volunteer to go to the land of divine revelation. A young woman dressed in light armor stepped forward. Her hair was short, giving her a youthful and spirited look. The silver armor added a touch of heroic elegance. Bathed in silver light and surrounded by divine runes, she radiated the powerful aura of a quasi-saint. I believe my talent is sufficient, she said. My innate saint body has reached completion, and I have mastered a sovereign-grade great Dao. I have already been recognized by the human will as a young king. If I can secure fortune in that land, I will have a real chance to reach the potential of a great emperor. This was the goddess of the Ji family, Ji Pingle. She, too, was a young king recognized by the human will. Chapter 613. Gifting the entry slot to the Ji family. All eyes fell on Ji Pingle. Thoughts flickered through the minds of those gathered, each weighing the situation differently. She was the daughter of the patriarch and the goddess of the Ji family. As she had said, her talent was undeniable. Even during the peak of the human celestial court, she would have ranked among the top geniuses. Now, recognized by the human will as a young king, she had a genuine chance to achieve the potential of a great emperor if she entered the land of divine revelation. But the Ji family held only one slot, and that slot had long ago been promised to their divine son, Xianxia. The elders looked back and forth, hesitant to speak. Ji Changxing found himself in an even tighter spot. He looked toward Xianxia, who had been sitting quietly in the shadows. With a heavy heart, he asked, Xianxia, what do you think? As a leader, he could not easily choose between his divine son and divine goddess. As a father, both were his own children, and the choice felt impossible. He had originally granted the slot to Xianxia for one reason. The land of divine revelation offered a glimmer of hope that the boy might save himself. Everyone turned toward Xianxia, including his sister. Brother, Ji Pingle said, her voice steady but serious. The land of divine revelation holds endless treasures. There might be a chance to break your bloodline curse. But you know as well as I do that the probability is incredibly low. She paused, looking at his frail form. You have suffered under that curse for so long. Even today, your cultivation has only just reached the heavenly god realm. Even if you found such a miracle, would you have the strength to seize it? A flicker of pity crossed her eyes, but she pressed on. Give the slot to me instead. I am a young king of the humans. With the race in such danger, I cannot and will not give up this opportunity. Silence filled the hall. Xianxia slowly stood up, allowing the light to finally hit his face. His hair was withered and gray. His skin was wrinkled and sallow, making him look like an old man on the verge of death. The most striking detail was the mark on his forehead, a vivid, terrifying cursed totem that resembled a snarling demon. Blood-red lines branched out from it like gnarled tree roots, digging deep into his mind and draining his very life force. This was the price of his bloodline reaching ancestral purity. Xianxia possessed a 90% concentration of the Ji family royal blood. However, buried within that purity was a lethal poison. The curse of the Kangming demon emperor. It gnawed at his longevity and vitality every single day. For years, he had relied on the family's secret treasures to fight the agony, hoping that reaching the true god realm would allow him to suppress the mark. But the stronger he grew, the more desperate he became. Neither the power of heaven nor the laws of the great Dao seemed to help. 10 years ago, when he finally broke through to the true god realm, the curse reacted violently. His cultivation and life force became the very soil that nourished the totem. It grew stronger, and his remaining lifespan withered. Today, he had only 10 years left to live. Xianxia looked at his sister. His tired eyes held a complex mixture of exhaustion and sorrow. Naturally, he felt a sting of resentment that his own sister wanted to take his only chance at survival. But looking at it from her perspective as a young king in a time of crisis, he knew she was right to ask. Ji Pingle met his gaze without flinching. Her conscience was clear. Seeing this, Xianxia smiled. It was a weak smile, but it carried a sense of relief and pride. Take it, he said, his voice soft and affectionate. Since when has your big brother ever refused you anything? Ji Pingle froze. Her composure, which she had fought so hard to maintain, shattered instantly. Tears began to stream down her face. Just then, a mysterious guest arrived. A light laugh drifted down from the heavens, echoing throughout the war hall. A guest arrives, and the Ji family offers no welcome? Ji Changxing and the elders tensed, exchanged wary glances, and hurried out of the hall. They found a plain-looking young man in hemp robes walking down from the sky, accompanied by a refined young boy. May I ask who you are? Ji Changxing asked, cupping his fists politely despite his internal caution. For what purpose have you come to our camp? The man in the hemp robes smiled and shook his head. Without a word, he flicked a fierce-looking divine seal toward the patriarch. This is an entry seal for the land of divine revelation. In recognition of the Ji family's service to humanity, I have come to gift you an extra slot. I trust the Ji family will remember its royal responsibility and continue to protect the human race. I shall take my leave now. The man turned to go without a moment's hesitation. Ji Changxing looked at the seal in his hand, stunned. He had just been agonized over a choice, and now an extra slot had simply fallen into his lap. It was too convenient to be a coincidence. Wait. Ji Changxing called out as the two figures began to vanish. Please, leave your name. The Ji family will surely repay this debt in the future. The man's silhouette was already fading into the void, but his laughter lingered in the air. You joke, Patriarch Ji. The Ji family are heroes for protecting our people. A mere entry slot is hardly worth mentioning. However, if you truly wish to repay the favor, should you ever find a child of the Jiang family in trouble, I hope the Ji family will not hesitate to lend a helping hand. The voice died away. The members of the Ji family stood frozen in place, filled with doubt and wonder. The Jiang family? One ancestor whispered, his voice trembling with disbelief. During the ancient wars, of all the 8 royal tribes, the Jiang family suffered the most. Their casualties were the most devastating. The others nodded. Even their own family, after millions of years of decline, had lost most of its strength. The Jiang family, who had faced the worst of the slaughter, should have been completely wiped out. How could they still have the power to simply give away such a precious slot? If not for the appearance of that young man today, they would have assumed the Jiang family had long since vanished from history. It seems the situation of our race is not as dire as we imagined, Ji Changxing marveled, a spark of hope igniting in his chest. Ji Pingle and Ji Engshi stared at the divine seal. A single gift had solved their crisis and saved a life. This was a massive debt of gratitude. The Jiang family, they murmured to themselves, their minds racing with questions. Far from the Dayan Star sector, the man in hemp robes and the boy walked across the starry river. Each step crossed a vast distance, as if they were folding space itself. Master, the boy said, sounding hesitant. I don't understand. The man smiled, walking with his hands behind his back. What is there to understand? Those slots are so precious. Why give one away to the Ji family for nothing? The boy was clearly still pained by the loss. It is just a slot. How precious can it be? The man laughed. If we run out, I will simply find another heavenly Dao and take a few more. The boy went silent. Thinking back to how easily his master had taken 5 slots from a previous world, he realized the man was right. It really hadn't seemed difficult at all. But, the boy added after a moment, you haven't given a single one to the Jiang family yet. The man stopped and glanced at the boy with an annoyed look. Are you not a member of the Jiang family? The boy stammered, unable to argue. He was indeed holding one of the slots himself. But still, you should at least give one to the young patriarch, the boy insisted. He has reached bloodline reversion. If he enters the land of divine revelation, he would surely find enough fortune to achieve the potential of a great emperor. The man chuckled and resumed his walk across the stars. You don't need to worry about that kid. If you can focus on the tasks I gave you and fix your own lack of talent, that will be enough. Your talent is far behind that of your senior brothers. The boy opened his mouth to argue, but thought better of it. I understand, master, he muttered. They walked in silence for a few more moments before the boy spoke again, his curiosity getting the better of him. Master, where are we going now? Zhang Feng, you have been talking quite a bit lately. Oh, but master, where are we actually going? Silence. Master? Nothing. Master, why aren't you answering me? The man stopped and looked at the boy with a deadpan expression. I am looking for a place to bury you. The boy broke into a cold sweat and immediately clamped his hand over his mouth. The man shook his head with a sigh and continued on his way. His voice drifted back through the vastness of the starry river. Among the myriad races of old, not all were enemies. Some, like the celestial dog tribe, fought alongside us. I hope to find the descendants of those old allies. I want to give them these last 3 slots. He let out a complex sigh as they moved forward. The world rings are failing, and the great age is arriving. The greedy 1,000 races are opening their mouths again, baring their fangs. The human race must stand together. Chapter 614. Desolate Heaven. At this moment, many ancient human factions scattered across the heavens began to emerge. Whether powerful or weakened, each prepared in their own way for the approaching great age. Among them were the Xuanyuan alchemy sect, which held half of the Shening alchemical scripts, the Sword Pavilion, a remnant department from the collapse of the human celestial court, and the Gongsha clan, renowned for their mastery of puppets and mechanics. Notably, the fallen sword seed of the pure Ying Sword Palace in the Xuanyuan realm, Ming Lishan, had once received remote guidance from a celestial sword immortal. That immortal hailed from the Sword Pavilion. Some of these factions had secured precious slots for the land of divine revelation, and were deep in preparation. Dao bodies, saint bodies, natural sword bones, and innate sages, all manner of geniuses and prodigies emerged, intent on seizing the fortune within that land to glimpse the path of immortality. Naturally, the predatory thousand races were making their own preparations. In the Dayan Star Sector, within the world of Songdao, the primary world occupied by the Shura race, a grim hall forged from blood stood silent. Saints from the underworld, barbarian, bone, and blood nightmare races gathered here. They were conspiring with the Shura Emperor to carve up the destiny of the human race. The Shura race controlled the entire Dayan Star Sector. They had remained in the myriad worlds rather than fleeing, sacrificing 90% of their racial luck and sealing their elite power to stay behind, much like the dragons and phoenixes. The other four races were different. The vast majority of their strength had left the heavens, leaving behind less than 10% of their kind to continue the culling of humans. The Shura Emperor's true body remained in a deep slumber. Currently, he sat upon the main throne as a projection of divine thought. He looked toward the underworld saint, Ming Kangqing. The Shura race has no objection to the underworld's proposal, the emperor said deeply. We will cooperate fully. However, are you certain that when the land of divine revelation opens, the world rings will fail enough for your experts to descend? Ming Kangqing smiled with absolute confidence. The Shura Emperor can rest easy. My race has been deploying for 10 million years. We will not allow any errors at this critical juncture. The saints of the barbarians, bone, and blood nightmares looked on with curiosity, while they all worked to prevent a human resurgence, remembering the crushing weight of the human celestial court. With dread, none were as obsessed as the underworld race. They knew that over the last 10 million years, the underworld race had flourished in the exiled lands, rising from a second-tier power to the first rank. Rumor had it they were even preparing to challenge the top-tier superpowers. Despite this growth, they spent an incredible amount of energy targeting humans, waging endless wars against human factions in the outer realms, and deploying agents across human worlds like the Dao Saint Realm. Ming Kangqing continued, exuding an air of strategic mastery. Once the barrier weakens, the underworld will send at least 10,000 Godrealm experts and 10 saints. The barbarians, bone, and blood nightmares, while not matching our numbers, will each send 5,000 Godrealm experts and 5 saints. The Shura Emperor looked to the other three for confirmation. They all nodded. This plan was spearheaded by the underworld. Even the strength of the descending forces had been prearranged. The Shura Emperor's eyes narrowed in shock. Had these races become this powerful after leaving the heavens? 10,000 Godrealm experts was a number the Shura could match, but it represented nearly their entire racial strength. For a moment, a flicker of regret touched his heart. If the Shura had left the heavens back then, would they be as strong as these races now? Faced with such absolute power, the humans have no hope of resistance, Ming Kangqing remarked lightly. The others agreed. However, we cannot ignore the land of divine revelation, Ming Kangqing added, his tone sharpening. Records state that the rise of the human emperor and the establishment of the celestial court were largely due to the opening of that land in the primordial era. You need not worry about that, the Shura Emperor replied calmly. My race holds 14 slots. I will send 14 quasi-saints into the land to hunt the humans and extinguish their hope. Ming Kangqing thought for a moment and shook his head. It is not enough. Humans are masters of deception. The strength they send into the land will likely exceed our estimates. We must increase our forces to ensure absolute success. The Shura Emperor and the others looked troubled. The number of slots was fixed. How could they increase their strength? 2 days remain until the opening, Ming Kangqing said, a cold light flashing in his eyes. We shall go to the weaker star sectors and seize their slots. As the land of divine revelation prepared to open, hundreds of star sectors fell into a state of prolonged vibration. Countless powerful and ancient races that had been hiding or dormant began to surface. They bared their fangs at the recovering universe, watching the quiet starry river with eyes reddened by long-suppressed hunger. They knew that beneath the silence, the undercurrents were surging. This was a new era, a golden age where they could feast upon the world's riches and return to their peak. They had waited too long. They had been hungry for too long. Now it was time to feed. Outside the Xuanyuan realm, in a desolate stretch of space, an ancient altar floating in the void suddenly erupted with a sinister demonic aura. This was the sanctuary of the exiled demon race. The demon high priest raised his aged eyes toward the Xuanyuan realm. His excitement was palpable. The long wait was finally coming to an end. Advanced toward the Xuanyuan realm, the high priest steered the ancient altar forward. Within the altar was a small pocket dimension where his kin lived. In the ancient wars, the demon race had been a primary force against the human celestial court, and had suffered the most. Nearly 70% of their elite power had perished. Their 10 star sectors were destroyed, reduced to ruins in the void. The most devastating blow came when the 8 royal tribes joined forces to invade the demon ancestral land. The 8 human kings had used treachery to ambush the Kangming demon emperor. The emperor fell in bitterness, and the demon race declined instantly, their strength reduced to a fraction of its former self. They were nearly wiped out, their ancestral lands shattered. Only this single altar remained as the final safeguard for their heritage. Since then, they had been forced to hide within the altar's small world, waiting for an opportunity. That opportunity lay in the Xuanyuan realm. Now, their remaining forces were gathered and ready. The high priest waved his hand to manifest a communication screen. Upon it appeared the gaunt figure of the great Luo Holy Lord, once the absolute hegemon of the southern state. the Holy Lord's fortunes had plummeted since the appearance of the true God's secret realm. For the past year, the Desolate Heaven Divine Sect had led a coalition to crusade against the Great Luo Holy Prefecture. Despite demon assistance, the Great Luo forces were on the verge of annihilation. "Greetings, High Priest," the Holy Lord said, his eyes filled with desperate hope. The demon race was his only lifeline. "Prepare for our arrival," the High Priest commanded. "In 10 days at most, my race will descend upon Xuanyuan and destroy the Desolate Heaven Divine Sect." "Yes," the Holy Lord replied, trembling with excitement. The High Priest dismissed the screen. His gaze deepened with intense anticipation. The Desolate Heaven Divine Sect. If the demon race wished to recover their former glory, that sect represented one of their few chances. All because of the Desolate Heaven. Desolate Heaven, the heavenly Tao of the land of divine revelation? The High Priest whispered to himself, struggling to contain his excitement. "I hope the records in the Demon Emperor's notes are true. If the Desolate Heaven truly is the heavenly Tao of that land, then by capturing it, my race will control the land of divine revelation itself. Endless fortune will belong to the demon race alone." Chapter 615. Luo Xinglan exits seclusion. In the Xuanyuan realm, at the Desolate Heaven Divine Sect, Divine General Huang 12 stood before the sacred grounds, his heart racing with excitement as he bowed low. Congratulations to the goddess on exiting her seclusion. A hum resonated through the air. A streak of ancient, yellowish divine light erupted from the secret grounds, piercing the heavens. A primitive, desolate aura expanded in all directions, blanketing the entire Desolate Heaven Divine Sect. All 400,000 members of the sect looked up, their eyes burning with fervor and their hearts pounding. From the disciples to the elders, and even the Desolate Heaven Divine Lord himself, everyone shared the same intensity. Today marked the day goddess Luo Xinglan finished her seclusion. This meant the Desolate Heaven secret technique, a mystery no one had deciphered since the sect's founding, had finally been mastered by the goddess. By mastering this technique, the goddess had built a foundation beyond compare. Her future was limitless. Achieving saintship was now merely a matter of time, and even the distant, seemingly unreachable throne of an immortal emperor was within her grasp. The era of the Desolate Heaven Divine Sect had arrived. A moment later, Luo Xinglan walked slowly out of the secret grounds. Her presence had returned to a state of simple purity, showing no outward signs of divine power. Only her eyes were extraordinary. Her left eye reflected the silver glow of the lunar star, deep and cold enough to freeze the blood of anyone who looked at it. Her right eye held a vast expanse of gray, where endless laws of the great Tao flickered in and out of existence, as if encompassing the ancient wilderness and time itself. Luo Xinglan cast a faint, indifferent glance at Huang 12. Her gaze was cold and emotionless, like a supreme being looking down upon an ant. Huang 12 felt a shiver run down his spine. That single look made him feel as though his life and death were entirely in her hands, leaving him with no room for resistance. He was a practitioner of the virtual god realm, and more importantly, he was a desolate corpse created by the Desolate Heaven itself. Ordinary soul pressure should not have affected him. Even a heavenly god, or a god sovereign might struggle to suppress him this way. But the goddess had done it with a look. In an instant, Huang 12 understood everything. Filled with frantic joy, he knelt and cried out, "Congratulations to the goddess for becoming the Desolate Heaven." Luo Xinglan nodded slightly and asked in a soft voice, "How long have I been in seclusion?" Reporting to the goddess, "It has been 1 year and 3 months, Huang 12 answered quickly. 1 year and 3 months. Luo Xinglan narrowed her eyes, a brief moment of trance washing over her. She whispered to herself, "Has it really been that long? What is the current situation in the Xuanyuan realm?" Reporting to the goddess, Huang 12 began to recount the recent events in Xuanyuan, starting from her return from the Great Gan Immortal Dynasty to the Dao War at the Apocalypse Sword Tomb, and finally, Jiang Xuan's departure from the Xuanyuan realm. A month ago, the Jiang family joined forces with 23 factions, including the Great Gan Immortal Dynasty, to launch a final assault on the long-lived Yao family. The goal was to wipe them out. The Yao family was crushed, losing nearly 90% of their kin. However, as they faced total destruction, they managed to summon an ancient saint. This Yao saint threatened the heavenly Tao of Xuanyuan to stay out of the conflict, and then attacked the Jiang family. He intended to erase them from existence, but the Earth Emperor from the Earth Emperor's secret realm intervened. With a single strike, the Earth Emperor crushed the Yao saint. The Yao family has been completely wiped out. Luo Xinglan nodded. The Yao family's destruction did not surprise her. By offending the Jiang family, their fate had been sealed long ago. The only minor surprise was the Earth Emperor's intervention. But even that made sense. During the opening of the secret realm, everyone could see the Earth Emperor's favoritism toward Jiang Xuan. Huang 12 continued. After the 9th prince of the great underworld, Ming Fan, killed Ming Kong and took control, he issued a decree of self-reproach. He publicly exposed the dynasty's collusion with the underworld race to harm the humans of Xuanyuan. He disbanded the great underworld immortal dynasty on the spot, re-establishing them as the Ming family. They have committed their entire strength to guarding the spatial tunnel built by the underworld race, swearing to stay there for generations, until the threat is gone. A decree of self-reproach? Luo Xinglan raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. She thought about it for a moment and sighed. He is a true sage of the human race. His backbone is like a mountain. In the younger generation of Xuanyuan, Ming Fan might not be the most talented, and he might have fallen behind in cultivation, but his character and integrity were second to none. His stubborn adherence to his principles might be hard for outsiders to accept, but no one could call him wrong. He deserved nothing but respect. Huang 12 nodded in agreement. A year ago, the Buddhist sect of the Western State and the great Qin Empire of the Northern State vanished without a trace, as if they had left the Xuanyuan realm entirely. The Buddhist sect? Ha! Luo Xinglan closed her eyes and let out a small, mocking laugh. How is the siege of the Great Luo Holy Prefecture progressing? She asked. Since mastering the Desolate Heaven secret technique, her power had surged, and the sealed memories of her past life had fully returned. She now knew that the primary culprits behind the destruction of the Desolate Heaven divine sect in her previous life were the demons colluding with the Great Luo Holy Prefecture. The Great Luo Holy Prefecture is mostly destroyed, Huang 12 reported. Only the Holy Lord and a few disciples escaped under the protection of the Great Luo Immortal Sword. Huang 10 and Huang 11 are currently tracking them, but their hiding place has not yet been found. Huang 10 and Huang 11 have awakened. Luo Xinglan was surprised. The 12 desolate divine generals were corpses refined by the Desolate Heaven, possessing immense power. They were the sect's most vital high-level combatants. However, because the Desolate Heaven was severely wounded and spent most of its time in a deep slumber, the generals rarely awakened. The Desolate Heaven divine sect had existed for over 3 million years, yet only Huang 12 had been active. To have 2 more awaken in just over a year was unexpected. In her past life, Huang 10 and Huang 11 had not awakened when the demons attacked. The variables are increasing, and the timeline is deviating significantly from my past life, Luo Xinglan thought, her eyes shining. But these are changes for the better. Her confidence in saving the sect grew stronger. In her previous life, she hadn't even mastered the secret technique when the invasion began. Additionally, the Jiang family seems to have changed, Huang 12 said hesitantly, a look of confusion on his face. Our scouts report that the aura of a saint frequently emanates from the Jiang family's ancestral lands. In the Xuanyuan realm, saints were the stuff of legend. When the Yao Saint appeared and was subsequently crushed by the Earth Emperor, the entire realm shook with terror. Luo Xinglan smiled faintly. Is it so strange for the Jiang family to have a saint in their ranks? Huang 12 was speechless. After Zhang Xianxia broke the shackles of the world, many had reached the true god realm, but that was the limit. Not even a heavenly god had appeared elsewhere. For the Jiang family to radiate the power of a saint was, by all accounts, incredibly strange. Luo Xinglan did not elaborate. Many things seemed impossible, but if they involved the Jiang family, they became perfectly logical. All because of the Honorable Jiang Xuan. Summon the sect members to the Divine Hall for a meeting, Luo Xinglan commanded. She took to the air and headed toward the hall. Yes, Huang 12 replied. 15 minutes later, inside the Desolate Heaven Divine Hall, everyone from the Divine Lord and ancestors like Granny Me down to the elders and deacons had gathered. They stood on either side, looking toward Luo Xinglan as she sat upon the Desolate Heaven throne. Their excitement was palpable. They knew that today marked the start of a new era. They were so swept up in the moment that they barely noticed a breach in protocol. Luo Xinglan had taken the seat that belonged to the Divine Lord. Even the Divine Lord himself did not seem to mind. In their eyes, if the goddess had mastered the secret technique, the throne was hers by right. Luo Xinglan looked over the crowd. Before issuing orders, she turned to the Divine Lord. Master, I am taking over the position of Divine Lord for now. Dongfang Mo, formerly the Divine Lord, laughed and nodded. You are the goddess chosen and recognized by the Desolate Heaven. This seat was going to be yours eventually. Now that you have mastered the secret technique, it is only right that you sit there. He then cupped his fists and bowed. Greetings, Divine Lord. The rest of the hall followed suit instantly, their voices booming. Greetings, Divine Lord. Rise. Luo Xinglan swept her sleeve, and a gentle force lifted everyone to their feet. Dongfang Mo and the others were startled, gaining a sudden, vivid understanding of her new strength. The power of the secret technique was truly extraordinary. From this moment on, the Desolate Heaven Divine Sect is on full combat alert. Luo Xinglan's voice was heavy with authority. The Desolate Heaven has sent me a warning. The demon race is coming to destroy us. Their exact strength is unknown, but we cannot rule out the presence of a saint. The hall erupted in hushed whispers and panic. A demon invasion? With a saint? How could they possibly resist? No one doubted her words. This was a warning from the Desolate Heaven, their supreme deity and only faith. This was exactly why Luo Xinglan used the deity's name to deliver the news. Her memories of the future were too fantastical to be believed otherwise. Without their absolute trust, she could not coordinate their strength to face the coming disaster. Silence. Luo Xinglan's voice rang out, her deep aura suppressing the room. The sect fell quiet immediately. The demons are powerful, but our sect is not without hope. Luo Xinglan's eyes flashed with a sharp, determined light. She had lived a second life and planned for countless days just for this moment. With her here, the Desolate Heaven Divine Sect would survive this catastrophe. Chapter 616. You take yourselves too seriously. Luo Xinglan scanned the crowd and issued her orders with cold precision. Luming Tianzun, you are responsible for mobilizing the entire sect. Prepare for war. We must operate under the assumption that the worst-case scenario is coming. Remember, in this battle, there is no retreat for the Desolate Heaven Divine Sect. We either die or we survive. Luming Tianzun straightened his posture, his expression grim. He cupped his fists and bowed. Your will be done. A faint bloody light pulsed around him, vibrating with the powerful aura of the virtual god realm. In the year since she had last seen him, he had successfully broken through. Though the title of Tianzun was technically no longer accurate for his new rank, it was a name he had carried for nearly a millennium, and he was not quite ready to let it go. He turned and marched out of the hall. Great Elder, Luo Xinglan continued, you are to reach out to our allies. While our sect is the primary target of this invasion, the other factions will not be able to stand alone if we fall. Explain the stakes. I believe they will realize they cannot afford to be mere spectators. I understand, the Great Elder replied, bowing deeply. Luo Xinglan then turned to Huang 12. Huang 12, begin intensive drills immediately. Teach the disciples the combined battle arrays. We must maximize the collective strength of our followers. I obey the command of the Divine Lord, Huang 12 answered respectfully. Luo Xinglan nodded and finally looked toward Dongfang Mo. After a moment of silence, she spoke softly. Master, I need you to awaken all the slumbering ancestors. With the demons approaching, we cannot afford a single moment of negligence. We must find our life in the jaws of death. Dongfang Mo nodded without a word, and headed toward the secret grounds where the ancestors slept. One by one, orders were dispatched. The desolate Heaven Divine sect moved with frantic efficiency, entering a state of total military readiness. The invasion was coming, and the fate of the sect rested on this final stand. 2 hours later, after settling the administrative affairs, Luo Xinglan traveled to the ancestral grounds. This was a pocket dimension known as the Desolate Realm. It was here that the severely wounded deity, the Desolate Heaven, lay in slumber. Luo Xinglan, greeting the Desolate Heaven, she said, looking up at the dim, murky sky and bowing. A hum vibrated through the air. A sallow divine light flickered, manifesting ancient laws of the great Dao. An eye appeared in the sky. It was a terrifying sight. The pupil was covered in jagged cracks that seeped crimson blood. The injury gave the usually indifferent eye a look of savage ferocity. Did you succeed? The voice fell from the sky, sounding ancient and frail. Luo Xinglan nodded. Very good, the Desolate Heaven said. There is something you must do immediately. Compared to the threat of the demons, this task is far more important. Luo Xinglan looked up in shock. How did the deity know about the demons? She had not mentioned the invasion to it at all. Her pupils shrank as a realization struck her. It is exactly as you think, the Desolate Heaven said, its voice heavy with exhaustion. The demons are coming for me. I see you have made your move, so you must have foreseen this. But your current methods can only delay them. They will not end the threat permanently. Luo Xinglan felt a weight settle in her chest. If even the deity did not believe in her plan, could she truly save the sect? Please, show me the way, she said, bowing again. The land of divine revelation, the deity replied. Luo Xinglan looked puzzled. What is the land of divine revelation? There are many secrets involved, and I cannot explain them all to you now, the Desolate Heaven said. You only need to know that I was once the heavenly Dao of that land. I was persecuted and stripped of my status. Because of my high grade, I managed to preserve a fragment of my consciousness and escape. I established this sect to find a way back. Your task is to take the divine generals to that land. Seize the opportunities there to strengthen yourself. Use the secret technique to grasp a chance at the primordial chaos. If all goes well, you will be able to reach the Saint Realm in a very short time. Once you are a saint armed with the secret technique, the demon threat will vanish. Luo Xinglan was stunned. The deity wanted her to go to this mysterious land, become a saint, and then come back to save them. She wondered if this was simply a way to get her out of harm's way. Becoming a saint was no small feat. Although she had mastered the technique and reached the peak of the virtual god realm, she was still 2 major realms away from saintship. The Desolate Heaven sensed her doubt. Time flows differently there. 1 year inside is only 1 day in the outside world. Furthermore, as the cradle of original life in the universe, that land holds endless fortunes. It contains the primordial chaos, which holds supreme secrets. Transitioning from a true god to a saint in a few years is not an impossible dream. More importantly, you have mastered the secret technique. You have become the Desolate Heaven. When you enter that land, it is the same as me entering it. As its former heavenly Dao, you will be able to manipulate the laws of that world. It is the perfect place for you to grow. Luo Xinglan's eyes widened. She had 1,000 questions, but the impact of these words was too great to process at once. The deity didn't give her much time to think. Prepare yourself. The land opens in 1 day. I will awaken the remaining 9 divine generals to accompany you and ensure your safety. Luo Xinglan opened her mouth to speak, but found no words. She could only acknowledge the command and withdraw to process everything. This was entirely different from her past life. None of this had happened before. As he watched her leave, the eye of the Desolate Heaven showed a flicker of satisfaction. After so many years, he had finally found a worthy successor to carry on his legacy. He could finally let go. There can only be one Desolate Heaven. Now that Luo Xinglan had taken up the mantle, he no longer had the capacity to linger. In truth, he had been on the verge of death since the day he was stripped of his status. He had survived this long only through sheer willpower and a refusal to let his heritage die out. Now that a new Desolate Heaven had appeared, his task was complete. He was content. Of course, he would be even more content if Luo Xinglan eventually tracked down the Taoist who had betrayed him and gave him a thorough thrashing. Now, his final mission was to send Luo Xinglan and the 12 generals to the land of divine revelation. Securing the entry slots was a simple matter for a former heavenly Dao. If he were at full strength, he could open the gates with a wave of his hand and send whoever he wished. But in his current state, he could only do so much. Awakening the remaining generals and sending the group away would consume the very last of his energy. Once he vanished, the demons would lose their target. They would likely lose interest in the sect. This was his final contribution to the people who had worshipped him for 3 million years. I am finally free, the desolate heaven thought, feeling a sense of peace he hadn't known for eons. In the forbidden zone of life, Lu Fengqi, Gu Shentong, Conwu, Xuanyuan Tuo, and Kong Chunyi, the 5 geniuses of the ancient human race, had all finished absorbing their ancestral legacies. They were called out of seclusion by the unending saint, Lu Fengqi's grandfather. The land of divine revelation is about to open, the saint said, handing each of them a strange combat seal. Prepare yourselves to enter. Seize the fortunes within. You may even find the chance to become a saint. This is your moment. If you grasp it, you may even earn the title of young king, or perhaps even a king of men. The land of divine revelation? The 5 of them looked at the seals with varying expressions. They had all heard legends of the place, but they wondered if they were truly strong enough to compete. While their legacies had pushed them into the true god realm, the land was open to anyone below the saint realm. Their cultivation was impressive for their age, but compared to quasi-saints, they were still severely outmatched. Do you think we will run into Brother Jiang there? Xuanyuan Tuo asked suddenly. The others paused. Given Jiang Xuan's talent, it was almost certain he would find a way in. It is very likely, Lu Fengqi agreed. Then it's simple, Xuanyuan Tuo said with a grin. If we run into anyone we can't beat, we'll just ask Brother Jiang for help. When we were at the Apocalypse Sword Tomb, he was only in the Dao Fusion realm, Gu Shentong reminded him. It has only been a year. His cultivation might not even be higher than ours. The others nodded in agreement. Xuanyuan Tuo curled his lip. You want to compare yourselves to Brother Jiang? You take yourselves too seriously. The others felt their fists tighten. This guy really knew how to push buttons. Chapter 617. The Emergence of Teihao. Immortal Zhao Clan. Welcome back, goddess. 7-star Granny and a host of Zhao Clan experts bowed before the ancestral grounds, their voices trembling with excitement. The Zhao ancestral lands shuddered. Brilliant starlight washed over the world, manifesting a vast galaxy that seemed to hold infinite mysteries. Within the swirling astral mist, Zhao Fuiyao stepped forward. Stars orbited her body, and her aura felt massive and divine. I expected this to take 10 years, she thought, her eyes downcast. I never imagined that in just over a year, I would fully assimilate my true form and become a true god. There was no joy in her realization, only a growing sense of urgency. She knew her own talent and fortune well. A 10-year window for this breakthrough was the natural rhythm. This sudden acceleration was not due to an increase in her own ability or luck. Has the process sped up again? Zhao Fuiyao looked toward the heavens, her eyes swirling with occult calculations. At her current level, trying to peer into the mechanics of fate was an immense strain. In this era of chaos, the secrets of heaven were more turbulent than ever, impossible to grasp. The great era is arriving, and variables are multiplying, she sighed, a sliver of unease rising in her heart. She beckoned to her natal star, the Zhao ancestral ground itself. The earth groaned and swayed as the land, once buried deep within the 10,000-mile desolate marsh, slowly rose into the sky. It took the shape of a massive star, its surface shimmering with deep starlight, and flowing with endless laws of the great Dao. With a flick of her wrist, the ancestral star shrank rapidly until it rested in the palm of her hand. The clan members who had lived there were gently displaced, left hovering in midair. Cradling the star, Zhao Fuiyao applied her divine arts once more to seek the source of these variables. There was no reason for her to have refined her natal star so far ahead of schedule. This was not the result of her own effort. It felt as though an invisible hand were pushing her forward. She was not the only one in the heavens being forced into this high-speed progression. While it felt like a blessing, it carried a hidden danger. A pig caught in a windstorm might truly believe it has learned to fly. It might even mock those on the ground for not working hard enough, unaware that the wind will eventually die down. With the power of the natal star, her divination grew stronger. Soon, she glimpsed a spark of the truth. She reached out with her left hand and produced a combat seal. The land of divine revelation, she whispered to herself. So that is why. She issued a final command. The Zhao clan was to remain in hiding. She would head to the land of divine revelation alone to investigate. The timeline was accelerating. The great era was at the doorstep. Right now, that land was the only windstorm worth catching. If she didn't seize this chance, she would be left behind by the pigs who returned with newfound power. She would not let that happen. In this life, she would reach the peak. Life Forbidden Zone. The source of the great Dao flowed visibly here, manifesting divine wonders. The mysteries of the laws were so clear they felt within arm's reach. The land of divine revelation is about to open. Lin Yui's expression darkened as she noticed the shifts in the environment. She turned to Jiang Xuan, her worry evident. Once it opens, the boundary rings will collapse. The myriad races will invade in force. Can the humans of the various realms actually hold them off? You must have faith in your son, Jiang Xuan said with a faint smile. He is the young king of the human race. With him there, what can't be stopped? Stop talking nonsense, Lin Yui snapped, her irritation rising. The humans have plenty of young kings. They don't just have our son. Why should he be the one to stand in the gap? With great power comes great responsibility, Jiang Xuan said, shaking his head. Besides, Jiang Xuan has claimed many opportunities because of the human race's fortune. He has no reason to back down now. Lin Yui scoffed, hating his logic. If we hadn't used the 2 Jiang family slots ourselves, we could have sent people to protect him, Jiang Xuan added with a chuckle. Lan Yui rolled her eyes. The land of divine revelation is restricted to those below the Saint Realm. With our son's strength, he'll dominate the field. He doesn't need your protection. If you have time to joke, think of a way to deal with the invasion. Help our son shoulder the burden. Soldiers will block the advance, and Earth will dam the flood, Jiang Xuan said calmly. First, the forces the myriad races can send down are not as strong as you think. Second, the strength of the humans in these realms is not as weak as you fear. Don't give me that, Lan Yui said, her anger flaring. If we weren't weak, why did I have to go to the Xuanyuan realm? Even with me there, the realm still fell. I don't know what the humans outside are doing with their time. Jiang Xuan laughed softly and took her hand. I know you're frustrated, but don't worry. The collapse of the boundary rings takes time. The invasion won't be a sudden surge. There is still plenty of time for Jiang Xuan to grow. Besides, he smiled. You still have me. If Jiang Xuan can't hold it, I as his father, will carry it for him. Don't start, Lan Yui said, pulling her hand away. You haven't even solved your own crisis yet. You haven't purged the influence of the ancient demon. How are you going to help our son? Jiang Xuan simply smiled and held up his left hand. Strands of sword chi crisscrossed in his palm, forming a unique cage. Inside, a strange black shadow struggled in agony. I have imprisoned the ancient demon, he explained. Give me a little more time, and I can drive him out completely. For now, he is no longer a threat. Lan Yui was stunned. Her initial joy was quickly replaced by confusion. She stared at him, her voice deepening with suspicion. If you are fine, why are you sitting back and watching the boundaries fail? Why are you letting the myriad races descend? If you were helpless, I wouldn't say anything. But you have the power to stop this. As a world warden, you should act. Why are you just watching? Do you truly not care about our son? Jiang Xuan fell silent, unsure of how to explain. Lan Yui stared at him, feeling as though the man before her had become a stranger. When Nangong Mingyue faced her disaster, you did nothing. You brushed it off with talk of destiny. And now this. Jiang Xuan, what are you actually thinking? Faced with her interrogation, Jiang Xuan could only offer a bitter smile. It is not as simple as you think. It isn't time for me to act yet. The human race needs time. Jiang Xuan needs time most of all. That is not a reason, Lan Yui said, her voice turning cold. It is the only reason, Jiang Xuan replied helplessly. Fine. Lan Yui laughed, though there was no humor in it. You have your plans. You won't speak, so I won't ask. But I am a mother, and I have my own way of helping my son. Don't you dare try to stop me. She tore through the void and vanished from the forbidden zone. Half an hour later, the sleeping Taihao clan emerged. They shot out from the sealed void of the Hainatian realm, leaving their home to enter the wider universe. They began to hunt. Lan Yui's words echoed through the stars. My son, Jiang Xuan, is the young master of the Taihao and the young king of the humans. But the humans are cowards, divided and calculating. They talk a good game, but do nothing while my son struggles to survive. I, as his mother, will not stand for it. Today, every member of the Taihao clan will follow me to the slaughter. Any race that dares to invade will be wiped out. We will clear my son's path and reclaim the name of Taihao. 3 days later, the Taihao clan descended upon the ancestral lands of the barbarian race. Since the main barbarian army was gathered outside the Dao Saint Realm, their home defenses were thin. They stood no chance. In less than half a day, the barbarians were annihilated. Their ancestral home was razed to the ground, reduced to rubble, and sunk into the void. The destruction of the barbarian ancestral lands sent shockwaves through the myriad races. The name Taihao rang out across the heavens. The barbarians were furious. They appealed to their kin beyond the realms for reinforcements. Seeing the strength of the humans in the ancestral world, the myriad races reassessed their threat level. They immediately increased the number of experts being sent down, shifting their focus to prevent further surprises. As a result, the strength of the invasion force increased several times over. On the other side, Jiang Xuan saw the shift in the situation. With a helpless sigh, he sent a projection to the Earth Emperor's secret realm to ask for assistance. The Earth Emperor laughed when he heard the story. Why couldn't you just tell her? He asked. You're worried that if you act, you'll alert the kings and emperors of the myriad races, and they'll strike before the humans are ready to recover. That is only part of it, Jiang Xuan admitted. Oh, what else? Jiang Xuan was silent for a moment before uttering 3 words. The cursed Taoist. The Earth Emperor's expression shifted. A headache seemed to be forming. He still hasn't given up? Jiang Xuan nodded. I see, the Earth Emperor said, understanding the predicament. I will head beyond the realms now to intercept the kings and emperors. All of that would follow. But before any of it happened, with 1 day left until the land of divine revelation opened, Jiang Xuan finished his meditation. He had already entered the land of divine revelation, 1 step ahead of everyone else. Chapter 618. Where are your manners? To be honest, Jiang Xuan was irritated. Even with the opportunity to meditate on the world source, it had taken him 2 full days to fuse and master the Yin Yang Great Dao. What happened to his peerless talent? To master a mere Yin Yang Great Dao, he actually needed 2 days? It felt like a complete waste of time. He felt a twinge of regret. He shouldn't have listened to the nonsense of the Dao Saint Heavenly Dao about meditating on the world source first to maximize his strength. It was a foolish move. How much combat power could a single Yin Yang Great Dao actually add to his arsenal? In the path of cultivation, A single step ahead means staying ahead at every turn. If he had entered the land of divine revelation sooner, the opportunities he could have seized would surely have outweighed the benefits of mastering the Yin Yang Great Dao early. Fortunately, he had still managed to enter the land of divine revelation a day before the rest. As Jiang Xuan stepped through the sacred gateway, a wave of spacetime distortion washed over him. It felt like a violent bout of motion sickness, leaving his mind clouded and his senses reeling. Wrapped in a strange radiance of time, he felt as if he were drowning in the long river of time itself, drifting through ages beyond description. It felt like a single heartbeat, yet also like 10 million years had passed, watching seas turn into mulberry fields. When his vision finally cleared, he found himself in a hazy, vast, and mysterious space. Looking around, everything was obscured by a veil of white mist, making it impossible to see clearly. In the far distance, a tiny point of light flickered. It glowed with a warm, gentle radiance that felt strangely intimate, like the embrace of a mother sought by an infant. Subconsciously, Jiang Xuan began walking toward that light. The mist receded. The surroundings suddenly snapped into focus. Jiang Xuan's eyes snapped wide. He was paralyzed with horror. Corpses. Infinite, endless corpses. They were piled into mountains that reached from the earth to the very vault of heaven. He saw towering gods, their eyes still leaking bloody tears like suns and moons hanging in the sky. Their bodies stood like divine peaks, piercing the clouds. He saw strange, monstrous beasts stretched across the horizon, their limbs like undulating mountain ranges, carrying entire landscapes on their backs. There was the golden-winged great pang, an ancient species long thought extinct. Its body stretched 30,000 feet long. Though dead, its magnificent golden wings remained spread wide, blotting out the sun. A golden-scaled divine dragon with 5 claws was coiled around a gilded pillar. Despite having no spark of life left, its aura of arrogance remained undiminished, vibrating through the starry void. Then there were the savage primordial demon seeds, kneeling on the ground. A sea of blood stretched for 100,000 miles around them, reflecting an eternal, crimson hue. A skeletal giant held a kingdom in one hand, while the other struck the earth in eternal fury. Its raised arm carried a grim, blood-colored city that had lost its former glory, leaving only pale, wispy death energy clinging to the ruins. And there were human powerhouses, some in martial robes, some in heavy armor, others in primitive furs. Though their lives were extinguished, their fearless, iron-willed spirits remained intact, blanketing the area with a soul-stirring intensity. The remains of a myriad of races were preserved here. One could only imagine the tragic, magnificent divine war that had once taken place. But now, these legends were nothing but relics of the past. Only the lingering malevolence remained, stacking up to form a surging ocean of ink-black energy that roiled violently. Crack. In his stunned silence, Jiang Xuan accidentally stepped on and snapped a bone. It was a section of an arm, a pale, white arm 10,000 feet long. A wisp of pale smoke drifted out from the broken bone. It shifted and coalesced into the shape of a wretched ghost. "Young man, I am Sage Lord Panchen of the giant spirit race. I have a great fortune to bestow upon you." The ghost looked at Jiang Xuan, its voice faint and trembling as if it were incredibly weak. Jiang Xuan stared at Sage Lord Panchen in shock. After a moment of silence, he patted the life sprite perched on his shoulder. "Wake up. Time to work." On it, the life sprite's eyes lit up with a flash of green light. With a look of pure joy, it waved its claws, conjuring profound laws that began to drag the soul of Sage Lord Panchen toward its mouth, inch by inch. "Bastard!" Panchen Sage Lord roared in fury. "A mere creature of the great Dao dares to defy its superior." The life sprite ignored him and kept pulling. This was the remnant soul of a Sage Lord, an incredible source of energy. Devouring this would help it breed at least 10 strands of divine life energy. Of course, if it schemed a little off the top for itself, it could heal some of its own lingering wounds. Well, how much it could skim would depend on its master's mood. If the master was happy, everything was negotiable. If the master was grumpy, it would have to be more discreet. No. Seeing the life sprite's gaping maw drawing closer, Sage Lord Panchen panicked. He immediately dropped his arrogant facade. "Young man, we can talk. Anything you want, I can give you. The imperial secret arts of my giant spirit race. The hidden techniques to forge a sovereign-grade great Dao." Sage Lord Panchen shouted a string of promises, but Jiang Xuan turned a deaf ear. He couldn't be bothered to respond. What a joke. Did this old dog really think Jiang Xuan didn't know what he was plotting? Did he think Jiang Xuan's passive skills were just for show? Soon, Sage Lord Panchen, still roaring with indignant fury, was swallowed into the stomach of the life sprite. Before long, he would be refined into strands of life-giving divine energy. A notification from his golden finger flashed across his vision. "You have rejected the inheritance of Sage Lord Panchen, avoiding a 1 in a billion risk of being possessed. Reward: the giant spirit race's heritage formation, the Great Giant Spirit Array. This array can refine all things in heaven and earth into fortune's spiritual power, used to temper the physical body and the soul." Jiang Xuan blinked. "So that's how we're playing it now? The author isn't even trying to hide the hand of fate anymore, is he?" Jiang Xuan raised his gaze to look around. The piles of corpses, each carrying a terrifying aura, dropped across the landscape like fallen stars. Countless legends lay shattered here. The Sage Lord of the giant spirit race was just one of many, and apparently, not even a particularly strong one. A Sage Lord. That was a supreme realm far beyond a regular saint. On this massive battlefield, such a being seemed to be nothing more than mid-tier cannon fodder. To put it in perspective, the Chaos Saint, hailed as the #1 saint of the Dao Saint world, was only at the minor saint realm. Master, almost all the corpses here belong to saint-level powerhouses. The life sprite's tiny eyes sparkled with an excited green light. With so many corpses, even if it didn't skim any extra, just the leftovers would be enough to heal its wounds and return it to its peak. Jiang Xuan nodded in understanding, unable to hide his own excitement. He had always known the land of divine revelation was a place of supreme fortune, but he never imagined the fortune would be presented in such a literal way. Without another word, Jiang Xuan got to work. He summoned the human monument and began carving the great giant spirit array onto it. The array expanded to encompass the entire misty world, beginning the process of refining the countless corpses into fortune's spiritual power to temper his body and soul. His physical body was already approaching the level of a physical saint. Since he wasn't sure if this was the heart of the land of divine revelation yet, he decided to hold off on that breakthrough for a moment. Instead, he focused on refining his soul. His soul refinement was about 80% complete. With this many powerhouses, he had more than enough materials to finish the job. The life sprite also began its massive feast. These were precious raw materials, enough for it to brew a whole pool of divine life water. However, the sheer number of corpses was staggering. Relying solely on Jiang Xuan, and the life sprite was far too slow. Consequently, Jiang Xuan summoned the world tree sapling. Heaven only knew how anxious the little tree had been inside his dantian. To the sapling, this mass grave was essentially a field of incredibly fertile soil. It was currently in an early growth stage, but this fertile field would surely allow it to sprint through its adolescence and reach maturity. When that happened, it would no longer be useless, but would become its master's right hand. Its status in the dantian would surely surpass the reincarnation phantom, making it the undisputed second in command. The world tree sapling took root between heaven and earth. Chains of supreme laws acted as its roots, spreading and growing wildly. In an instant, they occupied the entire space, burrowing into the mountains of corpses to suck the remaining energy from the fallen experts. It grew without restraint. It grew with wild abandon. In just a few hours, it sprouted its fourth tender leaf. Then came the fifth, the sixth, the seventh. A supreme aura, once faint and almost non-existent, thickened at a visible rate. It became increasingly holy and massive, a force so powerful it made the heart tremble, as if one were facing an indescribable supreme being. Inside Jiang Xuan's dantian, the spirit of the Xianxia seal emerged and drifted over to the broken Xuanyuan sword. A bitter expression crossed its face. It looks like our status as the bottom tier is unshakable. Unlike the world tree sapling, which could dominantly devour the energy of dead experts, they were spirits of human race holy artifacts. They found it difficult to manipulate their damaged physical forms to perform such a feat. All they could do was watch with eyes full of envy. In fact, it wasn't just the Xianxia seal. Even the reincarnation phantom felt the same. Although the world tree sapling hadn't been very useful before, that didn't change its supreme grade. As a supreme divine object, it possessed a divine majesty they simply couldn't match. Jiang Xuan, meanwhile, was focused on absorbing the fortune's spiritual power, refined by the array. He operated the Teihao mysterious scripture, rapidly refining his soul. Even his domain divine arts were receiving a passive boost. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. However, a strange thing began to happen. Between the refinement of the array, the feasting of the life sprite, and the devouring of the world tree, the instincts of those piled corpses began to feel a deep sense of unease. One by one, ghosts began to emerge. Some possessed a sliver of intelligence, while others were merely simple manifestations of instinct. Every single one of them turned their gaze toward Jiang Xuan. There was unease, confusion, and burning rage in their eyes. Where did this godforsaken brat come from? Who the hell starts a banquet by trying to swallow the whole table? Where are your manners? Chapter 619. Are quasi-emperor arts worthless now? Saints enjoy longevity beyond measure, possessing a high life grade and immense vitality. Even after they perish, leaving behind only an empty physical shell, they retain traces of primal instinct. Under normal circumstances, given enough time, these instincts could eventually cultivate intelligence and give birth to a new soul. But now, this intruder wasn't giving them that chance. The biological instincts within these corpses were triggered, causing a massive surge of collective emotional turbulence. One or two might not have mattered, but here, the corpses were piled like mountains. As their collective resentment gathered, it manifested into a physical force. It roiled like a stormy sea, thick with wailing ghosts and shrieking wraiths. The scene was utterly terrifying. "You brat! How dare you! Presumptuous!" Roars that shook the very spirit echoed through the air, carrying a freezing, murderous intent that vibrated between heaven and earth. It was enough to make anyone's heart tremble with fear. The life sprite watched this display, its green eyes flickering with a hint of alarm. Its eating speed slowed down significantly. As a being born from the great Tao of life, its life grade was exceptionally high, stronger than these fallen warriors. However, Old Green prided itself on being a refined, well-rounded gentleman of virtue and intelligence. It felt that feasting on the bodies of these experts was indeed a bit rude. Since it felt it was in the wrong, its aura naturally weakened. Old Green is just following orders, a poor soul just trying to do his job, the sprite muttered in a shimmering duist tone. Debts have heads and grievances have owners. If you want revenge, don't come looking for me. Jiang Xuan was speechless. He was currently refining his soul, and his spiritual perception was incredibly sharp. Even though the life sprite used an encrypted duist voice to deflect responsibility, Jiang Xuan heard every word perfectly. Once this is over, I really need to train these guys. Their skin is getting itchy for a lesson, Jiang Xuan thought to himself. Only the World Tree sapling was unaware of Jiang Xuan's thoughts. Otherwise, it would have felt deeply wronged. Heaven and earth be its witness, the little tree was the hardest worker and asked for the least. Whenever the master needed help, wasn't the tree the first to step up? It was simply that its previous strength was lacking. It could only stand behind its master and cheer. The little tree's dream was very modest. It simply wanted to walk up to the reincarnation phantom with its head held high, give it a resounding slap across the face, and then nonchalantly take back its rightful throne as the second in command. Right now, the World Tree sapling was pursuing that dream with everything it had. It devoured one corpse after another with frantic energy. Its tender leaves swayed, connecting to chains of supreme laws. It acted like a giant meat grinder. Whether it was the sun-blotting golden-winged Great Peng, or the towering remains of ancient gods, they were all processed like delicious snacks. They were crushed before the eye and rapidly refined into pools of pure duist energy premium fertilizer for the tree's growth. A new leaf sprouted. The speed of consumption increased again. To the little tree, the fury of the ghosts and their murderous roars were trivial. They didn't have half the deterrent power of a simple "we'll see" from its master. With so many corpses, I will definitely reach maturity. The little tree was ecstatic. Once it reached adulthood, it would possess actual combat capabilities, and could finally help its master in a meaningful way. Of course, even as an adult, its combat power would likely be far below its master's. It might only be able to kill 1 or 2 ordinary saints. That didn't matter. Since the master was such a monster, it didn't really need to be a powerhouse. Its self-positioning was clear. It was a rare mascot in its master's collection. When it appeared, it just needed to stun the crowd and blind everyone with its majesty. That would be enough. Imagine the scene. The master casually summons it, and it casually waves a branch to vaporize a couple of saints. Wouldn't that be the ultimate flex? Jiang Xuan was oblivious to the tree's inner monologue. He was focused on absorbing the fortune's spiritual power from the great giant spirit array. With the help of the Teihao mysterious scripture, his progress was lightning fast. He had no time for the howling ghosts. At this rate, I can finish refining my soul in 10 days at most, Jiang Xuan calculated. This is comfortable, he thought with a grin, before completely immersing his mind to see if he could compress the time frame even further. Before he set out, the Dao Saint Heavenly Dao had given him a basic rundown of the land of divine revelation. For instance, 1 year inside was only 1 day outside. This meant that by entering a single day early, he effectively had an entire extra year to explore compared to everyone else. This was exactly why he was so annoyed at wasting 2 days on the Yin Yang Great Dao. Those 2 days could have been 2 extra years of exploration. Surely that would have been more profitable than meditating on the world source. But what was done was done. All he could do now was seize the time and try to explore the entire land within this year. The ghosts, born from the lingering instincts of the fallen, shouted themselves hoarse for a while. Now, they were starting to look a little stunned. Seeing that Jiang Xuan was completely unmoved, still fueling the array to refine their bodies and drain their vitality, they began to lose their composure. Panic started to set in. Where did this kid come from? He's so ruthless. It looked like he genuinely intended to refine them all until nothing was left. Was he really not going to show even a shred of respect? You're a human being. We didn't do anything to you. Soon, the Blood Demon King was the first to lose his patience. As a primordial demon seed, he had not only been a sage lord in life, but also held the title of a king. In his era, he was one of the top powerhouses in the universe. Even after his death, through millions of years of lingering energy, he had used his physical power to regroup a sliver of a saint's soul, recovering a tiny fraction of his strength. It wasn't much, only the level of an ordinary saint. Originally, he intended to continue nourishing his soul. Once it was whole, he would return to his body, using the surrounding corpses as a blood pool to reshape his foundation and live a second life. After all, his body was of the sage lord rank. His current fragmented soul was not strong enough to pilot such a powerful vessel. But this brat had appeared out of nowhere and ruined his rhythm. Without a word, he had brought a world tree and a life sprite to start a grand feast. It looked like he wanted to pack up every corpse on the battlefield and take them home. His own body was included in that. The Blood Demon King was dumbfounded. Normally, a brat in the venerable realm shouldn't be able to scratch a sage lord's body, let alone refine it. But this kid actually possessed the great giant spirit array. This array was famous for being able to refine anything in existence. Even a sage lord's body might not be able to resist it, especially since it was currently an empty vessel. It was bizarre. As far as he knew, during the Great War that took place here, the giant spirit race was supposed to be extinct. They all died right here. If the people were gone, the inheritance should have vanished. Where did this kid get the array? Even weirder was the fact that this kid had both a world tree and a life sprite. One was a supreme treasure of creation that even emperors might not possess. The other was a creature born from the great Dao, equally rare and almost impossible to find. And yet, both were in the hands of a mere venerable. Has the outside world changed this much in the millions of years I've been gone? The Blood Demon King wondered. He didn't know if the kid's background was simply terrifying, or if the world had evolved to a point where world trees and life sprites were now common items that every venerable owned. However, he didn't have much time to think. His demon seed body was very prominent. If he delayed much longer, he would become nothing more than fuel for the tree, the sprite, or the boy. Kid, the Blood Demon King revealed his true form. Since he was only a fragment of a soul, he appeared as a thin, crimson phantom. He wore magnificent, blurred blood-red robes and a flat-topped imperial crown. His stature was imposing, carrying the air of a true sovereign. I am the Blood Demon King. I wish to strike a bargain with you today. He looked at Jiang Xuan, trying to keep his tone as gentle as possible. If you spare my body, I will grant you a quasi-emperor art. Not interested, Jiang Xuan replied flatly, without even opening his eyes. The Blood Demon King's eyes bulged in shock. His mind was a blank slate of confusion. How far had the world evolved? Are even quasi-emperor arts worthless now? Chapter 620. Slaying the projection of the Blood Demon King. The Blood Demon King was panicking. A quasi-emperor art was the greatest bargaining chip he possessed. If even that failed to move his opponent, then there was only one path left. A murderous glint flared in his eyes. If he could not negotiate, he would fight. His physical body was his only hope for a second life. If it were devoured and refined, his journey back to the peak would become an impossible dream. To sever a man's path to the Tao is a hatred greater than any blood feud. Without another word, the Blood Demon King struck. He thrust a palm forward, summoning a crimson sea of blood that surged toward Jiang Xuan like a tidal wave. The sheer pressure of the attack was enough to make the soul tremble with primal terror. Though he possessed only a fragmented saint soul with the power of an ordinary saint, he believed it was more than enough. In his eyes, the boy before him was merely a weakling in the venerable realm. Crushing him should be as simple as stepping on an ant. The king did not care if the boy had a powerful family, or an emperor backing him. His very existence was at stake. If his body vanished, nothing else mattered. Buzz. Sensing the lethal threat, Jiang Xuan snapped his eyes open. His powerful soul manifested as brilliant divine light, piercing through the void. He looked up to see the sky-blotting sea of blood closing in. The sheer malice of the aura made his face pale. He cursed inwardly. This man had been dead for 10 million years, yet he could still trigger a corpse transformation. A saint. Jiang Xuan knew instantly that the Blood Demon King's combat power reached the saint level. This was absurd. How could a creature dead for an eternity retain such strength? Jiang Xuan felt a surge of indignation. The old ghosts trapped in the human monument were barely more than soul imprints. Even after consuming vast amounts of his life energy, they struggled to recover their former glory. Only the Blade Ancestor had made significant progress toward a second life. How did this Blood Demon King do it? Why was a remnant soul from 10 million years ago still strong enough to try and kill him? Jiang Xuan was furious. He lunged upward, the broken Xuanyuan sword in hand. He met the surging sea of blood with a vertical slash. A brilliant yellow sword light, like a rainbow piercing the sun, cleaved the blood tide in two. Before the waves could close back together, Jiang Xuan turned into a blur. He darted through the gap, charging straight for the Blood Demon King. He swung again. This time, the sword light carried the heat of a rising sun. The yellow energy merged with the essence of the Yang Dao, granting the blade ultimate destructive power. His sword heart beat with rhythmic force, sharpening the strike to its absolute limit. The void shuddered where the blade passed, revealing spiderwebs of tiny cracks. Laws and worldly rules shattered under the weight of the strike. It was a blow that refused to let anything else exist in its path. The Blood Demon King's expression shifted. Shock replaced his arrogance. Was this really a venerable? This strike could easily threaten a quasi-saint. Has the outside world gone mad? There was no time for further thought. The king pulled back the sea of blood, condensing it into a thick, crystalline chain of gore. He gripped it with both hands and whipped it forward like a long-range lash to meet Jiang Xuan's blade. Boom! Sword energy exploded and blood splattered across the sky. The violent collision caused the surrounding space to collapse, turning the battlefield into a dark, chaotic void. A perfect chance. The Blood Demon King's eyes lit up. They were now in a pocket of primordial chaos where the laws of the world did not reach. Without the ability to borrow power from the heavens, the boy's sword should lose its bite. Victory seemed certain. As a former king, his combat experience was vast. He seized the opening and closed the distance instantly. He moved so fast that his phantom form vanished into the darkness, masking his aura completely. Even the blood chain in his hand was hidden by the power of his saint soul. Jiang Xuan stiffened. A sense of unease rose in his chest. He immediately activated the Teihao mysterious scripture to bolster his soul and expanded his spiritual sense. Even with his soul nearly fully refined, he could only catch faint glimpses of crimson flickering through the dark. The king's soul grade was terrifyingly high. Despite being a fragment, it was still lethal. A shadow loomed. A flash of crimson appeared in Jiang Xuan's vision. The Blood Demon King was upon him, swinging the blood chain down toward his head. The murderous aura was suffocating, like the chains of a reaper coming to claim a soul. The king did not stop there. He poured his carefully nurtured soul energy into a burst of saintly pressure, aiming to shock Jiang Xuan's mind. He didn't need to destroy the boy's soul. He only needed to freeze him for a heartbeat. That split second would be enough for the chain to shatter his skull. I do not know if every child in the modern world carries a world tree, the Blood Demon King thought as he looked down at his prey. I do not know if everyone now has the power to fight above their station. But none of that matters. Today you die by my hand. He was a veteran of 100 wars. His instincts told him that this boy carried a trump card capable of killing him. A lone child wandering this graveyard with such treasures was an anomaly that had to be eliminated quickly. But the scene the king expected, the boy's head exploding like a melon, did not happen. As the saintly pressure hit, Jiang Xuan activated the Teihao projection to shield his mind. Simultaneously, he swung the Xuanyuan sword to meet the chain. Knowing the sword alone might not be enough, Jiang Xuan braced his body. His physical form, already on the verge of saint-level perfection, tensed into a defensive stance. He channeled his physical techniques into a single, concentrated punch, following the sword strike to smash against the chain. Rumble. The blood chain shattered, dissolving back into a spray of gore that stained the earth. Jiang Xuan stood enveloped in a primordial glow, his body untouched by the filth. This is impossible. The Blood Demon King gasped. A brat in the venerable realm had just blocked his full-strength strike. He could not understand it. He could not accept it. He knew his combat instincts were perfect. That strike should have been a killing blow. He looked at Jiang Xuan again, his eyes filled with caution and doubt. He could accept that the world had changed, but he could not accept that his own prowess had withered so much. It was an insult to his legacy. Wait. The king stared at the broken sword in Jiang Xuan's hand. He felt the aura of the blade, and his pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks. First, he realized the boy was holding the Xuanyuan sword, the personal blade of the human emperor. That alone was shocking, but it wasn't the most important detail. What truly terrified him was that the boy's sword power had not weakened in the void. To be a mere venerable in a lawless chaos, unable to borrow power from the world, yet still striking with full force? He knew exactly what that meant. Self-proclaimed Dao. The Blood Demon King cried out in horror. You have already stepped onto the path of proclaiming your own Dao. How can this be possible? Chapter 621. The Backing King. Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. His opponent was quite knowledgeable to recognize the path of proclaiming one's own Dao at a single glance. The Blood Demon King? This was getting interesting. Who exactly are you? The Blood Demon King asked, his eyes locked onto Jiang Xuan with intense caution. Are you a descendant of the Xuanyuan human emperor? Or perhaps the son of some human king? Before the era of the human celestial court, the title of human emperor was reserved for the supreme leaders of the human race. There were 8 in total, 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Xuanyuan was one of them. After Emperor Yu took the throne and established the celestial court, the title defaulted to him, while the previous 8 were addressed by their specific divine titles, such as Fuxi the Heavenly Sovereign, or Shening the Flame Emperor. By using the title Xuanyuan Human Emperor, the Blood Demon King revealed that he came from an era before the Celestial Court, when Emperor Yu was still only a human king. The Blood Demon King could not imagine any other background that would explain such an absurd level of talent. This boy possessed the sacred array of the giant spirit race, a world tree, and a life sprite. Most importantly, he had already stepped onto the path of proclaiming one's own Dao. In his own era, even the most monstrous genius, the young King Emperor Yu, seemed to pale in comparison to this boy. While Emperor Yu had found a world tree in the land of divine revelation and achieved longevity through his own path, the king knew for a fact that Yu never had a life sprite following him, nor did he wield the Xuanyuan sword. A descendant of the emperor? The son of a king? Jiang Xuan looked at the Blood Demon King with a curious smile. It seemed this demon knew quite a bit about human history. Perhaps he could learn something about the history of the Jiang family through him. Specifically, his own ancestor. I am a descendant of the Jiang family, Jiang Xuan. My name is Jiang Xuan. The Jiang family? The Blood Demon King paused, looking suspicious. You mean the Backing King, Jiang Santung? The Backing King, Jiang Santung? Jiang Xuan was stunned. To be honest, he did not know the name or title of his family's first ancestor. There had been a clear gap in the Jiang family history, and the ancestral records were missing most of that era. He had only learned that the Jiang family was one of the 8 great kingly races through his bloodline awakening and the realization of the family curse. But what kind of title was the Backing King? It sounded incredibly abstract. Was that a real title of honor? Noticing Jiang Xuan's confusion, the Blood Demon King's expression turned strange. Do you really not know the title of your own ancestor? Jiang Xuan shook his head honestly. There is a gap in my family's history. Very few records of the past have survived. The king was even more bewildered. A gap in history? Then where did all this high-level equipment come from? How did he find the path to proclaim his own Dao? Was it possible the outside world had truly evolved to a completely new height? Suddenly, Jiang Xuan moved. He summoned the signature technique of the Yin Yang Great Dao, the Yin Yang Grinding Stone. The Yin Yang Saint Lord had once used this technique to suppress the entire ghost city of Fengdu, making even the reincarnated Yamas turn pale. Now that Jiang Xuan had mastered the Yin Yang Dao, he was using this supreme art for the first time against a former king. Granted, this Blood Demon King was just like those reincarnated Yamas weakened to the extreme. His strength was not even 1/10,000th of his peak. But that was exactly why Jiang Xuan had the chance to use such an art. If he were facing a king at their peak, he would have been turned to ash long ago. Blood Demon King, right? Jiang Xuan stood over the Yin Yang Grinding Stone, smiling calmly. I hope you will be cooperative and tell me everything you know. Otherwise, with a single thought, the grinding stone began to turn in reverse. The sound of grinding gears echoed as the very space around them began to twist and warp, as if it might collapse at any moment. The Blood Demon King stared at the grinding stone in Jiang Xuan's hand. He was beyond shock. He was practically in a trance. This was the Yin Yang Dao, one of the 12 supreme great Daos. How could a mere venerable master such a thing? You are already busy proclaiming your own Dao. How do you have the spare time to meditate on the Yin Yang Dao? The king was lost. He could no longer claim this boy was just a special case. Even if he were the son of the human emperor, this was too much. He thought back to Emperor Yu. Yu was hailed as a genius that appeared once every 100 generations. His background was unmatched. He was a student of the human emperors Wangsu, and a direct descendant of the great sovereign Tai. His bloodline purity was 98%. He was the ultimate silver spoon heir of the human race. The descendant of the backing king shouldn't be able to compare to Emperor Yu. Yet, this boy's potential and foundations surpassed even Yu's. By comparison, the legendary Emperor Yu looked weak. If this boy didn't have a background more famous than Yu's, then he wasn't a special case. That meant there might be many more Yus like him in the outside world. The era had truly changed. The Blood Demon King marveled inwardly. He immediately adjusted his attitude. This boy was already as strong as he was now, and with the Yin Yang Grinding Stone in play, there was no way he could win. He had worked too hard to regroup a sliver of his soul. He didn't want it to end here. Submitting might lead to a chance at life. He wasn't a fool. The backing king, Jiang Xuan, was originally a follower of the human emperor Xuanyuan, the king explained, digging through his memories. After Xuanyuan took the throne, Jiang Xuan was recognized by the will of humanity. With the emperor's help, he achieved the status of a human king, and was honored as the backing king. The king's expression turned a bit odd. It was said he received that title because his backing was everywhere. Almost half of the powerful experts in the human race had some kind of connection or debt to him. Whether that is true or not, I cannot say for certain. He became famous several eras before my time, so I only know the legends. The Blood Demon King looked at Jiang Xuan again, doubting his own initial guess. If the legends were true and half the human race stood behind the backing king, then this boy's background might actually be more terrifying than Emperor Yu's. Jiang Xuan, however, was dumbfounded. So the title literally meant he had everyone's back? Was his ancestor really that much of a character? Thank you for the explanation, Jiang Xuan said sincerely. Then, he focused his mind and the Yin Yang Grinding Stone began to rumble. Time is limited. I'll send you on your way now. The Blood Demon King froze. Wait, I already cooperated. Why are you still killing me? He couldn't keep up with Jiang Xuan's logic. Wait, he shouted as the grinding stone loomed over him. We can talk. I was a king before I fell. The stone slowed. Jiang Xuan looked him over, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, he smiled. Are you willing to surrender? The king breathed a sigh of relief. If they could talk, he could live. I am the fish on the chopping block, he said, nodding. To survive, I will submit to you. But I need a promise. After 10,000 years, you must grant me my freedom. This was his calculated price. The service of a king for 10,000 years should be enough to move anyone. Even if the outside world was full of geniuses, the value of a king had to mean something. 10,000 years? Jiang Xuan rolled his eyes. Without a second word, he let the grinding stone fall. The yin-yang essence surged, twisting time and space. An indescribable force enveloped the Blood Demon King like an invisible hand, wringing his form like a wet cloth. In an instant, the phantom of the Blood Demon King vanished. The saint soul he had spent so long gathering was wiped out completely. Jiang Xuan's move was so sudden and decisive that the king didn't even have time to struggle. His final emotion was one of total confusion. He was a king. Was he really that worthless? After the king was gone, Jiang Xuan withdrew the grinding stone and sat back down on the array. He continued to absorb the energy to refine his soul. Was the surrender of a king attractive? Honestly, yes. But the Blood Demon King was so weak he couldn't even beat Jiang Xuan. Recruiting him would just be taking on more dead weight. Sure, Jiang Xuan had life energy to help him recover, but the Blade Ancestor, and all the other ghosts in the monument, were already waiting for their share. He didn't have enough to go around. Plus, the king only offered 10,000 years. And of course, there was one more small factor. The energy refined from a king's physical body was likely to be enormous. If the Blood Demon King had known what Jiang Xuan was thinking, he would have cursed him to the heavens. If you wanted my body from the start, just say so. Don't make up all those excuses. Chapter 622. Uprooting the Bloodline Curse. Jiang Xuan continued to focus deeply on the refinement of his soul. The life sprite was busy gorging itself on the remains, and the World Tree sapling worked with even greater fervor. This was a rare opportunity for the sapling to surpass the reincarnation phantom and reclaim its throne as the second-in-command, so it spared no effort. Everything proceeded rapidly in the heavy silence. The interlude with the Blood Demon King had ended as quickly as it began, leaving the overall situation unchanged. After witnessing a former king's saint soul being annihilated without resistance, the lingering instincts and ghosts of the other fallen experts realized that their rage was futile. Complete extinction was their only inevitable end. Still, a few supreme experts refused to give up. One ancient beast burned its painstakingly gathered remnant soul to force its broken body into a final charge toward Jiang Xuan. The Yin Yang Grinding Stone manifested once more, twisting the laws of the void. Within moments, the beast was ground into dust and refined by the great giant spirit array into pure fortune spiritual power, serving as fuel for Jiang Xuan's soul. Similar instances occurred 4 or 5 times. In the distant primordial era, these beings might have dominated entire galaxies, their names echoing through the heavens. But now, they were merely flickering candles at the end of their light. Before Jiang Xuan and his mastery of the Yin-Yang Dao, they were nothing more than raw energy. Their era had long since set. Eventually, the reality of the situation sank in. Some ghosts of the fallen, desperate to avoid total oblivion, began sending out thoughts of surrender. They offered everything they had: supreme inheritances, ancient secrets, and hidden treasures, hoping to strike a bargain for their lives. Jiang Xuan remained unmoved, not even bothering to respond. The life sprite and the world tree sapling, keen on reading their master's mood, happily increased their efforts, devouring and refining every remaining entity. The shocking primordial battlefield, once filled with mountains of corpses, began to shrink at a visible rate. Half a month passed in a flash. The mountains of the dead were gone, and the murderous aura had dissipated. Only a few scattered corpses remained standing, radiating an undying, iron-willed spirit. These were the remains of the human race. Even in their hunger, neither the sprite nor the sapling dared to consume human remains in front of their master. The life sprite let out a long burp and collapsed on the ground, patting its swollen belly. Vibrant rays of life radiance shot into the sky, and a physical tide of vitality flowed in all directions like sweet spring water. Even as a creature born from the great Tao of life, with an incredibly high life grade, it had overeaten. It was forced to manifest its true form to contain the massive energy stored within. A lush, divine mountain of life emerged, standing tall between heaven and earth, while the laws of life circled its slopes, helping it digest the energy and gestate divine life energy. The thick mist of life energy filled the battlefield. Some of it flowed into the remaining human corpses, injecting them with a spark of vitality. This influx of energy stirred their lingering biological instincts, allowing them to slowly coalesce into shallow states of consciousness. Nearby, the world tree rooted in the void had grown into a sturdy, thriving young tree. Its trunk was covered in ancient Taoist patterns, and its interior shimmered with the light of the great Tao's laws. It looked as if every branch were constructed from the Tao itself. Thousands of leaves glowed with a jade-like brilliance, their textures containing the profound truths of the universe. Most mysterious of all were the roots. The intricate network had begun to form the outline of a world. Although it was still ethereal, it was clearly a newborn world. The tens of thousands of roots were the very laws of the great Tao that composed it. As the world tree continued to grow, this world would become more real until it eventually birthed life and became a true universe. I'm finally going to be the second in command, the little tree cheered inwardly. Jiang Xuan was experiencing something entirely different. His soul refinement was complete. His soul flew out from his sea of consciousness, wandering through heaven and earth. The laws and rules of the world felt within arm's reach, ready to be grasped at will. Behind his solid soul was a faint projection of the great moon, emitting a mysterious glow that resonated with the world. It allowed him to draw upon the power of order from the heavens, commanding the lunar essence through divine authority. With the completion of his soul refinement, his progress with the Taihao mysterious scripture had taken a massive leap forward. He could now preliminarily activate the divine authority of the Taihao clan. His domain divine arts also reached a new level of insight. Among all his inheritances, the domain divine arts were the most mysterious and difficult to master, yet the most vital. According to his internal guidance, this technique was the key to rescuing Nangong Mingyue, so he had invested a great deal of effort into it. After a brief period of adjustment, his soul returned to his consciousness. Jiang Xuan opened his eyes, which now held the depth of a starry abyss. Sensing something, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. A thread of spiritual sense surged out. His forehead opened to reveal the divine court. The bloodline curse totem, sourced from the Kangming demon emperor, was bound by his spiritual sense and dragged out. The totem looked hideous and savage, shrieking in fury at Jiang Xuan. However, it was clearly hollow and weak. So completing the soul refinement has this effect? Jiang Xuan mused, examining the totem. He could feel his lifespan recovering further, now reaching 2,000 years. It seems that when a royal clan disciple enters the Saint Realm, their soul becomes essentially a saint soul, allowing them to escape the worst of the bloodline curse. Wait, he thought, shaking his head. That assumes they have suppressed the curse with multiple human holy artifacts first. Normally, the curse is rooted in the bloodline and grows stronger as the host does. Even if they reached the Saint Realm, they would likely only be able to suppress it, not remove it. This information is useful, but only to a point. A royal disciple with a 95% bloodline purity usually only has 300 years to live. Trying to reach the Saint Realm in 300 years just to suppress a curse was a nearly impossible task. For most, reaching the God Realm in that time would be a miracle. In my case, I should be able to uproot the curse entirely after I pass the 5 tribulations of a saint, Jiang Xuan predicted. But then, something unexpected happened. The world tree swayed its branches, and a surge of supreme aura and Taoist power swept toward Jiang Xuan. It snatched the cursed totem from his hand and dragged it into the illusory world within its roots. The shifting laws of that world crushed the totem, grinding it into nothingness. He could hear the faint, piercing screams of the curse as it vanished. Master, am I impressive now? The little tree chirped, looking for praise. Jiang Xuan blinked in shock. The curse rooted in his blood had been completely uprooted. In an instant, his 95% purity Jiang family blood erupted. A brilliant divine light surged forth, radiating an even more massive power. A vibrant blood gold hue filled the world. The ultimate power of his royal bloodline was finally unleashed without restraint. His physical body, further nourished by the kingly blood, grew even stronger. It felt as if it were about to cross the final threshold into the realm of physical sainthood. Above him, the clouds swirled and violent thunder gathered, carrying the aura of world-ending destruction. The physical saint tribulation. Jiang Xuan's face darkened. He immediately used his soul to suppress his aura. He couldn't undergo the tribulation yet. He hadn't officially entered the land of divine revelation. This place was merely the outskirts. According to the heavenly Tao, once a person becomes a saint, they can no longer enter the sacred land. If he triggered the tribulation now, he might be locked out, losing the greater prize for a minor gain. Move. He suppressed his power with everything he had, delaying the descent of the lightning. He recalled the human monument, the life sprite, and the world tree, then bolted toward the white point of light in the distance. He was certain that was the true gateway. He had to get there before the tribulation broke. Jiang Xuan raced at full speed, leaving everything behind. In his haste, he even forgot to deactivate the great giant spirit array. Behind him, the few human corpses that had regained consciousness began to drift toward the array. Chapter 623. The Strange Land of Divine Revelation. Jiang Xuan accelerated toward the brilliant white point of light. As he neared it, a unique gravitational pull enveloped him like an invisible hand, yanking him inside. White radiance flooded his vision, causing a brief moment of blindness. Then, he officially entered the land of divine revelation. The weight of 10,000 tons of ancient pressure crashed down instantly. It felt as if countless divine mountains were crushing his body, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Jiang Xuan stumbled, almost collapsing to the ground. His 95% purity kingly blood surged, erupting in blood-gold brilliance to bolster his physical form against the immense pressure. Even a body as strong as his began to creak and groan under the strain. Jiang Xuan's expression shifted. He was stunned. Was this the natural pressure of the land of divine revelation? It was far too exaggerated. The heavenly Dao had claimed the green-tiled stairs were meant to help challengers adapt to this pressure, but even the weight at the very top of those stairs had not been this intense. He was currently on the verge of physical sainthood and could barely withstand it. Those who had only managed to climb 1 or 200 steps would surely be crushed into dust the moment they arrived. However, Jiang Xuan had no time to dwell on that. The tribulation was more urgent. He looked up at the sky where the physical saint tribulation was rapidly gathering, a trace of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Although a physical saint tribulation was significantly stronger than a standard saint tribulation, his situation was even more unique. He was still in the venerable realm yet was undergoing physical ascension first. Combined with the bizarre environment of the land of divine revelation, this lightning trial was bound to be complex. But that was exactly what he wanted. Since he had stepped onto the path of proclaiming his own Dao, his cultivation level had been stuck in the venerable realm for a long time. This also meant he hadn't had the chance to exploit a heavenly tribulation in forever. He still remembered the satisfaction of his trials in the profound light world, and the streamlined tribulation harvesting methods of his ancestor, Xianxia. It would be a waste not to carry on such an excellent family tradition. By now, tribulation clouds blanketed the sky, thick and dark as ink. Destructive lightning snaked through the clouds, emitting a terrifying aura of annihilation. But as Jiang Xuan sensed the intensity of the trial, his brow furrowed in disappointment. "This is too weak," he muttered, his lips twitching. It shouldn't be like this. This was a physical saint tribulation. Why was it so underwhelming? To him, the quality of this lightning felt even lower than the heavenly punishment he had provoked from the profound light world's will. Of course, quality and destructive power were two different things, but it still felt wrong. Where did the problem lie? He was confused and frustrated. With a tribulation of this size, there was nothing to harvest. It was a waste of emotional energy. Wait. He suddenly realized the root cause. The world tree had just uprooted his bloodline curse. Without the influence of the curse, his heavenly trials were no longer subject to that ridiculous multiplier. The power of the lightning had returned to a normal, standard level. Uprooting the curse turned out to be a bad thing? Jiang Xuan was annoyed. He felt like giving the world tree a slap. Why was it in such a hurry? Couldn't it have waited until after he finished the tribulation to pull the curse out? The world tree felt maligned. How could it be blamed for being helpful? This won't do. Jiang Xuan looked at the fully formed clouds and rubbed his chin. He was deeply dissatisfied. He had to find a way to significantly boost the power of this trial. If he couldn't harvest anything from this, he wouldn't even be able to enjoy his next meal. He scanned the land of divine revelation, searching for other living beings. Based on his experience in the profound light world, dragging other entities into the trial would provoke the heavens into increasing the power, allowing for a bigger harvest. But when Jiang Xuan's soul drifted through the sky, observing the land from a god's eye view, he froze. His eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of place was this? He saw a massive head, a head millions of times larger than the entire Dao Saint Realm. It hung far above in the unreachable heights. Below it were two continents shaped like arms, positioned on opposite sides, radiating a strange, ancient aura. Between these two arm continents were stacked the 9 heavens, 9 vast layers of land, each with a distinct atmosphere. Divine light danced and Daoist runes fluttered across them. Below the 9 heavens was an endless darkness, a deep abyss that looked like a swamp of silt, threatening to swallow anyone who looked too closely. The land Jiang Xuan currently stood upon was a floating island within that darkness. It was large, at least 100 times the size of the Dao Saint Realm, but small compared to the continents above. Most strikingly, the shape of the land he was on resembled a giant palm. Jiang Xuan was bewildered. Why did the land of divine revelation look like this? It looks exactly like a human body, he thought, a wave of unease washing over him. Was this sacred land actually the remains of a fallen being? Wasn't this supposed to be the birthplace of the primordial spirits? Did some ancient god like Panda fall here? The scale of the sight was so staggering that even someone as experienced as Jiang Xuan stood stunned and speechless, unable to regain his composure. He completely forgot about his plan to harvest the lightning. Rumble. The physical saint tribulation had finished gathering. Thick bolts of black lightning crashed down toward him. One bolt struck Jiang Xuan and exploded. His powerful body automatically shielded him, instantly shattering the lightning and absorbing the refined energy. Hey, no fair. Jiang Xuan snapped out of his daze and cursed. I haven't even started harvesting you yet, and you're already trying to sneak attack me. He thrust a punch upward, meeting the descending bolts. A dull explosion followed as the lightning, capable of obliterating a quasi-saint, was smashed into pieces by his fist. His body naturally circulated, drinking in the energy. What a waste. A total waste. Jiang Xuan's heart ached as he remembered his goal. He hadn't managed to multiply the harvest at all. He glared at the clouds covering the sky. With a sharp kick, he shot upward and dove straight into the heart of the storm, beginning a dominant and total plunder. He sat cross-legged in the center of the lightning. Ancient duist runes flickered across his skin, forming whirlpools that devoured the clouds and converted them into pure strength. Since he couldn't multiply the harvest, he wouldn't let a single spark of this small trial go to waste. As Jiang Xuan devoured the tribulation, a man in a thin, blue and white duist robe opened his eyes far above on that massive head. He looked down at the palm continent, his eyes filled with amusement and shock. The man stroked his mustache and whispered to himself, "That shouldn't be possible. There's still nearly a year before the land of divine revelation is supposed to open. How did this kid get in? A physical saint tribulation? He's only a venerable, yet he's achieved physical sainthood first. Is he proclaiming his own Dao?" The man shook his head in admiration. Like father, like son. He truly is Zhang Haoshan's boy. Chapter 624. The Xuanyuan tribe and the flame of black and gold. Jiang Xuan successfully endured the physical saint tribulation. To say he endured it was perhaps inaccurate. It was more that the tribulation failed to survive Jiang Xuan's violent consumption. The thick clouds that had blanketed the heavens vanished, leaving only Jiang Xuan sitting cross-legged in the void. His powerful physical form was now covered in ancient, profound duist runes, radiating a majestic blood-gold light. An unspeakable pressure weighed down on the world, sending ripples through the surrounding space. At this moment, Jiang Xuan appeared like a supreme deity commanding the heavens, instilling a deep sense of awe in all who looked upon him. This scene, reflected across the palm-shaped continent, looked like the true descent of a god. From the mountains and great rivers of the palm continent, countless creatures emerged. They gazed up at Jiang Xuan in the high sky, bowing their heads in reverence with excitement visible on their faces. These beings cheered and shouted in various obscure, ancient languages, but among the cacophony, one tongue was remarkably clear. "We welcome the descent of the high god." On a barren mountain, a group of humans clad in beast skins shouted with wild joy, as if Jiang Xuan's appearance was an event they had anticipated for a lifetime. After briefly organizing the changes within his newly ascended physical form, Jiang Xuan opened his eyes. He instinctively looked down, scanning the various creatures, before his gaze settled on the humans atop the barren mountain. His brow furrowed in surprise. He could understand that life existed in the land of divine revelation, but why were there humans here? More importantly, he could sense the soaring emotions of these people. It felt as if they had known he would appear, and had been waiting specifically for his arrival. What is going on? Jiang Xuan wondered, feeling slightly dazed. After a moment's thought, he flew toward the mountain where the humans were gathered. This place was far too strange. He needed to understand the situation to calm his nerves. Moments later, Jiang Xuan descended onto the mountain. To his surprise, the peak was shrouded in an ancient restriction, which he passed through easily. Once inside, the scenery shifted dramatically. He found himself looking at a primitive human tribe. The site was a massive, level plateau stretching for miles. On one side stood over 1,000 stone houses built from blue stone, arranged in an orderly fashion. On the other side was a vast martial arts arena. In the center of it all, where the humans in beast skins had gathered, stood an ancient altar. The altar held no statues of gods or ancestors. Instead, there was only a simple, ordinary-looking torch. Though the torch was carved from blue stone, it bore a flickering, warm flame with a faint black and gold hue. It swayed in the wind but showed no signs of going out. As Jiang Xuan landed before the altar, his heart skipped a beat. He felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The kingly blood within him surged and roared, as if trying to tell him a story. "We welcome the high god." The people in beast skins bowed deeply to Jiang Xuan. He turned to face them, and after a moment of observation, he felt a flicker of shock. The aura of these people was incredibly strong. It wasn't that their cultivation level was high, but rather that their pure life essence was immense. Their life grade far exceeded that of a normal human. Jiang Xuan hesitated before asking, "Do you know me?" The leader of the group was a man who appeared old, though old wasn't quite the right word. Despite his dark, wrinkled skin, his muscles were coiled like dragons, possessing visible, raw physical power. The man looked up at Jiang Xuan and replied, "Our Xuanyuan tribe remembers its mission. We have taken root here, waiting through every epoch for the descent of the high god. If the descending god is a fellow human, we assist them in lighting the flame of black and gold." The Xuanyuan tribe, lighting the flame of black and gold? Jiang Xuan was stunned. Something clicked in his mind, and he turned sharply back to the torch on the altar. The Xuanyuan torch? He looked back at the elder, unable to hide his shock. "Are you the descendants of the human ancestor, Xuanyuan?" "We are," the elder nodded. "I am Xuanyuan Gongyang, the 200,000th patriarch of the 20th generation of the 4th epoch." The 4th epoch? Jiang Xuan's heart raced as a wave of epic history washed over him. If Xuanyuan Gongyang spoke the truth, this tribe had stood guard in the land of divine revelation for 4 entire epochs. What level of mission and faith was required to endure such a span of time? Every opening of the Land of Divine Revelation marked the changing of an epoch. The last time it opened was during the primordial era, tens of millions of years ago in the timeline of the outside world. But because of the time dilation within this place, nearly 10 billion years had passed for the Xuanyuan tribe since the last opening. It was a staggering, desperate length of time. Time is like a blade. 10 billion years was enough for the vast universe to experience the fatigue of life and death. Perhaps only an immortal emperor could leave a trace of themselves across such a duration. Yet, this tribe had maintained their primitive lifestyle and their mission for all those eons, just to wait for this moment. Jiang Xuan felt a sense of vertigo, struggling to digest the weight of this impact. Xuanyuan Gongyang continued, "You call this place the Land of Divine Revelation, but we call it the Old Land. It is the useless soil that once birthed life, only to be abandoned by it. The Old Land." Jiang Xuan nodded thoughtfully. However, Xuanyuan Gongyang's tone shifted, and a smile touched his lips. The Old Land is the cradle of life, after all. It records and carries the origins of all beings in the heavens. High God, do you understand the concept of fate and destiny? Jiang Xuan was confused. What did the origin of life have to do with fate? Then, a flash of inspiration hit him, and he stared at Xuanyuan Gongyang with wide eyes. Could it be? You may have guessed it, Xuanyuan Gongyang said, confirming Jiang Xuan's suspicion. When the beings of the heavens return to the Old Land and find their origin, they can complete and perfect their own fate and clarify their destiny. This is a total evolution of one's life grade. The reason life can propagate infinitely is that the original primitive lives in the Old Land had their fates divided after death. Through reincarnation, these fragments became new souls and birthed new lives. 1 births 2, 2 births 3, and 3 births all things. However, because fate is divided, the life grade of subsequent generations continues to decline. These flaws in one's fate become eternal shackles. This is why so few beings in the world ever achieve success in cultivation. If one can perfect their fate and reduce those shackles, cultivation naturally becomes much smoother. To find one's origin, perfect one's fate, and clarify one's destiny? Jiang Xuan was floored. He had never expected this. He had assumed the Land of Divine Revelation was simply a larger version of other secret realms filled with standard treasures and opportunities. He realized now how wrong he had been. So, Jiang Xuan said, finally understanding, the Xuanyuan torch is the origin of our human race. Lighting the flame of black and gold is the process of perfecting our fate? Exactly. Xuanyuan Gongyang nodded. Our ancestor, Xuanyuan, understood the principles of fate and destiny. Feeling the weakness of the human race, he risked his life to take the source fire from heaven and earth to light the flame of black and gold. He established it as our origin so that every human could light this flame, perfect their fate, and escape the limitations of life grade. He wanted us to have infinite potential. Every being in the heavens has an origin, which can be called an ancestor. Xuanyuan said that every human should be an ancestor, and every human should be like a dragon. A jolt of excitement shot through Jiang Xuan. His blood boiled with passion, and his kingly blood hummed in resonance. However, the elder's smile turned slightly bittersweet, though it remained full of pride. The Xuanyuan torch can only stay lit by rooting itself in the Old Land and relying on its unique properties. Therefore, so that the flame of black and gold never dies, so that the human origin remains eternal, and so that every human can become an ancestor, our Xuanyuan tribe has guarded this place for generations. Jiang Xuan's mind reeled. He felt a deep sense of respect and a profound, wordless gratitude. The Xuanyuan tribe were true unsung heroes, giving everything they had for the sake of humanity. They were like the Jiang family of the guardian lineage in the profound light world, who followed the mountain god's instructions to guard the human monument for millions of years, even though it felt like self-imprisonment. But compared to the short few million years of the Jiang family, the Xuanyuan tribe's 10 billion years of waiting was infinitely more difficult, filled with unimaginable blood and tears. Jiang Xuan opened his mouth to speak, but found no words. His heart was too full, too heavy with the weight of their sacrifice. In the silence, he looked at Xuanyuan Gongyang and every member of the tribe. He slowly bowed his head and bent his waist in a deep, respectful salute. You have worked so hard, he said, his voice raspy and low. Thank you all. Chapter 625. The Primordial Gold Rankings and the Opportunity of Chaos. Xuanyuan Gongyang accepted Jiang Xuan's salute with a warm smile. The rest of the Xuanyuan tribe, however, looked a bit stiff and overwhelmed. They clearly hadn't expected the High God they had longed for to be quite so polite. You need not do this, High God. As members of the human race, this is our inescapable duty. Guarding the Xuanyuan torch and helping our kin light the flame of black and gold is our mission. We are simply fulfilling our responsibility with sincerity. Xuanyuan Gongyang raised Jiang Xuan up with both hands. If every member of our race can perform their duties and complete their missions with such dedication, I believe that one day, humanity will truly become the leaders of all living things. We will fulfill the great vision of our ancestor, that every human may be an ancestor, and every human may be a dragon. Jiang Xuan nodded firmly. It will happen. Please, High God, light the flame of black and gold as soon as possible, Xuanyuan Gongyang urged. You must be fully prepared to fight for a place on the Primordial Gold Rankings. The Primordial Gold Rankings? Jiang Xuan frowned, confused. The name sounded like something straight out of a fantasy novel. It felt strangely out of place compared to the tragic and heavy epic of human history he had just been immersed in. Xuanyuan Gongyang smiled and explained. The old land is the birthplace of all life. Although its spiritual energy has withered, and it has been abandoned by the living, it remains the origin. It contains the source of fate, which allows for the perfection of one's destiny. This is why the Xuanyuan torch can only remain lit here. Furthermore, the heavenly Tao of the old land once followed a supreme order and established the primordial gold rankings. The reward is the opportunity of chaos, drawn from the essence of the old land. These rankings are refreshed once every epoch. Even though the heavenly Tao of the old land was long ago slain, the rankings it established remained, and are still in use today. It is said that the opportunity of chaos is closely linked to the source of fate. Fusing with it allows your destiny to become truly complete, making you a unique entity. This is the key factor in attaining the supreme path and becoming an immortal emperor. Jiang Xuan was stunned. Completing one's destiny to become a unique entity was the key to becoming an emperor? This was unheard of. He possessed several emperor-level inheritances, yet none of them had ever mentioned anything like this. I don't quite understand. Please, enlighten me, Jiang Xuan said, bowing deeply to Xuanyuan Gongyang. Xuanyuan Gongyang looked at him with surprise. I can see you carry a noble human bloodline. Your ancestors must have reached the status of kings at the very least. Did they not leave behind records of such common knowledge? Jiang Xuan gave a bitter smile. He briefly explained the current state of the universe, informing the elder that the human race had declined significantly. So that is how it is, Xuanyuan Gongyang sighed. His wrinkled face darkened with sorrow for his suffering kin. He spoke with deep self-reproach. Our tribe has guarded the torch for 4 epochs, keeping the flame alive. Yet we have been unable to break the barrier of the old land. We have not found the source of fate to send the flame out to our brothers and sisters, so they might perfect their destinies. It is our incompetence that has caused our people to suffer. With that, Xuanyuan Gongyang bowed low to Jiang Xuan in apology. The rest of the tribe followed suit. Jiang Xuan was terrified by the gesture. He rushed forward to support the elder, and used his spiritual energy to lift the others. If he let these unsung heroes bow to him, he wouldn't be able to call himself human. Senior, please do not say such things. You have stayed here and guarded the flame for ages. That is a massive contribution to our race. The current plight of humanity is caused by the other races. It has nothing to do with you. Xuanyuan Gongyang shook his head, but dropped the subject. The grief remained etched in the lines of his face, showing that he had not moved past his guilt. Regaining his composure, the elder continued his explanation. High God, you should know that the birth of a living being begins with a soul formed by reincarnation. That soul enters the womb, merges with a physical body, and is born. This soul is a combination of a destiny and the disordered laws of the great Tao. The destiny itself comes from the infinite division of the fates of original beings, recycled through reincarnation. Jiang Xuan nodded. Meng Po had told him something similar. This means almost everyone has a flaw in their destiny. The greater the flaw, the lower the life grade, and the more shackles one faces. Naturally, this creates barriers in cultivation. Conversely, the path of cultivation is the process of breaking these barriers to evolve one's life grade. Indirectly, this process mends the flaws in your destiny. Jiang Xuan pondered this. So, increasing one's cultivation and perfecting one's destiny go hand in hand. Exactly, Xuanyuan Gongyang agreed. However, there is a catch. Even if we light the flame of black and gold, and mend our destinies, we can only return our fate to the state of the original beings. We reach the life grade of an ancestor. At most, that allows one to reach the Saint Sovereign Realm. It is not enough to glimpse the supreme state of immortality. The original beings were also divided from a source. They were not unique. Above the ancestors, there is still a starting point. The source of fate. Jiang Xuan guessed. Yes. Xuanyuan Gongyang smiled. To become an emperor, your destiny must reach absolute perfection. You must become a unique individual. You can think of it as evolving your destiny until it becomes a source itself, similar to the source of fate. The opportunity of chaos rewarded by the gold rankings has exactly that effect. Jiang Xuan's heart raced. If that were true, the opportunity of chaos was essentially the opportunity to become an emperor. Xuanyuan Gongyang continued. Every time the rankings open, 14 opportunities of chaos are offered, following the principle of 9 yang and 5 yin. They are placed within 14 divine palaces. Anyone who reaches the top 10 of the primordial gold rankings earns the right to enter a palace and take an opportunity. Of course, there are other rewards as well. Emperor-level techniques involving the 12 supreme daos, undying emperor-grade herbs from previous epochs, and divine artifacts left behind by collapsed worlds. Anyone in the top 100 receives a random reward. The elder looked back on the past. According to our records, in the last epoch, Emperor Yu of the human race reached the top of the rankings. He obtained an opportunity of chaos and was also rewarded with a world tree sapling. A world tree sapling? Jiang Xuan blinked. In the elders' mouths, this was an event from a past epoch, but to Jiang Xuan, it felt very recent. After all, that very sapling was currently inside his body. The world tree within him grumbled. Hey, are they talking about me? And what do they mean by sapling? I'm fully grown. Senior, I have one more question, Jiang Xuan said. If there are only 14 opportunities, does that mean only 14 emperors can be born in a single epoch? In the last epoch, the primordial era, there were far more than 14 recorded emperors across all races. Xuanyuan Gongyang laughed softly. You are overthinking it. The key to becoming an emperor is achieving a perfect destiny. The opportunity of chaos simply simplifies the process, making the evolution of one's fate easier. It does not mean one cannot achieve perfection without it. Those with great luck and immense willpower can certainly reach that step through their own efforts. Jiang Xuan nodded thoughtfully. So, the flame and the opportunity of chaos were both tools to let a being's destiny jump ahead of their cultivation level. It reduced barriers and made the climb easier. It was similar to how Zhang Zhao had unsealed her bloodline early due to the massive energy she consumed. Her state had reached adulthood even if her power hadn't caught up yet. In Jiang Xuan's mind, destiny was essentially a person's ceiling. If he used the torch to reach the ancestor level, his ceiling would be the Saint Sovereign Realm. To go higher, he would eventually need to break that ceiling again to reach the level of an emperor. However, Xuanyuan Gongyang's tone shifted. For this opening of the primordial gold rankings, only 12 opportunities of chaos remain. 2 of them were taken by someone over 3,000 years ago. Chapter 626. Awakening the Xuanyuan Torch. Taken, 2 parts, over 3,000 years ago? Jiang Xuan stood frozen. Wasn't the land of divine revelation only supposed to open once every eon? He had assumed he was ahead of the curve, arriving a full year early. He thought he was in the perfect position to sweep up every opportunity this land had to offer. He never expected someone to beat him to the punch. 3,000 years, Jiang Xuan mused. 1 year in this land equaled 1 day in the outside world. That meant 10 days ago? Damn it. Who was powerful enough to break into the land of divine revelation 10 days ago? They were literally snatching the opportunities right out from under his nose. Just wait until I find out who you are, Jiang Xuan grumbled to himself, his chest tight with frustration. I will beat you so hard even your father won't recognize you. He had come here planning to take everything for himself, yet before he could even start, someone had already cut in line. It was infuriating. Xuanyuan Gongyang, unaware of Jiang Xuan's inner turmoil, offered a small smile and a nod. Based on what you have told me, our race has been in decline. However, in my view, this generation of humanity shows great promise. First, there is you. You arrived a year before the opening of the old lands. I can see you carry an extraordinary bloodline and a magnificent destiny. You are destined to become a pillar of our people. Jiang Xuan felt his face heat up, slightly embarrassed by the praise. Senior, you flatter me. But before he could finish his humble deflection, Xuanyuan Gongyang's next words caused his expression to stiffen. The modesty vanished, replaced by pure, unadulterated awkwardness. Second, there is the Haoshan couple. I know not what method they used to enter this place, but through their dazzling talent and sheer strength, they claimed the first and second spots on the golden rankings of the Great Dao. They took the rewards and the opportunities of primordial chaos. 3,000 years have passed since then, about 10 years in the outside world, I believe. They must have grown to incredible heights by now. Xuanyuan Gongyang looked at Jiang Xuan with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Tell me, young god, as a fellow human, have you heard the names of this Haoshan couple? Jiang Xuan did not answer. His entire body felt like stone while a tidal wave of shock crashed through his mind. The Haoshan couple, Jiang Haoshan and Lanyu. His father and mother? Could it really be that much of a coincidence? Senior, might I ask what the names of this couple were? Jiang Xuan asked, his voice dry. Jiang Haoshan and Lanyu. Xuanyuan Gongyang replied truthfully. Of course. Jiang Xuan let out a helpless laugh. It really was his parents. A strange ripple of emotion stirred in his heart. He couldn't help but be amazed. His parents were truly legendary. They had broken into this place 10 years ago and walked away with 2 primordial opportunities. It was hard to process. Weren't they supposed to be trapped in the life-forbidden zone? How on earth did they manage this? He shook his head to clear the distracting thoughts and looked back at Xuanyuan Gongyang. I will not hide it from you, senior. The Haoshan couple you speak of, they are my parents. Your parents? Xuanyuan Gongyang's eyes widened. He stared at Jiang Xuan in stunned silence. It was one thing for the parents to be ahead of their time, but for their son to also arrive early? This family was simply too much. Suppressing his shock, Xuanyuan Gongyang let out a breathless laugh. I see. In that case, I am speaking with the scion of old friends. Jiang Xuan nodded with a smile. And what is your name? The elder asked. Please, senior, just call me Jiang Xuan. Xuanyuan Gongyang nodded. Very well. First, I shall awaken the Xuanyuan torch to kindle the black-yellow fire for you. Afterward, we shall prepare for the primordial golden rankings. I am in your debt, Jiang Xuan replied. Following the elder's instructions, Jiang Xuan sat cross-legged before the altar and began to circulate the royal blood in his veins, now at 95% purity. A low hum filled the air. Blood gold light surged out of him like a great river, reflecting across the sky in holy, brilliant colors. A metallic ring echoed through the air, sounding almost like a cheer of joy. A thick, sacred pressure spread naturally, weighing down on the entire Xuanyuan tribe. The tribesmen grew pale and retreated hastily, unable to withstand the terrifying aura of the royal blood. Noticing the incredible density of the bloodline, Xuanyuan Gongyang raised an eyebrow in surprise. He was deeply impressed. As expected of the son of Haoshan and Lanyu, his bloodline density was even higher than his father's. The elder remembered the day he had kindled the fire for the parents. He recalled Jiang Haoshan's bloodline pure gold like a roaring flame, hiding a sharp sword intent that had nearly shattered the ancient barriers surrounding the village. When asked about his specific bloodline density, Jiang Haoshan had only laughed and given a cryptic reply. Blood is blood. Why bother with percentages? Looking at Jiang Xuan now, who stood equal to his father in every way, Xuanyuan Gongyang couldn't help but whisper. A tiger does not sire a dog. Setting aside his wandering thoughts, Xuanyuan Gongyang formed ancient hand seals and bowed deeply toward the Xuanyuan torch. He called out in a loud, resonant voice, "O Xuanyuan clan, you who sought flame within the darkness, we ask you to awaken from the distant past. Give your warmth to your younger brother, and kindle the black-yellow fire that belongs to him." The Xuanyuan torch on the ancient altar began to tremble. A holy spark of black-yellow fire flickered into life, slowly growing into a flame. It released a deep, ancient warmth, a sensation of kinship that felt as though it came from the very marrow of his bones, as comforting as a mother's embrace. "Clear your mind," Xuanyuan Gongyang commanded. "Lead the fire into your body. Refine your bloodline and nourish your destiny." Jiang Xuan understood. He released his divine sense, reaching out to touch the Xuanyuan torch. But the moment his consciousness made contact, the torch began to shake violently. The massive human race luck gathered around Jiang Xuan suddenly surged forward, pouring into the Xuanyuan torch like a flood. Boom! The black-yellow fire doubled in size instantly. Xuanyuan Gongyang's eyes snapped open. This boy carried such a staggering amount of luck. Even a young king might not possess this much, he muttered. At that moment, the will of humanity manifested around Jiang Xuan. Together with the luck, it formed an ancient vision of a great continent. A towering figure sat upon an altar, surrounded by the worship and devotion of billions of humans. Suddenly, that towering figure stood, leaning on a sword of humanity. An aura of majesty and dominance soared into the heavens. As the face of the figure became clear, it was unmistakably Jiang Xuan. The vision resonated with the torch. Boom! The flame doubled in size yet again. Seeing this young king vision, the elder and the tribesmen were rooted to the spot. Their shock turned into excitement, then into pure joy and reverence. They bowed deeply. Led by the elder, they cried out, "Xuanyuan Gongyang and the Xuanyuan tribe greet the young king. We greet the young king." The crowd echoed. Xuanyuan Gongyang looked up at the vision, his eyes sparkling with emotion. Jiang Xuan's face was fully formed in the manifestation. This meant he was not far from proving his path as a human king. 10 years at most, and he will be a human king. Xuanyuan Gongyang was shaking with excitement. Such a young king, he truly has the potential to become a human emperor and lead a race to glory. Prosperity is coming. Just then, the human tablet flew out of its own accord, suspended in midair. It released a vast, primordial aura that poured into the torch. The flame surged again and again. A sacred artifact of humanity? Xuanyuan Gongyang was stunned. He hadn't expected Jiang Xuan to carry such a treasure. Generally, only a human emperor could command enough luck to forge a vessel for the race's will. Humanity had only seen a handful of emperors in its long history. Sacred artifacts were incredibly rare. In truth, the Xuanyuan torch was also a sacred artifact, but it was too unique to be used as a weapon. First the luck, now a tablet. He might actually fully awaken the torch. Xuanyuan Gongyang felt a spark of hope. A fully awakened torch would be an immense blessing. At the very least, it would significantly boost the bloodline refinement of any human who came to kindle their fire. But then, he let out a sigh. What am I thinking? The difficulty is too high. Even the young King Du had tried and failed by just a hair. Jiang Xuan was brilliant, but surely he couldn't surpass the legends of old? Suddenly, a hum resonated through the air. The Xianxia seal and the Xuanyuan broken sword flew out from Jiang Xuan's stanchion. They released a wild, prehistoric aura, and the black-yellow sword qi, feeding the flame. The fire continued to explode. What had started as a tiny flicker was now a towering blaze 30 feet high. Another one? Xuanyuan Gongyang's eyes nearly popped out of his head. 3 sacred artifacts on one person. This was beyond exaggeration. He didn't even realize Jiang Xuan actually had 4. He had only given the Shening Ding away to save his wife. But it still wasn't over. The black hole foundation in the center of Jiang Xuan's stanchion trembled. A streak of profound light and a mysterious aura shot out and entered the torch. No one saw this part. They only saw the 30-foot flame suddenly erupt. It was like a volcanic explosion. The black-yellow fire transformed into a churning sea of flames, blanketing the sky above the altar. It shimmered with holy light and an ancient, sacred aura. The Xuanyuan torch was fully awake. How is this possible? Xuanyuan Gongyang cried out, his voice filled with overwhelming joy. Chapter 627. Crossing the Saint Tribulation again. The Xuanyuan torch was awakened, and the black-yellow fire transformed into a burning sea of flames. The onlookers stood frozen, staring at the scene in a daze. No one expected that after 4 long eons, the Xuanyuan torch would finally wake up. Since the fall of the human ancestor, Xianxia, the torch had fallen into a deep slumber. While it continued to burn with the black-yellow fire, allowing the human race to kindle their flames and perfect their destinies, the spirit of the artifact itself remained dormant, impossible to rouse. Throughout these 4 eons, the Xuanyuan tribe had remained faithful to their mission. They lived to kindle these fires for their kin, but they always harbored a secret hope. They prayed that one day the torch would awaken to provide guidance to the tribe and all of humanity. Led by Xuanyuan Gongyang, every member of the tribe was swept up in a wave of intense excitement. Perhaps in this eon, the Xuanyuan tribe would finally be able to leave the old lands. They took pride in their duty, which is why they had remained rooted here for so long. But they were still human, possessed of their own desires and emotions. How could they spend an eternity confined to this place without a trace of resentment? They wanted to leave. They wanted to enter the flourishing myriad realms and carve out a grand legacy for the Xuanyuan clan. They did not ask for much. They only hoped that their most talented descendants could fulfill their potential step out of the old lands, and find their own place in the world. If even a few could do so, those staying behind would be content. The awakening of the Xuanyuan torch gave them exactly that hope. As the black-yellow fire enveloped the ancient altar, the spirit of the torch finally manifested within the sea of flames. It took the form of an old man dressed in animal skins, his face etched with visible exhaustion, and the weight of countless years. The old man scanned the people of the Xuanyuan tribe, and nodded with a faint smile. His descendants had not abandoned the legacy he left behind. They remembered their mission. That was good. He knew it was unfair to them, but as the blood descendants of Xianxia, this was the responsibility they were born to carry. The old man turned his gaze toward Jiang Xuan, watching him for a long time, as if peering through his very soul to inspect his foundations. His aged eyes narrowed slightly, reflecting a flicker of surprise that he quickly concealed. With a wave of his hand, he directed the sea of black-yellow fire toward Jiang Xuan. It is easy to kindle the fire to perfect your destiny, the old man's voice echoed in Jiang Xuan's mind. However, using the black-yellow fire to temper your bloodline is a path of extreme pain and danger. Proceed only as your strength allows. Jiang Xuan nodded in response. He steadied his mind and, following the old man's guidance, allowed the black-yellow fire to enter his body and merge with his royal blood. He would forge his blood with fire. Pain. The agony was every bit as intense as he expected. It struck like a tidal wave, instantly threatening to drown his consciousness. However, Jiang Xuan possessed a resilient will. He held his ground. In his sea of consciousness, his soul began to circulate the Teihao profound scripture. The power of the moon goddess's authority brushed over him, spreading from his mind to every corner of his physical body. The cool, refreshing sensation helped mask a portion of the suffering. Under the refinement of the black-yellow fire, the 95% pure royal blood was stripped of even its deepest impurities. The gold-red radiance of his bloodline became increasingly pure, heavy, and solid. If his previous royal blood was like molten lava, it was now rapidly transforming into something akin to crystalline fire essence. The vast pressure radiating from his blood increased sharply, growing more ancient and sacred. It gave off the aura of a primordial life form, almost as if he were becoming an ancestor. Tempering the blood was only a secondary benefit. The true purpose of kindling the black-yellow fire was to complete and perfect one's destiny. Because destiny is fused within the soul, it cannot be observed directly. One can only grasp it through vague, ethereal sensations. Yet, there was clear evidence that his destiny was reaching completion. Jiang Xuan's soul was becoming increasingly pure, radiating a gentle aura of the passing ages. His soul grew translucent, shimmering with countless profound Dao talismans that illustrated the ultimate truths of the universe. It even began to carry a concentrated, lingering saintly aura. Just as a body becomes a saint when it is covered in Dao talismans, the soul follows a similar path. Jiang Xuan's soul had crossed the threshold of longevity. His soul had become a saint. This had already been within his reach. Jiang Xuan had previously completed the smelting of his soul, and once he finished proving his own path and crossed the saint tribulation, his soul would have naturally entered the saint realm. But the completion of his destiny had significantly accelerated the process. While physical saint tribulations were common, a specific tribulation for the soul was unheard of. Suddenly, a hum vibrated through the air. In the high heavens, deep and terrifying clouds of tribulation gathered once more. Pitch-black lightning churned within, releasing a heart-stopping aura of pure destruction. A soul saint tribulation. There really is such a thing? Jiang Xuan was stunned and more than a bit annoyed. This felt like a missed opportunity. If he had known, he would have faced the physical and soul tribulations at the same time. If the two had stacked, he might have been able to squeeze even more benefits out of the heavenly lightning. There was no point in regretting it now. With a single thought, Jiang Xuan sent his soul flying out of his sea of consciousness, heading straight into the heart of the lightning clouds to begin devouring the tribulation energy. He had to prioritize. He was in the middle of kindling the black-yellow fire. He didn't have time for a long, drawn-out tribulation. He needed to finish this quickly so he could get back to the main task. Xuanyuan Gongyang and the tribesmen looked up in shock. Seeing Jiang Xuan using his soul to face a tribulation and violently devouring the lightning, their eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth was happening? Why was he facing a saint tribulation with only his soul? And more importantly, who faces a tribulation with such brutal aggression? The old spirit of the torch saw what was happening and frowned in confusion. A soul-based saint tribulation? A soul saint? He had never seen such a thing. In his era, the path of the soul saint was unheard of. Physical sainthood was the common goal. Back when he led the human race, they were still in a primitive stage, and their cultivation systems were mostly based on imitating powerful divine beasts and demons like the ancient gods, true dragons, or white tigers. Consequently, they focused almost entirely on the physical body. Has the human race of the future expanded the cultivation system to this extent? The old man wondered. A gratified smile touched his lips. As far as he knew, even the most powerful divine beasts did not have a method for soul sainthood. They simply reached the saint realm through their general cultivation level, which then pulled their souls up to that tier. Humanity is truly flourishing. The old man laughed heartily. At that moment, at the very peak of the land of divine revelation, the man in the duist robe sitting atop the massive head noticed Jiang Xuan's tribulation. He stroked his mustache with a peculiar expression. How did the boy pull this off? Proving his own path? No, that allows for the smelting of the soul and pushes it toward the saint level, but it creates a saint-level soul, not a soul saint. There is a difference. Is it the Teihao profound scripture? No, that's not right either. The man in the duelist robe shook his head, dismissing his own theories. The Teihao scripture is a powerful soul inheritance, but it cannot break the fundamental hierarchy of life. The soul resides within the body's sea of consciousness. It is normally restricted by the body's cultivation level. Unless the physical body reaches the Saint Realm, the soul cannot precede it unless the being is a unique life form made entirely of spirit. He couldn't wrap his head around it. He let out a long sigh of resignation. For 4 eons, countless experts have searched for a way to achieve soul sainthood without success. Has this kid stumbled into it by sheer luck? This boy's fortune is truly terrifying. The man himself had spent 100,000 years exploring the path of soul sainthood. He had even taken a disciple with a unique soul talent, providing them with endless resources and guidance. In the end, it had still resulted in failure. The method for soul sainthood might not seem special on the surface. It looked like just another path to power, but it carried a profound significance. It meant that a king whose physical body was destroyed, but whose destiny was perfect, could still hope to prove their path and become an immortal emperor. The Supreme Emperor realm was notoriously difficult. For a normal being, the basic requirement was total perfection in 4 areas: destiny, soul, physical body, and cultivation foundation. If a king's physical body was ruined, and they lacked something as rare as an undying emperor herb, their path was effectively blocked. He knew that the 8 kings of the ancient human race had been stopped at their level primarily for this reason. They had spent their lives fighting for humanity, and their bodies were riddled with hidden injuries that could never truly be healed. But if a method for soul sainthood existed, those kings could have discarded their broken bodies and ascended through their souls. Of course, this was only a hypothesis. Whether it was actually possible remained to be seen. After all, the method for soul sainthood had never been fully mapped out or turned into a clear system of cultivation. The Great Tao was a difficult path. If it weren't for generations of experts throwing themselves into the unknown to experiment, the current comprehensive cultivation system wouldn't even exist. The road to becoming an emperor remained misty and incomplete, a path that those who came after could not yet simply follow. Chapter 628. The second secret of the marriage bond. A soul saint tribulation was nowhere near enough to stop Jiang Xuan. He dealt with it in short order, devouring the lightning hole until the sky was clear. The tribulation was conquered. His soul returned to his sea of consciousness. The refinement of his royal blood through the black-yellow fire continued, but Jiang Xuan had already successfully kindled his own flame. His soul, now adorned with complex Dao runes, sat cross-legged in the center of his mind. Between its hands hovered a brilliant, glowing spark, the black-yellow fire. The warmth of the flame resonated with his soul and harmonized with the Teihao profound scripture. Even his domain's supernatural powers seemed to form a subtle connection with the light. But the most striking change was his internal state. His life force and spirit felt weightless, as if 1,000 heavy shackles had been shattered and cast aside. He felt an unprecedented sense of freedom, the literal realization of the phrase "the sky is high and the bird is free." Is this what it feels like to have a perfected destiny? Jiang Xuan whispered to himself. A notification from his golden finger flickered across his vision. Your destiny is perfected. Your talent is fully unsealed. You will now uncover the second layer of the secret regarding your marriage bond with Nangong Mingyue. Jiang Xuan froze, puzzled by the words. Before he could process the thought, his consciousness was pulled into a hazy, swirling chaos. By reflex, he activated his reincarnation treasure technique. The phantom of the cycle reversed, bolstered by the power of reincarnation. Once again, he entered a great dream of 10,000 years. His domain's supernatural powers activated as well, merging into the dream. Even the black hole foundation at the center of his dantian, which usually required his command, pulsed with a deep, mysterious light, as if it were trying to communicate a hidden truth. The setting was the same. An obscure Taoist temple dedicated to Shening. Nangong Mingyue had taken her own life and lay collapsed in Jiang Xuan's arms. She reached out with a trembling, bloodless left hand to gently touch his face. She wore a weak, fading smile. Do not forget me. Her hand fell limp. She was gone. No, no, no. Jiang Xuan cried out, tears of blood streaming down his face. He could not accept this. He was driven to the brink of madness. You will not die. You cannot. I will find a way to save you. There must be a way. He muttered to himself like a man possessed, searching for any spark of hope to bring her back. Shening. Yes, Shening. His eyes locked onto the statue of the divine ancestor. He charged forward, throwing his frail, mortal body against the bronze figure. Thud, thud, thud. He struck the statue again and again. His mind was fractured, stripped of all logic. He had only one thought. Break the statue. His master, the previous temple guardian, had told him that a celestial pill refined by Shening was hidden inside the bronze frame. That pill could bring her back. It had to. The sound of his body crashing against metal echoed through the temple. But the statue was cast from solid bronze. How could a man of flesh and bone break it? Within minutes, Jiang Xuan was covered in his own blood. Still, he did not stop. He threw himself at the metal like a demon. Finally, after an hour of relentless battering, the statue groaned and toppled over. Ignoring his broken ribs and torn skin, Jiang Xuan scrambled through the fragments. He tore at the bronze scraps until he saw it a single pill suspended in the air, its surface shimmering with ancient, swirling patterns. He snatched the medicine and rushed back to Nangong Mingyue. He chewed the pill into a paste and pressed it into her mouth, forcing her to swallow. A soft hum filled the room. The celestial medicine was true to its name. Her body was immediately enveloped in a misty, ethereal glow. The horrific wound at her throat began to knit back together, vanishing before his very eyes. It worked. It actually worked. Jiang Xuan wept with relief. Soon, Nangong Mingyue opened her eyes. She looked around, dazed and confused, seemingly unaware that she had just died. At that moment, a group of figures descended from the clouds. They looked like immortals, radiating an air of detached elegance. The Shening pill really was here, one said. To think a mere mortal would waste such a treasure, another added. The leader, a middle-aged man with eyes full of cold fury, looked at Nangong Mingyue. With a flick of his sleeve, he cast a spell that bound her in a cage of light. He prepared to take her away. Who are you? Jiang Xuan roared, lunging at them. The middle-aged man gave a disdainful snort. To him, Jiang Xuan was nothing more than an ant. With another wave of his hand, he struck Jiang Xuan with a gust of energy that knocked him unconscious. The group drifted back into the sky, carrying Nangong Mingyue with them. Jiang Xuan did not wake until the following day. A phantom image hovered over the ruins of the bronze statue. The spirit identified itself as Shening. He told Jiang Xuan that the men who took Nangong Mingyue were chi refiners from an ancient era. They craved the power of the pill, and planned to toss the girl into a furnace to extract the medicinal essence from her blood. Jiang Xuan begged the spirit for help, but the phantom shook its head. He was only a memory, a shadow with no power to fight. He could only grant Jiang Xuan the ancient techniques of chi refining. The rest was up to him. Whether he could reach her in time depended entirely on his own strength. Jiang Xuan began to practice immediately. His talent proved to be terrifyingly abnormal. According to the spirit, the path of a chi refiner consisted of 4 stages: refining essence into chi, refining chi into spirit into emptiness, and refining emptiness into the Dao. The leader of the group that took his wife had already reached the 3rd stage. Yet, in just 30 minutes, Jiang Xuan went from a common man to the 2nd stage of refining chi into spirit. The spirit of Shening was shaken, convinced he was witnessing a dream. An hour later, Jiang Xuan broke through to the 3rd stage, refining spirit into emptiness. Guided by the spirit, Jiang Xuan raced to save her. He traveled to the foot of Mount Tai, and used an ancient formation to enter a hidden realm, where the chi refiners gathered. There he found the man who had kidnapped her, a man who called himself the Mountain River Taoist. He was standing before a massive furnace. Inside that furnace was Nangong Mingyue. Blinded by rage, Jiang Xuan attacked without hesitation. Though they occupied the same realm of power, Jiang Xuan lacked combat experience. He was battered and pushed back, struggling to land a blow. To go from a mortal to my level in half a day? The Mountain River Taoist was intrigued. He realized he had found a rare specimen. Tell me your secret and I might let you live, the Taoist said. Jiang Xuan was deaf to his words. His eyes were bloodshot, and he fought with a suicidal ferocity. Through the cycle of being struck down and rising again, something inside him clicked. It was as if he were remembering how to fight rather than learning it. He began to manifest powerful supernatural techniques by instinct. Slowly, the tide turned. Jiang Xuan gained the upper hand and eventually struck the Mountain River Taoist down with overwhelming force. But the battle had taken too long. When Jiang Xuan tore open the furnace with his bare hands, Nangong Mingyue was gone. All that remained was a faint, nearly transparent wisp of a soul. Holding the remains of her spirit, Jiang Xuan collapsed. Tears of blood fell onto the ghost of the woman he loved. No, he screamed into the void. This is no time for grief, the spirit of Shening said, appearing from within Jiang Xuan's body. There is still a chance to bring her back. Jiang Xuan looked up, his hope rekindled. Senior, please, tell me what I must do. Chapter 629. Sudden change. First, find the Shening Ding, Shening said. Use it to shelter the soul of Nangong Mingyue, and stop her essence from scattering further. Then, you must travel against the current of the Yellow Spring, and enter the underworld to claim a spider lily. With that flower, you can reunite her soul. Once the spirit is secured, reconstructing a physical body is a simple matter. Overjoyed, Jiang Xuan followed Shening's guidance to find the tripod. Shening explained that the artifact was hidden within the Xianxia mountains, nourished and repaired by one of the last 9 dragon veins remaining in this era of waning magic. Jiang Xuan headed west and reached the mountains. There he encountered a group of strange chi refiners who specialized in bizarre mechanical arts. They claimed to be descendants of the Zhou dynasty, transformed into monstrous half-ghosts after suffering a heavenly backlash from forcibly practicing the I Ching. They too sought the Shening Ding, hoping its power could suppress their curse and restore their humanity. Jiang Xuan did not waste words. He began a slaughter. Combat experience of unknown origin flooded his mind, granting him overwhelming power. Despite their cryptic secret arts, the Zhou descendants could not stand against him. He cut them down until they fled in terror. With the help of Shening's spirit, Jiang Xuan entered the heart of the mountains and successfully claimed the Shening Ding. He used it to shield Nangong Mingyue's fading spirit, barely preventing her soul from shattering entirely. However, Shening warned him that to travel against the Yellow Spring, he needed to reach the peak of the Duist path. He had to manifest a golden core to resist the corrosion of the River of the Dead. Attempting it now would be a death sentence. Left with no choice, Jiang Xuan paused his plan and focused on his cultivation. His talent was terrifying. While an average genius would take a century to reach the required stage, Jiang Xuan achieved it in just 15 days. But he hit a wall. He reached the peak of his stage, but could not achieve the final state of harmony required to form his golden core. After a day of stagnation, Jiang Xuan changed his approach. If meditation failed, he would take what he needed. He began a path of conquest, traveling across mountains and rivers to visit the hidden realms of other qi refiners. He used force to strip them of their spirit pills and medicinal herbs. Within another half-month, 80% of the world's qi refiners had been visited by Jiang Xuan. He consumed the massive hoard of pills and herbs all at once. He used the terrifying surge of medicinal power to smash through his bottleneck and force the formation of his golden core. Heaven granted his wish. Under the furious gaze of 1,000 qi refiners, Jiang Xuan crossed his heavenly tribulation. In this era of dying magic, he became the first person to form a golden core and master great arcane power. Jiang Xuan felt no joy. He immediately set out for the East Sea. Deep beneath its waters, he began his journey against the current of the Yellow Spring. His golden core radiated a brilliant light, shielding his body and soul against the river's rot. He moved forward with grueling effort, one step at a time. The journey lasted 10 years. Over that decade, Jiang Xuan became a husk. His thoughts grew sluggish and empty under the constant pressure of the dead. His physical body rotted away until he was nothing more than a skeleton of white bone. The protection of the golden core had faded to nearly nothing over 10 long years. Yet, despite the decay, his cultivation level soared under the relentless torment of the river. And in the end, he succeeded. After 10 years, Jiang Xuan crossed the Yellow Spring and stepped into the underworld. The vast underworld was cloaked in a hopeless, yellow desolation. Lost souls drifted aimlessly through an endless landscape of graves and ruins, filled with the piercing wails of the dead. At Xianning's call, Jiang Xuan's mind cleared. He followed the instructions, using the murky river of forgetfulness as his guide to find the bridge of helplessness. The spider lilies grew beneath that bridge. The underworld was so vast it bred despair. He lost track of time. Had it been a year, a decade, a millennium? He no longer knew. Finally, he reached the bridge. A long line of ghosts stretched across it. At the far end, old Lady Meng stood with a stone ladle, serving the soup of forgetfulness to souls before they entered the massive great cycle of reincarnation behind her. Sensing a living presence, she paused her work and looked toward Jiang Xuan. A look of surprise crossed her face. She studied him, her confusion deepening. He felt familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. How is that possible? She thought, shaking her head with a bitter smile. She was born here. As long as the underworld existed and the cycle turned, she could never leave. How could she have met him elsewhere? Perhaps I am the one who needs a bowl of soup, she joked to herself. Jiang Xuan did not notice her gaze. He didn't dare look around, fearing he might provoke her and be stopped from gathering the flower. He stepped onto the bridge and leaped into the river of forgetfulness. Xianning had warned him that the flowers were guarded by ghosts and gods. He had to be fast. He needed to pluck a flower and place it in the Xianning Ding to merge it with Nangong Mingyue's soul before the guardians noticed. But Jiang Xuan had underestimated the power of the underworld's gods. Just as his hand reached for the white spider lily, everything froze. A massive, indescribable hand appeared from the river and snatched Jiang Xuan from the air. Boy, the spider lily is not something you can touch, a majestic voice boomed in his mind. The river churned, and a massive figure in royal robes stepped out. It was King Zhejiang. Jiang Xuan's heart sank, but he refused to give up. He explained his situation and bowed. Please, senior, I ask for your mercy. Traveling against the Yellow Spring to save your wife? You are a man of deep devotion, King Zhejiang said, offering praise. He admired the man, but his duty was absolute. But the rules are the rules. The order of life and death cannot be defied. This woman is dead. It is her destiny. No human effort can change it. Do not struggle in vain. But Jiang Xuan had already looked past life and death on his journey. He would not be swayed by mere words. I do not believe in fate, Jiang Xuan said firmly. He erupted with sudden power, breaking free from the king's grip and lashing out with mysterious techniques. King Zhejiang was stunned that the boy could break his hold. Seeing the attack, he shook his head. He was a god of the underworld with infinite power. To him, a human qi refiner was an ant trying to shake a mountain. He raised a palm to crush the boy. Wait. Suddenly, the king sensed something. He retracted his power and used the natural energy of the underworld to bind Jiang Xuan in place. With a wave of his hand, he pulled the Xianning Ding from Jiang Xuan's body. Looking at the soul of Nangong Mingyue within the tripod, the king's brow furrowed. Why does this woman carry a trace of the aura of the king of Zhejiang? Is she the chosen successor for my throne? He shook his head, unable to find an answer. Even a god of his stature could not truly peer into the secrets of fate. Fate was untouchable. Sensing the mystery, he wisely decided not to force the issue. He returned the tripod to Jiang Xuan and plucked a spider lily from the river himself, handing it to the boy. Jiang Xuan held the flower in a daze. He didn't understand why the king had suddenly become so helpful, but he bowed in gratitude. Thank you, senior. The king looked at him with a heavy gaze. I told you, the order of life and death cannot be defied. Her destiny is set. By saving her today, you only invite a more terrifying calamity. She still cannot escape death. In the face of destiny, you should learn to let go. Jiang Xuan's heart grew heavy, but he shook his head with determination. Do not try to persuade me. I do not believe in set destinies. Even if what you say is true and she is doomed, I will change her fate against the will of the heavens. Change fate? King Zhejiang was taken aback. He hadn't expected such naive words from a cultivator, but such devotion was rare. He could not bring himself to mock it. He sighed. It is easy to defy the heavens, but hard to change fate. Many have sat upon the throne of the heavenly Dao, but destiny, it cannot be violated. Suddenly, a massive boom echoed. The dream shattered. Jiang Xuan snapped his eyes open. Warning, warning, warning. Nangong Mingyue has broken through to the Saint Realm. The Phoenix memories have seized the opportunity to invade her mind. She is in critical condition. The second secret of the marriage bond has been interrupted. You must obtain the primordial opportunity within 2 hours, and deliver it to her to complete her destiny, and block the Phoenix invasion. Chapter 630. The Rescue Mission. A special notification flashed across Jiang Xuan's vision. Sudden situation detected. Rescue mission issued. Seize the opportunity of primordial chaos to save Nangong Mingyue. Time limit, 2 hours. If the mission fails, 100,000 years of your lifespan will be revoked. Consequences of failure. The Phoenix descends, the heavens fall, the eras are thrown into chaos, and the human race is annihilated. If the mission is successful, the second layer of the marriage bond secret will reconnect. Reward. The Great Dao Method of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation brand. Note. This method may assist you in collecting fragments of the 6 paths to re-establish the order of the underworld and rebuild the Hell Realm. Jiang Xuan stared at the prompt, his pupils contracting. A chill of shock ran through him. He had been working himself to the bone, and was still a long way from becoming a longevity saint. Yet, Nangong Mingyue had already broken through to the Saint Realm. Was the Phoenix destiny really that powerful? Why are you in such a hurry? Jiang Xuan thought with a bitter, helpless smile. Now your husband has to come to the rescue again. Am I some kind of Mario, constantly running through levels to save his wife? What bothered him most was this abstract mission mechanism. Failing would cost him 100,000 years of life. Even though he had removed the bloodline curse, he followed the path of proving one's own way, and was currently only at the Venerable Realm. His lifespan reflected that status. Even with the slight increases from surviving the physical and soul tribulations, he only had about 20,000 years to his name. If he failed, he wouldn't just be dead. He would effectively owe the system 80,000 years of life from beyond the grave. What kind of cheated system pits its host like this? He had every reason to suspect this thing simply didn't want him to live a long life. Still, Jiang Xuan maintained a decent attitude. If a husband doesn't look after his own wife, who will? 2 hours, that should be enough. He immediately ended his meditation. During the brief period of the reincarnation dream, his royal blood had finished its refinement, reaching the level of pure blood. It now radiated a noble, sacred red gold glow, looking like translucent liquid crystal. Calling it pure blood was actually a simplification. After being tempered by the black-yellow fire and merging with the various inheritances he had melted into his body, his bloodline had evolved. It was based on the Jiang family's royal blood, but had undergone a marvelous transformation. It was a new branch entirely. If compared to the ancestor of the Jiang family, the supporting king, the two were of the same root and equally matched, but they had developed in different directions. Their divine effects, Dao laws, and heavenly rules were distinct. In terms of bloodline hierarchy within the Jiang family, Jiang Xuan now stood at the same height as the founder. He possessed ancestral blood. He didn't let it go to his head, however. He didn't believe for a moment that he was superior to the ancestor in his prime. The black hole foundation in his dantian was proof enough of that. That entity originated from the ancestor's legacy, and its sheer absurdity evidenced by the humble, submissive attitude of the reincarnation phantom, and the world tree spoke for itself. Furthermore, he had not yet truly begun to practice the ancestor's core inheritance. It wasn't because he had forgotten it or looked down on it, but because the inheritance was so profound and restricted that he could only officially begin after stepping into the Saint Realm. Truly, given how powerful the legacy was, he found it hard to reconcile the image of the ancestor with the version of the supporting king described by the Blood Demon King. The styles were just too different. Jiang Xuan shook his head to clear his mind, withdrew his ancestral blood, and restrained his aura. He looked at Xuanyuan Gongyang. Where is the nearest divine palace? Xuanyuan Gongyang was taken aback by the urgency in Jiang Xuan's voice. He was confused. The boy had only just finished perfecting his destiny. Why was he in such a rush to seize the primordial opportunity? There are still 10 months until the old lands officially open. We have plenty of time. Jiang Xuan waved a hand to cut him off. There is no time. Tell me, where is the nearest palace? It is on the Yang continent. I will take you there, a voice said. The old spirit of the Xuanyuan torch stepped forward. Jiang Xuan looked at him in surprise. This was the spirit of the torch. Xuanyuan Gongyang had said it had been dormant since the fall of the human ancestor. Why had it suddenly awakened? I am Xuanyuan Shi, the old man said with a faint smile. To ensure the Xuanyuan torch could burn the black-yellow fire forever, I voluntarily incinerated my physical form to become the spirit of this artifact. The human ancestor? Jiang Xuan's eyes widened in shock. He quickly bowed. Junior young King Jiang Xuan greets the human ancestor. Xuanyuan Gongyang and the rest of the tribe were stunned. They knew the torch had a spirit, but they had no idea the spirit was their own founding ancestor. A wave of commotion swept through the crowd. Xuanyuan Gongyang let out a loud shout to steady the people. He knelt and kowtowed. Xuanyuan Gongyang, 200,000th generation patriarch of the 4th Eon, leads the blood descendants of the Xuanyuan clan to pay respects to our ancestor. The tribesmen followed suit, their faces flushed with excitement. We pay our respects to the human ancestor. The black-yellow fire surged, gently lifting Jiang Xuan and the others to their feet. There is no human ancestor anymore, Xianxia said with a laugh. That title is buried in the past. I am merely a spirit now. He turned to Jiang Xuan. You are Jiang Xuan, yes? Jiang Xuan nodded. Let us go. From your expression, I take it you need the primordial opportunity immediately. The Yang continent is the closest. If we leave now, there is still a chance. Xianxia looked into the void, his eyes deepening as if he were seeing something far away. Thank you, ancestor, Jiang Xuan said. The old man shook his head, appearing not to care for the title, but he didn't waste breath correcting him. He waved a hand, and the sea of flames above the altar returned to the torch. Then, the altar trembled as the torch detached itself and flew to Jiang Xuan. I have just awakened, and my spiritual form is weak, Xianxia explained. You must carry the torch, or I will not be able to guide you. Jiang Xuan blinked. This was unexpected. A sacred object of such immense significance to the human race was simply being handed to him. As great as the treasure was, he felt a bit hesitant to take it. The Xuanyuan torch carried the weight of the race's rise and fall. He looked at Xuanyuan Gongyang for confirmation. The ancestors' will is our will, Xuanyuan Gongyang said, telling him not to overthink it. The old spirit laughed at Jiang Xuan's hesitation. Little one, the torch is indeed a rare treasure, but the great responsibility it carries is its true essence. Since you are the young king of humanity, this is a burden you must bear. Jiang Xuan nodded thoughtfully and gripped the torch. He would not refuse again. Please guide the way, ancestor. Upward, Xianxia said, pointing toward the 9 heavens above the giant palm continent. The heavenly Dao of the old lands once established the order of the 9 Yang and 5 Yin. Everything follows that logic. Those 9 heavens are the 9 Yang heavens. The lowest level is the Yang continent, and that is where the nearest divine palace is located. 9 Yang and 5 Yin again, Jiang Xuan mused. Experts in the Dao Saint Realm often mentioned this order when discussing the seats of heaven. It seemed the origin of that logic was the order established by the heavenly Dao of this ancient land. He didn't waste time thinking. Holding the torch, Jiang Xuan took to the sky and sped toward the Yang continent. He moved at his absolute maximum speed. However, he soon realized that the distance was staggering. The Yang continent looked like it was right above the giant palm continent, almost within reach, but the space between them was incredibly distorted. The giant palm continent was a complete world with its own barriers and a vast deep space. Only after crossing that void could one truly leave the continent. Once outside, one entered the turbulent void. One had to cross that chaotic emptiness to reach the next land. The turbulent void was like the primordial chaos rules were disordered, and the Dao could hardly exist. But it was even more terrifying than chaos. Space here was erratic. One moment it was compressed, and the next it expanded infinitely. If Jiang Xuan hadn't already achieved physical sainthood, he might not have survived the journey. This caused the travel itself to consume a significant amount of time. Even though he was pushing himself to the breaking point, over an hour had passed by the time he reached the Yang continent. The countdown in his vision read, 90 minutes remaining. The pressure mounted. He had 90 minutes to get the opportunity and give it to his wife, or they would face a grim end together. 10,000 miles to the east, and you will see the palace, the voice of Xianxia echoed in his mind. He had returned to the safety of the torch. Jiang Xuan nodded. Suddenly, Xianxia's tone changed. He sounded urgent. You must move faster. Someone is about to beat you to it. Jiang Xuan's expression darkened. Fury bubbled up in his chest, mixed with confusion. He had arrived so early. How could someone possibly be ahead of him? Who was this person? Chapter 631. Old friend from Xuanyuan, Xianxia. 10,000 miles was a trivial distance at Jiang Xuan's current speed. Within moments, the magnificent divine palace perched atop a sacred peak came into view. The mountain towered 100,000 feet high, its surface covered in mysterious great Dao patterns that shimmered with a dark golden luster. A heavy, awe-inspiring aura radiated naturally from its slopes. A golden plaque hung above the palace entrance, inscribed with 2 large seal-script characters. Yangju, the Yangju Divine Palace. It housed a single opportunity of primordial chaos. However, massive chains formed of great Dao runes bound the palace to the towering mountain, appearing to anchor the structure as if to prevent it from flying away. Jiang Xuan's attention was not on the architecture, however. The moment he spotted the palace, his gaze locked onto a group of people standing before its gates. The human ancestor had been right. It was not just one person who had arrived first, but an entire party. They were all dressed in black robes, their auras hidden and their faces obscured. It was impossible to discern their cultivation levels. Among them, one person knelt on a single knee holding an ancient, disc-like object. He was chanting under his breath while his right hand traced patterns on the ground. Dark golden light followed his fingers, forming array seals that sank deep into the palace walls. With every stroke, the divine palace trembled. It was clear this person was using a secret method to force the gates open. Damn it. Jiang Xuan's eyes narrowed as anger flared. Where did these bastards come from? How dare they touch my things? They must be tired of living. Without a word, Jiang Xuan activated his ancestral blood and lunged forward. He unleashed the Xuanyuan battle method, throwing a punch that manifested the desolate landscape of the great wilderness. Endless malevolent energy took the form of a prehistoric beast, charging toward the group in black. The robed figures sensed the attack, yet most did not move. It was as if they simply did not care. Only one man vanished, reappearing an instant later in Jiang Xuan's path. Even with his heightened senses, Jiang Xuan could barely track the man's movement. A pale blade of sword chi slashed out, carrying a murderous intent that seemed capable of tearing the sky apart. The air hummed as Jiang Xuan's punch was instantly neutralized. The pale sword chi remained unsullied, its terrifying malice only intensifying as it continued its trajectory toward him. Jiang Xuan's pupils shrank. This man was strong. Among all the swordsmen he had ever encountered, this man's skill was unmatched. It was a league of its own. The sword maniac of the sword sect was formidable, but even he would pale in comparison to this. In truth, Jiang Xuan's own sword of humanity felt inferior to the strike before him. This was a first. Jiang Xuan had faced many opponents with higher cultivation levels, but he had never met anyone who could decisively beat him in the art of the sword. The realization stung him, reigniting a long-dormant fighting spirit. He reached for a standard longsword, intending to challenge this man fairly to test the limits of his own Dao. But then, he remembered the mission. He was here to save his wife. He didn't have time to play games with this stranger. He suppressed his competitive urge and drew the broken Xuanyuan sword instead. He swung. A massive river of black-yellow sword chi erupted, vast and limitless. It carried the courageous will of the human race, shaking the foundations of heaven and earth. This was the true sword of humanity. The sword of humanity? Inside the torch, Xianxia was astonished. He had already seen that the boy was extraordinary, burdened with a magnificent destiny, and close to proving himself as a human king. He had not expected him to have mastered the sword of humanity as well. This was the unmistakable mark of a future sovereign. Perhaps, the old spirit thought, this boy truly has the chance to carry the Xianxia torch out of the old lands and restore the human race. The hum of the blade filled the air. Jiang Xuan's strike shattered the pale sword chi, and he charged toward the robed swordsman. The swordsman hesitated, clearly surprised that his attack had been broken. As Jiang Xuan closed the distance, the man's eyes turned cold. A terrifying, murderous flame erupted around him, and the surrounding miles froze under the weight of his killing intent. At that moment, the leader of the black-robed group noticed the commotion. He turned his gaze toward Jiang Xuan, his eyes narrowing in surprise. Jiang Xuan? He spoke to the swordsman. Come back. The swordsman stopped instantly. Without a shred of hesitation, he turned and returned to the leader's side. Jiang Xuan stood frustrated. The feeling of throwing a full-force punch into a pillow was never pleasant. He retracted his power and glared at the leader. The Yangju Divine Palace belongs to me. You people. He didn't get to finish his threat. The leader of the group interrupted him with a calm smile. Jiang Xuan, it has been a long time. The man pulled back his hood, revealing a face of great majesty. Jiang Xuan stared at him in silence. Based on the man's tone, they were supposed to know each other, but the face was entirely unfamiliar. And you are? The majestic man went silent for a moment. His aura wavered. He had indeed kept a low profile back in the Xuanyuan realm, and his fame certainly didn't rival Jiang Xuan's. But to be completely unrecognized was a bit insulting. When your fiancé ascended the throne, I at least sent a true divine artifact as a gift, the man said. Do you remember Xianxia of the Great Qin Empire in the northern God province? This was indeed Xianxia, the sovereign of Great Qin. By the timeline of the myriad worlds, it had been about a year since he attended Nangong Mingyue's coronation. He had witnessed her struggle with the phoenix memories and, fearing his own fate would follow a similar path, sought out the dog duist for help. The dog duist had brought him to this place 300 years ago, to help him rewrite his destiny. In the 3 centuries he had spent in the land of divine revelation, he had meticulously set his plans in motion. He was waiting for the old lands to open so he could use the coming era of recovery to forge the Great Qin sacred court, and defy fate itself. Xianxia of Great Qin? Jiang Xuan stared at him, his mind reeling. Was this a joke? In this mysterious, hidden land of revelation, he had run into a fellow countryman from the Xuanyuan realm. Wait a minute, Jiang Xuan thought. Am I not the protagonist? I thought getting into this place early was my special privilege. How are there other people here already? It felt like someone was breaking the rules of the genre. Jiang Xuan climbed to the peak of the mountain and approached Xianxia, still struggling to process the situation. When exactly did you get here? Jiang Xuan asked. Last year, Xianxia replied with a smile. I have been here for about 300 years. Jiang Xuan's heart sank. Please tell me you haven't already looted the entire place. Xianxia laughed and shook his head. Rest easy. Though I arrived early, I have barely touched the opportunities here. I came for a different purpose entirely. Jiang Xuan didn't believe him for a second. You come to a land of divine creation, and tell me you didn't take anything? Who are you kidding? Xianxia didn't bother explaining further. He knew Jiang Xuan would understand once he began exploring the land properly. If I am not mistaken, you are here for the opportunity of primordial chaos? Xianxia asked. Jiang Xuan looked him deep in the eyes and nodded firmly. I must have it. Xianxia caught the underlying threat in his voice and chuckled. Do not worry. I will not compete with you for it. The opportunity of primordial chaos is not what I am after. It's not. Jiang Xuan was surprised. Then what do you want? Xianxia shook his head, unwilling to say more. He looked back at the robed figure kneeling on the ground. Once he breaks the seal, you take your opportunity, and I will take what I need. Jiang Xuan hesitated. He was just going to give it to me? Was Xianxia really that kind-hearted? Or was he digging a hole for Jiang Xuan to fall into? What is it? Xianxia asked, meeting his gaze. Do you suspect my motives? I do, Jiang Xuan admitted. Xianxia did not take offense. Instead, he laughed heartily. Then you underestimate me. The opportunity of primordial chaos is wonderful, but in my eyes, it is merely a trifle. I am naturally allergic to free handouts, Jiang Xuan said, shrugging. He ignored the grand talk. Anyone could brag, but that didn't make it true. Seeing that Jiang Xuan remained guarded, Xianxia sighed. Since you are worried, let us make a trade using that opportunity. Let's hear it, Jiang Xuan said. He was still skeptical. The opportunity is yours, Xianxia said. In return, you must lend me your strength on a day yet to come. Which day? Jiang Xuan asked. When that day arrives, you will know, Xianxia said with a smile. Jiang Xuan rolled his eyes. Honestly, couldn't this guy just talk like a normal person? Chapter 632. So, you had a key this whole time. How much longer? Jiang Xuan asked, directed at the black-robed man kneeling on the ground. The man remained focused on engraving the array runes, and did not respond. More likely, he simply didn't consider Jiang Xuan worth his breath. This irritated Jiang Xuan. He began to wonder if this trade with Xianxia was even necessary. Perhaps it would be better to just strike hard and be done with it. Since they were both from the Xuanyuan realm, shouldn't he show this fellow countryman exactly how sharp his techniques were? Ancestor, can you gauge their strength? Jiang Xuan asked internally. Do I have a chance of taking them all on alone? This was the real reason he was willing to tolerate a deal with Xianxia. The swordsman from earlier had been genuinely impressive, possessing power far beyond a half-saint. While Jiang Xuan felt confident he could kill the man, it would likely require significant effort, and the use of his hidden trump cards. And that was only one man. Xianxia had a party of 9. If they were all as strong as that swordsman, Jiang Xuan wasn't certain he could win a fight against the entire group. Except for Xianxia himself, they are all saints, and it appears they have already passed the 5 tribulations of the Saint Realm. Xuanyuan's voice resonated in Jiang Xuan's mind, tinged with surprise. Their auras are heavy with the scent of time. They do not seem to belong to this era, perhaps not even to this eon. Not from this eon? Jiang Xuan was stunned. According to Xuanyuan Gongyang, the division of eons was tied to the opening of the land of divine revelation. The previous eon stretched back to the primordial era. Back then, even the great human emperor was merely a rising talent known as Young Qingyu. Were these people from the same era as the human emperor? That was an absurd thought. It took a moment for the sheer scale of their power to sink in. If these men had passed the 5 tribulations, that meant they were all lesser saints. Aside from Xianxia, the leader, the entire group consisted of lesser saints. A force like that could easily dominate this nearly abandoned land. He glanced at the swordsman again, feeling a wave of numbness. Just moments ago, he had been confident he could kill the man. It had been a rather arrogant thought. He hadn't even reached the Saint Realm himself, yet he was claiming he could take down a lesser saint. He blamed his ancestor, Xianxia. The man's constant boasting had clearly rubbed off on him. Fine, a deal it is, Jiang Xuan decided, choosing the path of discretion. He hated it though. He was the protagonist. He wasn't supposed to be the one backing down. At that moment, Xianxia spoke sharply to the kneeling man. Why is this not finished yet? His voice carried a majestic weight, showing his displeasure at the delay. The man froze, then looked up at Xianxia. He hesitated before explaining. There has been an unexpected complication. The 14 divine palaces were originally one entity, sharing a single seal. Because 2 palaces have already been opened, the power of the seal has been redistributed among the remaining ones. The restriction is now 30% stronger than expected. I need to reanalyze and adjust. It may take another hour. Jiang Xuan couldn't sit still after hearing that. Another hour? Are you serious? Is this the best you can do? Damn it all. He didn't have an hour to stand around chatting. His wife was waiting to be saved. The group's attention shifted to Jiang Xuan for a moment before turning away again. They hadn't cared about him from the start. If Xianxia hadn't spoken up, the boy would have already fallen to the swordsman's blade. The man on the ground gave Jiang Xuan a cold, dismissive look. Does a dragon care when an ant provokes it? Of course not. To show anger would be beneath him. Of the 9, only Xianxia treated Jiang Xuan with any importance. He saw the boy's urgency. Are you in a hurry? Jiang Xuan rolled his eyes. Of course I'm in a hurry. The countdown was glaringly visible in his mind. Only 45 minutes left. If the time ran out, both he and his wife were finished. Step aside and let me do it, Jiang Xuan snapped. If you can't even handle this, what use is being a lesser saint? The kneeling man stiffened. To be challenged in his own area of expertise finally sparked a reaction. His cold eyes grew sharper. He wordlessly packed away his bronze disc and stood up, pulling back his hood to reveal his true face. He looked like a plain, withered old man, except for his sunken eyes, which were entirely consumed by black pupils. There was no white in them at all. In the art of arrays and restrictions, there is no one in this world who can surpass my Giga lineage, the old man said flatly, as if stating a simple fact. Jiang Xuan's lip twitched. Xianxia and his followers were perfectly matched. They all spoke as if they would die if they didn't brag. The man was a lesser saint, but he talked like he was a great emperor of array Dao. Gigu? Why don't you just call yourself Gigutsi then? Jiang Xuan retorted casually. That simple remark caused the old man's face to pale. A look of intense shock was instantly replaced by a surge of terrifying, murderous intent. It wasn't just him. The other 7 followers reacted the same way. They glared at Jiang Xuan, their killing intent erupting like a tidal wave. Locked in by their collective malice, Jiang Xuan's heart raced. His scalp went numb, and he immediately shifted into a defensive stance, ready for a fight. He was baffled. Had he just accidentally said some kind of secret password? You are all far too tense, Xianxia commanded, his voice booming with authority. It is just a name. Why act like this? Settle down, all of you. The old man and the others hesitated before obeying Xianxia's will. They withdrew their killing intent, but their icy glares remained fixed on Jiang Xuan. It was clear that if they felt his presence threatened their plans, they would kill him on the spot, even if it meant defying Xianxia. It was obvious that while Xianxia was their leader, they were bound by shared interests, rather than absolute loyalty. Xianxia was clearly aware of this dynamic. He frowned slightly, his confidence in his upcoming battle against fate wavering for a moment. He turned back to Jiang Xuan with a marveling smile. I knew you carried great secrets, but it seems you know even more than I imagined. Jiang Xuan was genuinely confused. He glanced at the old man, feeling uneasy. What did that mean? Was that man actually the Gigutsi he knew from legends? Was folklore becoming reality? This was getting far too strange. You have plenty of secrets yourself, Jiang Xuan replied, wisely choosing not to push further. He couldn't exactly investigate this to the bottom. He had made a joke about a name and nearly got himself hacked to pieces. If he kept asking questions, these lesser saints would probably hunt him to the ends of the earth. It was better to avoid a direct confrontation if possible. To Xianxia, Jiang Xuan's vague reply sounded like a confirmation that he knew everything. He gave a bitter, weary smile and sighed. I have no choice. I can only give my all in the coming fight. Jiang Xuan didn't understand the sentiment, and he didn't care. He had enough of his own problems to worry about. He reached into his storage and pulled out a god's blessing, tossing it toward the Yangju divine palace. The shimmering orb of light transformed into a soft, divine power. It flowed like water, soaking into the massive great Dao chains binding the palace. A series of sharp cracks echoed through the air as the chains shattered and fell away. Within moments, the seal on the divine palace was gone. God's blessing was the key. Jiang Xuan had suspected as much. It was both unexpected and entirely logical. Everyone who had ever spoken of these blessings told him they contained great secrets and opportunities. His ancestor had said it, and his mother had said it. Now, he had finally uncovered their true purpose. The palaces held the primordial opportunity, and the blessings were the keys. So my mother knew all along? Jiang Xuan realized, feeling a bit annoyed. Would it have been so hard to just tell him plainly? Xianxia and his men were stunned, watching Jiang Xuan with a complex mix of emotions. So, you had a key this whole time? Xianxia shook his head, looking exasperated. It seems Brother Jiang still hasn't lowered his guard against me. Jiang Xuan glanced at him. Should I have? Xianxia looked awkward, unable to find a retort. Jiang Xuan then looked at the old man and smiled. You're quite the expert on arrays, aren't you? Tell me, is your skill better than a key? The old man was speechless, his heart filled with frustration at the boy's smugness. The divine palace was now open, revealing a shimmering, ancient portal. Jiang Xuan took the first step, passing through the gateway and into the palace. Chapter 633. The Decaying Divine Palace. Upon entering the divine palace, the scene that greeted Jiang Xuan left him utterly stunned. It was a wreck. The place looked like a derelict temple abandoned for centuries, filled with crumbling walls and piles of rubble. If there were a few spider webs hanging from the rafters, the picture would be complete. Is this really a divine palace? Jiang Xuan was dumbfounded. The exterior was so magnificent and grand, reaching for the heavens with its splendor, yet the interior was this pathetic. It was a classic case of a golden facade hiding a rotten core. In the middle of the ruins stood a stone altar missing one of its legs. Resting upon it was a simple jade ring. Though it looked unremarkable at first glance, a probe of his divine sense revealed a deep, mysterious power hidden within its translucent depths. In another corner of the palace, directly opposite the rubble, sat a fallen statue. It was covered in such a thick layer of dust that Jiang Xuan could not even discern its features. The other two directions held their own oddities. To his left was a heap of weeds and dry firewood next to a crude cooking tripod, made of iron bars. To his right stood a row of wooden cabinets packed with yellowed, ancient books. Jiang Xuan was speechless. He had never seen such a sloppy place of inheritance in his life. Even the village where the Earth Sovereign spent his retirement was 1,000 times better than this. At least that place looked like a hidden paradise. What in the world was all this? Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out, like a fingernail tapping against fine porcelain. Jiang Xuan looked toward the source. The jade ring on the broken altar flashed with a gentle, warm glow. It levitated into the air and drifted slowly into his hand. Jiang Xuan stared at the object in silence. Ancestor, you cannot be serious. Is this thing really the opportunity of primordial chaos? He was having a hard time convincing himself. Xuanyuan replied firmly. Think of the primordial opportunity as a thread of life source. It is an ethereal, metaphysical concept. The form it takes is secondary. Do not judge a treasure by its outward appearance. Jiang Xuan took a deep breath. Fine, whatever you say. As long as this thing was what he needed to save his wife, he didn't care if it looked like a trinket from a street market. Without hesitation, Jiang Xuan used the final transfer opportunity granted by his system. He sent the jade ring to Nangong Mingyue, fulfilling the rescue mission. The countdown in his vision abruptly stopped, freezing at the 45-minute mark. You have completed the rescue mission. You have once again helped Nangong Mingyue resist the erosion of the Phoenix memories. Reward. The Great Dao method of the 6 paths of reincarnation brand. The second layer of the marriage bond secret is reconnected. You may choose when to activate it based on your circumstances. Your bond with Nangong Mingyue has deepened. The probability of the Phoenix's descent and the collapse of the heavens has decreased by 100,000th. Reward: the Yang 9 Yin 5 Skylocking Secret Technique. Note: this technique was one of the reasons the land of divine revelation withered, and is the source of the seals on the 14 divine palaces. A string of notifications flashed across his eyes, leaving Jiang Xuan dazed. He ignored the new technique for the moment, his entire focus consumed by a single line. The probability of the heavens collapsing decreased by 100,000th. Jiang Xuan felt like he was losing his mind. 100,000th. He had just given her the opportunity of primordial chaos, which should have allowed her to perfect her destiny and reach the state of life source perfection. And after all that, the risk of the phoenix taking over only dropped by that tiny fraction. Is this a joke? Jiang Xuan wanted to scream. In his eyes, even a 10% risk was a dire emergency. But according to the system, the chance of the phoenix destroying everything was still 99,999 out of 100,000. It was virtually 100% certainty. How was he supposed to win against those odds? A wave of profound frustration washed over him. A sense of unspoken despair began to spread through his heart like a lingering poison. Though his internal turmoil felt like it lasted an eternity, only a moment had passed in the real world. While he was still drowned in gloom, Xianxia and his 8 followers stepped through the portal. They scanned the palace, and their expressions turned strange as well. Clearly, they hadn't expected such a prestigious palace to be in such a state of decay. Xianxia noticed Jiang Xuan's troubled look and sounded confused. Why do you look so miserable, Brother Jiang? Did you fail to find the primordial opportunity? Jiang Xuan snapped out of it and looked at the majestic man. He shook his head, pushing down his despair. Just some trivial matters on my mind, he replied flatly. Then, he changed the subject. I have already secured the primordial opportunity. Since we are both from the Xuanyuan realm, you may take whatever it is you came for. Consider it a gift. Xianxia looked at him deeply, sensing that something was wrong, as if the boy had just experienced a massive shock. However, since Jiang Xuan wasn't talking, he didn't pry. He nodded with a smile. Then I thank you, Brother Jiang. I came to this palace specifically for that statue. He pointed to the dust-covered figure on the floor. The old man known as Gigu stepped forward. He used his sleeve to gently brush away the thick dust, revealing the statue's true form. It was remarkably ordinary. There was no other way to describe it. Despite being housed in a divine palace, its first impression was simply common. Jiang Xuan watched with curiosity. Xianxia had gone to great lengths to break into this palace, and yet he didn't want the primordial opportunity. He wanted this plain statue. He knew that anything kept here couldn't actually be ordinary, but appearances could be deceiving. As the ancestor had said, one shouldn't judge by looks. Yet, looking at this mundane object, it was hard not to feel a sense of skepticism. What is that statue exactly? Jiang Xuan asked. Brother Jiang, do you know why the inhabitants of this realm call it the Old Lands? Xianxia asked, answering with a question of his own. Jiang Xuan's lip twitched. Can you please just stop with the riddles? Talk like a normal person for once. Xianxia gave a helpless laugh, and decided to be direct. This is a saint of the Old Lands. A saint. Jiang Xuan arched an eyebrow. You have 8 lesser saints following you, and you're telling me you came all this way for a single saint. You must be joking. To be precise, it is a heavenly Dao Saint of the Old Lands, Xianxia added. Jiang Xuan's expression remained neutral, but his heart skipped a beat. First Gigutzi, and now heavenly Dao Saints. He half expected Xianxia to announce next that he was actually the first emperor, and that they were living out some ancient myth. The Old Lands were the birthplace of the original life in the universe, the origin of the myriad worlds, Xianxia explained softly. In such a place of origin, a heavenly Dao naturally exists. And the heavenly Dao of the Old Lands once controlled a unique source of life. Jiang Xuan realized the implications. If the heavenly Dao controlled the life source, it meant it could theoretically create an endless number of powerhouses with the potential of a great emperor. It could hand out things like the primordial opportunity like they were candy. It seems you understand the power of the life source, Xianxia said, noticing Jiang Xuan's change in expression. The problem was that the heavenly Dao of the Old Lands was incredibly stingy. It only allowed 14 opportunities of primordial chaos per eon, and even set up that ridiculous primordial gold rankings. In the past, the Old Lands were incredibly prosperous. 14 opportunities were nowhere near enough to satisfy everyone. Naturally, many powerful beings were dissatisfied. Their resentment toward the heavenly Dao grew over time. At first, this bitterness meant nothing to a cosmic force. But over a long enough period, as countless experts nurtured their grudges, a breaking point was inevitable. Jiang Xuan listened thoughtfully. He hadn't realized there was such a dark history behind the gold rankings. To him, the rankings seemed like a supreme blessing, but to the ancient powerhouses, it was probably seen as an insulting pittance. And then, Jiang Xuan asked. And then, Xianxia said with a cold, sharp smile, the rebellion began. The first expert capable of slaying the heavens was born. That slayer of heavens replaced the old order, and became the new heavenly Dao. Chapter 634. I am loaded. Replaced the heavens and became the new heavenly Dao? Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow, finding the plot slightly familiar. Xianxia nodded with a cold smile. Power corrupts the human heart, especially the supreme power of the heavenly Dao. The first Godslayer made no changes once he ascended. Like his predecessor, he hoarded the life source, released only 14 opportunities of primordial chaos per eon, and maintained the primordial gold rankings without modification. A new cycle was born. After a magnificent resistance, Everything in the old lands remained exactly the same. The dragon-slaying youth eventually becomes the dragon? Jiang Xuan remarked with interest. Xianxia looked at Jiang Xuan with surprise, savoring the phrase. A witty remark, brother Jiang. Jiang Xuan waved it off. He wasn't interested in the compliment, nor did he enjoy the cheap satisfaction of quoting someone else's wisdom. What happened next? Next, Xianxia smiled. A new cycle began. A new godslayer was born, and the heavenly Dao changed hands once more. The details varied, but the results were always the same. Jiang Xuan nodded. There is truly nothing new under the sun. If you look back far enough through the long river of time, most things that seem novel now have likely played out before. So it went. One godslayer after another appeared, and the heavenly Dao shifted repeatedly. Xianxia continued. The resistance never stopped, yet the grip of the heavenly Dao over the old lands never wavered. Through these endless conflicts, the only one to suffer was the old lands itself. As the cradle of original life and creation, it became overburdened and lost its initial prosperity. What does any of this have to do with these heavenly Dao saints? Jiang Xuan interrupted. Xianxia's story was getting long-winded and felt like a waste of time. Sensing Jiang Xuan's impatience, Xianxia laughed and shook his head. That brings us to the dog duist. The dog duist. Jiang Xuan's interest piqued. This was the third time he had heard that name. The first was from his mother, who claimed his marriage to Nangong Mingyue existed because his father lost a bet to the dog duist. The second was from Bei Qing, who received a saint's inheritance in the Xuanyuan realm's endless sea. That saint had been stationed there on the dog duist's orders. Now, Xianxia made 3. No one knows his true origin, Xianxia said with a hint of awe. We only know he possessed vast supernatural powers and traveled the myriad worlds alone. He conducted mysterious experiments and masterminded many of history's greatest schemes. Xianxia glanced at Jiang Xuan. The earth-shattering events recorded in ancient texts may very well have been orchestrated by him. Jiang Xuan froze as a wave of realization hit him. Was this dog duist really that powerful? One thing is certain. He was not a creature of the old lands, Xianxia stated firmly. Roughly 4 eons ago, during the era when the human race was first born, the dog duist smuggled himself into the old lands. He allied with local powerhouses to plot against the heavenly Dao of that era. They laid an ambush within the 14 divine palaces. When the eon ended and the heavenly Dao descended to grant the primordial opportunities, they triggered the trap, suppressing and locking down the heavenly Dao in one stroke. The 14 divine palaces, originally built to uphold the supreme authority of the heavens, became the very tools the dog duist used to steal and divide its power. Under his guidance, the 14 experts guarding these palaces used the structures to greedily devour the power of the heavens. These experts gained a portion of the heavenly Dao's strength, allowing them to exert control over the old lands. They became known as the heavenly Dao saints. At the dog duist's request, these saints worked to dismantle the laws of the old lands and open its barriers. This significantly weakened the heavenly Dao's power and allowed the creatures of the old lands to leave, eventually populating the myriad worlds we know today. Jiang Xuan was stunned. If that were true, the dog duist had single-handedly created the current state of the universe. It sounded like an exaggeration. Xianxia did not give him time to process the shock. However, the heavenly Dao was incredibly resilient. Even with 14 saints devouring its power, and the destruction of most worldly laws, it endured for 3 full eons. It wasn't until the era we now call ancient times that its energy was finally exhausted, and it vanished completely. In truth, those 14 saints died long ago, when their lifeblood ran dry. But because they held the energy of the heavens, and were protected by the dog duist's formations, their bodies remained intact even after their souls perished. Their corpses continued to anchor the sealing formation and siphon energy. Over eons of nourishment, these bodies were refined into these miraculous statues. Xianxia looked toward the plain statue that Giga was currently refining. This statue is one of them. Jiang Xuan remained silent, digesting the massive influx of information. His head felt like it was going to explode. It was all too surreal. Ancestor, were the old lands truly as he described? Jiang Xuan asked internally. Xuanyuan was silent for a moment before sighing. For eons ago, humans were primitive, barely surviving. We hadn't even perfected a cultivation system. How could we have known the secrets of the heavenly Dao? Jiang Xuan considered this. It made sense. These events predated human history. But looking at it from another perspective, even if it were all true, what did it have to do with him? He was just a humble treasure hunter who wanted to secure resources for his family. Wait, the formation the dog duist used? Jiang Xuan suddenly remembered his system reward. He checked the details of the secret technique he had just received. The Yang 9 Yin 5 skylocking secret technique. One of the reasons the land of divine revelation withered, and the source of the seals on the 14 divine palaces. Holy crap, Jiang Xuan's pupils shrank. This technique was the very method used to plot against the heavens. It was the source of the seals? This meant if he mastered it, he could open every single one of the 14 divine palaces. Well, 12, since his parents had likely already emptied 2 of them. Still, he was going to be filthy rich. Jiang Xuan was ecstatic, but he kept his face neutral to avoid tipping off Xianxia. He maintained a look of deep shock. The history of the old lands was truly magnificent, he exclaimed. Indeed, Xianxia agreed. Seeing that Xianxia suspected nothing, Jiang Xuan shifted the topic. One thing bothers me. What use do you have for that statue? Xianxia smiled and shook his head, declining to answer. Jiang Xuan took the hint and stopped asking. Soon, Giga finished refining the statue. He stood up and nodded to Xianxia. It is done. Xianxia turned back to Jiang Xuan. I have what I came for, so I will leave you to it. There are many opportunities within this palace, feel free to explore. If we meet again in the future, I hope you will honor our bond today, and lend me a hand. With a wave of his sleeve, he commanded, let us go. The group of 9 walked out of the palace, and quickly departed from the Yang continent. Jiang Xuan stood there, replaying Xianxia's parting words. His face turned livid. You son of a, I opened this palace. I gave you that statue, and you have the nerve to leave while telling me to help you in the future? Do you even have a conscience? Jiang Xuan was fuming. He was usually the one taking advantage of others. No one had ever managed to play him like this. I have to get even for this, he vowed. Xianxia appeared then, his voice grave. That Xianxia is extraordinary. You must deal with him carefully. Jiang Xuan rolled his eyes. The man knew more about the old lands than the human ancestor did. Obviously, he was extraordinary. Feeling cheated for the first time, Jiang Xuan sat down cross-legged and began to meditate on the skylocking secret technique. He was desperate to break the seals on the other palaces and recoup his losses. Xianxia smiled and began to wander around the dilapidated palace. He stopped at the wooden cabinets, pulled out a book, and flipped through it. Notes of a quasi-pill emperor? He pulled out another. Insights of a quasi-weapon emperor. He kept pulling them out. Xianxia went through the entire cabinet. There were nearly 200 books. Every single one an inheritance from a saint-level expert. The lowest among them were at the Saint King level. Most importantly, 10 of them were the personal experiences and heritages of quasi-emperors, covering alchemy, formations, weaponry, literature, and music. This kid is loaded. Xianxia couldn't help but marvel. Chapter 635. Nangong Mingyue faces the tribulation. Previously in the Fuyan Star sector of the Myriad Worlds, within the Great Phoenix Realm. Rumble. Blood-red tribulation clouds flowed like fresh gore, covering the sky of the Great Phoenix Realm in an instant. Dark red lightning of destruction surged wildly, gathering into a terrifying Supreme Saint Tribulation. Before the lightning could even strike, it manifested as 12 towering shadows of deities. These 12 gods stood ready to deliver punishment on behalf of the heavens. For most cultivators, proving one's path to immortality is a process of breaking through barriers to evolve the quality of one's life. But for a tiny handful, proving the path is considered a monstrous sin. For them, the heavens do not grant life, they demand death, seeking to wipe the individual from existence. Nangong Mingyue was clearly the latter. Hum, hum, hum. An indescribable aura of destruction swept through the Great Phoenix Realm like a hurricane. The members of the Phoenix clan were overcome by this pressure, forced to assume their true forms, and prostrate themselves on the ground. Their physical bodies, which ranked among the strongest of the myriad races, trembled with uncontrollable fear. The sleeping ancestors of the Phoenix clan were jolted awake and flew into the sky. More than a dozen hazy figures stood between heaven and earth, their bodies surrounded by the surge of the great Dao, producing brilliant divine light and magnificent visions. They unleashed their supernatural powers to shield their clansmen from the crushing weight of this absurd saint tribulation. These figures stared at the sky with heavy expressions, their eyes filled with deep-seated terror. Is this actually a saint tribulation? One ancestor shouted, unable to keep his composure. Even a 5 tribulation saint would struggle to survive this. Who has ever heard of a saint tribulation being this ridiculous? Nangong, the great elder of the Phoenix clan, stood among them with a bitter face, his heart full of panic and worry. Why was Nangong Mingyue facing her saint tribulation so soon? And why was it this terrifying? Everyone present was a saint and had faced their own tribulations. They knew the normal limits of such power, and compared to what they were seeing, the difference was like heaven and earth. Activate the Nirvana Divine Array. Nangong ordered without hesitation. Help Nangong Mingyue cross this tribulation at any cost. The other ancestors looked at him with hesitation. The Nirvana Divine Array was the foundation of the Phoenix clan, the guarantee of their long-term survival, and their only means of facing a king. Every time it was activated, it consumed a staggering amount of resources. Even with the clan's vast treasury, they likely only had enough for one full activation. They were reluctant to use it unless the clan faced total annihilation. If Nangong Mingyue dies, the entire Phoenix clan goes down with her. Nangong cursed inwardly at their hesitation. They spent so much time sleeping they had grown dull. Did he really need to explain her importance again? They knew the representatives from the Dragon clan and the Jiang family had visited. More importantly, there was that mysterious swordsman. The shocking image of a single sword strike obliterating a star replayed in Nangong's mind. He gulped. The terror of that day seized his heart once more. He was certain that if Nangong Mingyue fell under this tribulation, that swordsman would come with his blade to slaughter the entire Phoenix clan. By then, even the Nirvana Divine Array might not save them. The ancestors fell silent for a moment. They realized he was right. Too many powerful forces stood behind Nangong Mingyue. The Phoenix clan had no room for their own opinions. In an instant, the ancestors moved into action, powering up the Nirvana Divine Array. A 7-colored phoenix, bathed in golden divine flames, manifested, flapping its wings and crying out as it flew into the sea of fire in the ancestral land to shield Nangong Mingyue. The array was capable of holding back a king, so defending against a tribulation manifested by 12 deities was within its power. However, Nangong Mingyue's crisis was not limited to the lightning in the sky. In fact, the Saint Tribulation was merely a secondary threat. At the center of the ancestral sea of fire, Nangong Mingyue sat with a contorted expression, clearly enduring immense agony. Behind her, a phantom of a phoenix appeared, becoming increasingly solid and radiating an extreme, soul-shaking ferocity. As she attempted to prove her path to immortality, the phoenix memories were seizing the opportunity to usurp her consciousness. This was clearly a long-planned strike. A vast ocean of memory fragments surged violently. Nangong Mingyue's mind was like a small boat tossed in a storm, rocking wildly, and on the verge of capsizing. The Xianxia cauldron hovered before her, generating invisible flames. Using profound alchemical techniques, it attempted to melt and refine the phoenix memory fragments for her. The seal of King Chujiang floated nearby, emitting a deep aura, as it tried to call upon the fallen underworld to bless her with its providence. But since the underworld had already fallen, that providence was thin. It was better than nothing, but it wasn't enough to buy her the time she needed. With the help of the Nirvana Divine Array, the terrifying Saint Tribulation was about to conclude successfully. Once she passed it and achieved immortality, her life grade and destiny would advance. But as her destiny grew, her will would strengthen and the phoenix memories would grow even more powerful and numerous. After all, she possessed the phoenix destiny, and those memories were an inherent part of that destiny. It seems there is no chance left, Nangong Mingyue murmured. She opened her eyes, a bitter smile touching her lips. She could feel her will being rapidly submerged by the phoenix memories. It was only a matter of time before she was replaced, and that time was measured in seconds. Is this fate? She wondered. She shook her head and laughed at herself. A long-lost sense of powerlessness filled her, and despair began to take root. She vaguely remembered the last time she felt this way. She had been the pride of a small family in a remote borderland. Talented and proud, she had reached the spirit realm at the age of 17. Back then, the elders called her a genius with a bright future, someone who could one day reach the venerable realm. Then she met Fairy Jiayu. Through her, Nangong Mingyue glimpsed a much wider world. She learned that above the venerable realm lay the God realm, the Saint realm, and beyond. A seed was planted. High-spirited as she was, she refused to be just a local powerhouse. Since she had seen the higher path, how could she not pursue it? She had resolutely crippled her own meridians to practice Fairy Jiayu's creation technique, all to forge a supreme physique. She hadn't expected that Fairy Jiayu would underestimate the difficulty of the process. Without a king-grade healing medicine, Nangong Mingyue became a cripple. The shining star fell into the dust, subjected to mockery and ridicule. For an entire year, she made no progress. Her meridians wouldn't heal, and her dreams of a supreme physique seemed like a joke. During that time, she felt resentment, self-pity, and the urge to give up. She had tasted true despair. Fortunately, her eyes softened. She remembered that day clearly. Her fiancé, whom she had never met, the exalted young lord of the Jiang family, had arrived with powerful experts. He brought a letter and a ring, stating firmly that he would not break the engagement just because she had become a cripple. Nangong Mingyue subconsciously rubbed the storage ring on her finger, a sweet smile appearing on her face. Jiang Xuan's arrival had changed everything. With the king-grade medicine he provided, she rebuilt her body and returned to the path of cultivation. From there, her rise was unstoppable. The events that followed flashed through her mind like a lantern show. The divine artifact shaped like a jade comb. The banquet in the Great Yin Empire. The night talk atop the Taming Tower. That kiss. Everything that happened in the Earth Sovereign's secret realm. And that strange, incredible dream she had while forging the Nirvana Phoenix body. With these Phoenix memories here, I have no choice but to believe that dream, she whispered to herself. Perhaps our marriage was truly destined in a past life. But, she looked up, the tenderness in her eyes slowly fading. It was being replaced by an alien indifference. There was no more time. Her will was about to be overtaken. In this final moment, she poured all her long-accumulated longing into one last sentence. What I care about and cherish is only this life. Meeting you was enough for me. Nangong Mingyue closed her eyes with a smile. It was over. But at that exact moment, the opportunity of primordial chaos sent by Jiang Xuan arrived. It merged instantly into her phoenix destiny, rapidly completing and perfecting it. Nangong Mingyue's eyes snapped open. Divine flames danced within them. Her Nirvana Phoenix body activated on its own, manifesting a vast divine power. Her weakened will surged again, like an unquenchable flame regaining its fuel. However, since the memories and the destiny were one, the perfection of her destiny also strengthened the Phoenix memories. The attempt to usurp her consciousness became even more violent. But a new change occurred. The Xianxia cauldron suddenly grew 100 times larger, pulling Nangong Mingyue inside as if it were going to refine her like a spiritual ingredient. Inside the cauldron, ancient runes surged, shielding her from the memory erosion and helping her refine those fragments at an incredible speed. How strange, she thought. I suddenly feel a mysterious connection with the Xianxia. And this scene feels so familiar, as if I have experienced it once before. Chapter 636. Take it all away. Leveraging her mysterious connection with the Xianxia, Nangong Mingyue found her ability to refine the Phoenix memories accelerated significantly. The cauldron moved according to her will, as natural and fluid as an extension of her own body. Although the attempt by the Phoenix consciousness to usurp her grew more ferocious, the extra support from the artifact allowed her to catch her breath and gave her a chance to fight back. Her will was no longer in immediate danger of being erased. Jiang Xuan, was this you again? Nangong Mingyue guessed at the cause, and a sweet smile touched her lips. At that moment, the seal of King Chijiang nearby trembled and began to change. Deep, murky radiance spilled from the emblem, manifesting a dark, eerie vision of the river forgetfulness. As the river flowed silently, mysterious energies surged into Nangong Mingyue's sea of consciousness. This power nourished her soul and elevated its quality, strengthening her spirit to resist the encroaching memories. Simultaneously, the underworld providence summoned by the seal increased tenfold. What had once been a thin veil of mist transformed into a dense, heavy cloud, further relieving the pressure on her mind. Supported by these various forces, Nangong Mingyue struggled back from the brink. She returned to a state of stalemate, holding her ground against the ancient consciousness. It was a narrow escape. Meanwhile, protected by the Nirvana divine array of the Phoenix clan, the destructive lightning of the Saint Tribulation quietly dissipated. The supreme aura of a saint rippled outward in every direction. The sea of fire surrounding her began to boil, as if celebrating her ascension. Outside the ancestral grounds, Nangong wiped the sweat from his brow. Now that Nangong Mingyue had successfully crossed the tribulation, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Activating the array had been incredibly expensive, but protecting her meant protecting the future of the clan. In the end, it was a necessary investment, even if they had to convince themselves of that logic. We thought we were welcoming back a phoenix, but we ended up bringing home an ancestor, Nangong muttered, shaking his head with a helpless sigh. Back in the land of divine revelation, within the divine palace of the Yang Nine continent, after half an hour of meditation, Jiang Xuan slowly opened his eyes. Within his deep pupils, a magnificent vision resided. His left eye mirrored the underworld, with 5 moons hanging high in the darkness. His right eye reflected the world of the living, illuminated by 9 blazing suns. The underworld hung inverted above while the living realm sank below, creating a vast, apocalyptic scene. This was the Yang 9 Yin 5 skylocking secret technique. It was a bizarre and powerful art that defied the natural order. Even with Jiang Xuan's extraordinary natural talent, it had taken him 30 minutes just to reach the basic entry level. This was a testament to how complex and powerful the technique truly was. It was no exaggeration to say that its potency rivaled imperial-grade arts. The only drawback was its narrow application. The technique seemed specifically designed to target the heavenly Dao by stealing and dividing its power. The person who created this must have been insane, Jiang Xuan thought as he realized the true function of the skill. Why bother creating a technique as powerful as an imperial art just to steal power from the heavens? If you have the strength to create something like this, why not just go out and slay the heavens directly? What was the point of such a convoluted process? Based on what Xianxia had said and the information from the system, Jiang Xuan guessed the creator was likely the mysterious dog duist. This was what confused him. Why didn't the dog duist just kill the heavenly Dao instead of spending 3 eons plotting against it with this technique? Perhaps these top-tier powerhouses just have strange hobbies, he muttered. Putting those thoughts aside, Jiang Xuan smiled. Now that he had mastered the basics of the technique, the seals on the divine palaces were essentially non-existent to him. It was time for a massive harvest. Xuanyuan noticed Jiang Xuan had finished his cultivation and spoke up. The items in this palace are rare treasures and inheritances. You are a lucky man. Jiang Xuan nodded, thinking to himself that luck was only the beginning. Without a second thought, he swept his arm across the room, pulling everything into his storage ring. Though many items looked like junk, the human ancestor had verified them as treasures, so he intended to take it all. Xuanyuan blinked in surprise. You aren't even going to look at them first? No time, Jiang Xuan replied. He walked out of the palace and took to the sky, heading toward the next continent. He paused for a moment and looked back at the palace, wondering if he could take the building itself. After some thought, he decided against it. He should leave at least something behind for others. It definitely wasn't because he didn't know how to refine the structure, or because he thought carrying a giant palace around was embarrassing. Half an hour later, Jiang Xuan reached the Yang 8 continent and stood before its divine palace. It was similar to the one in Yang 9, bound by massive chains of the Great Dao. However, instead of being anchored to a mountain, these chains were connected to a river 10,000 miles wide. Jiang Xuan stood before the gate and activated the skylocking technique. The visions in his eyes projected onto the entrance. An ancient portal opened immediately. Curiously, the chains binding the palace did not break or even tremble. This is perfect, Jiang Xuan thought, his eyes lighting up. He could empty the palace silently without anyone outside noticing a thing. Unlike using the god's favor keys, which shattered the chains and signaled that someone had entered, this was a ghost heist. Xianxia wanted a statue. Well, Jiang Xuan was going to take every single one of them. He could already imagine the look on their faces when they finally broke through a seal after immense effort, only to find an empty room. He grinned. He tended to hold grudges, after all. He spent about 15 minutes inside the Yang 8 palace before flying off to the next continent. Behind him, the portal vanished and the palace returned to its quiet state, still bound by its chains. No one would suspect that the palace, which supposedly held the primordial opportunity and countless treasures, was now an empty shell. He continued through Yang 7, Yang 6, and Yang 5. He looted everything along the way. His only regret was that the 3 gods' favor keys he had worked so hard for were now useless. Xuanyuan watched the entire process in a daze. This was a divine palace protected by powerful seals. Breaking in without a key should have been nearly impossible, yet Jiang Xuan moved as if he were just walking into his own home. Xuanyuan could only feel a deep sympathy for the geniuses who would eventually enter the land of divine revelation. They had worked so hard for a spot, hoping to find a destiny that would change their lives, only to find that everything had already been taken. At the highest point of the land of divine revelation, atop the massive head, the dog duist noticed something. He turned his gaze toward Jiang Xuan, who was currently heading for the Yang 3 continent. His expression became quite strange. "That is odd," the dog duist muttered, stroking his mustache. "How does that boy know the Yang 9 Yin 5 skylocking secret technique? I don't recall ever recording that heritage anywhere." He frowned, wondering if he had simply forgotten passing it on. "But I have no memory of doing so." He began to perform a divination, his fingers moving as golden flowers of the great Dao bloomed at his fingertips. A moment later, he gasped and spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide. "What kind of monster is this boy? He actually caused a backlash against my divination?" The dog duist fell into a silent contemplation. There were very few things in this universe he couldn't calculate. This Jiang Xuan was clearly not simple. "If I had known the son of Haoshan and his wife was such a freak, I never would have forced that marriage contract," he thought with a hint of regret. The karma surrounding the phoenix was too heavy. A talent like this would have had a bright future if he hadn't been dragged into it. "Never mind," he whispered to himself. "I will consider the items in the palaces as compensation for involving him in this mess." He stroked his mustache and smiled. His conscience felt a little better. Meanwhile, as Jiang Xuan was looting the Yang 3 palace, an unexpected danger appeared. The statue within that palace, the heavenly Dao Saint stationed there, had actually lived into a second life. Chapter 637. An emperor from 4 eons ago. The interior of the Yang 3 divine palace was a world apart from the Yang 9 palace. Instead of a derelict wreck, it was a vision of absolute splendor. It was built like a magnificent imperial court, with 9 divine pillars carved with coiled dragons distributed throughout the hall, radiating a vast and heart-shaking aura. At the center of the hall stood a gold and red dragon throne. Sitting upon it was the statue of an emperor, dressed in dragon robes and wearing a flat-topped imperial crown. A domineering imperial majesty weighed down upon the entire palace. The statue's left hand was raised slightly, cradling a jade seal carved from gold and jade. It flowed with an incredibly profound and noble imperial aura. This seal was the physical manifestation of the opportunity of primordial chaos. When Jiang Xuan entered the Yang 3 divine palace and saw this, he was genuinely surprised. Emperors were relatively rare, especially within these palaces in the land of divine revelation. He had heard these statues were the physical bodies of the heavenly Dao saints. Was one of the 14 ancient saints actually an emperor? Jiang Xuan's surprise was fleeting. He didn't have time to worry about the former identities of these saints. His looting operation was still in progress. He extended his divine sense, intending to sweep everything inside the Yang 3 divine palace into his storage ring. But at that moment, a sharp cracking sound echoed from the imperial statue. Jiang Xuan froze as his passive danger-sensing ability flared. A wave of intense unease washed over him. "I am just trying to pack some things up," he thought with a twitch of his lips. "How can there be an accident now?" The emperor statue on the throne began to fracture like breaking porcelain. Beams of noble, golden divine light burst from the cracks, illuminating the hall and reflecting off the gilded walls. The 9 dragon pillars were activated, their divine light surging with immense power. The coiled dragons on the pillars seemed to come to life, letting out metallic roars. Their golden bodies moved along the pillars, and their massive heads turned to stare at Jiang Xuan with cold, murderous intent. "Quite impressive," Jiang Xuan remarked, looking at the animated dragons with curiosity. "Junior." The golden clay shell of the statue fell away, revealing a real face. The figure looked down at Jiang Xuan with half-closed eyes and spoke with a booming, authoritative voice. "You have overstepped." Jiang Xuan looked up and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Xianxia had said these saints died long ago, when their lifeblood ran dry. Clearly, his information was inaccurate. Jiang Xuan studied the emperor, rubbing his chin with interest. He wondered how strong a powerhouse from the old lands from 4 eons ago actually was. To be honest, his hands were itching for a fight. He had achieved saint-grade physical and soul strength, ignited the profound yellow flame, and evolved his blood into ancestor blood. Although his cultivation level had not yet officially reached the saint realm, he was a standard saint in every other category. He had been looking for a worthy opponent to get used to the fighting style of a saint. He had considered the black-robed swordsman earlier, but the urgency of the rescue mission had forced him to stop. It certainly wasn't because the other man was a 5 tribulation saint. Definitely not. Jiang Xuan summoned the Xuanyuan broken sword and pointed it at the emperor with a smile. "Why don't you introduce yourself?" He paused for a moment before delivering a dramatic line. "My blade does not strike nameless fools." The emperor's expression stiffened, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. What an arrogant youth. With a wave of his hand, he manipulated the dragon pillars to activate an ancient killing array. The palace was instantly transformed into a different world. Countless golden divine mountains hung in the sky, and 9 magnificent, holy dragons soared between them. They linked their power to the energy of this illusory realm, creating a massive, suppressive force. A terrifying pressure poured out like a tidal wave as the mountains began to descend, threatening to crush Jiang Xuan on the spot. Curiously, this terrifying formation did not strike to kill immediately. It only applied pressure. It seemed the emperor was trying to cow Jiang Xuan into submission, forcing him to kneel. Rumble. Jiang Xuan's body sank slightly under the weight of the invisible mountains. Any ordinary quasi-saint would have been crushed into a bloody paste by this pressure. But to Jiang Xuan, who had achieved sainthood in both body and soul, this level of suppression was merely an itch. The emperor frowned, surprised that Jiang Xuan could withstand the 9 dragons' world-suppressing saint array. He had created this formation after gaining insights from observing the dog duist's skylocking technique. To maximize its power, he had personally slain 9 dragons and sealed their souls into the pillars to serve as the foundation. Using the divine palace as the array's body, he had created a formation that surpassed almost any other saint array in existence. At his peak, he could push its power close to that of a divine array, capable of even slaying a king. In fact, his survival into a second life was largely due to this formation. Because it was derived from the dog duist's technique, it shared similar properties. This had allowed him to hide a soul fragment within the sealing formation throughout the 3 eons that the heavens were being dismantled, shielding him from the erosion of time. Once the heavenly Dao vanished and the seals weakened, his soul had finally awakened. However, his physical body had been refined into a statue by the energy of the heavens, leaving his soul unable to merge with it or control it. He was forced to melt the statue and attempt a rebirth through possession. The process was difficult due to the residual heavenly energy, and it wasn't until 3,000 years ago, when 2 other palaces were opened and the seals weakened further, that he finally succeeded. After 3 millennia of cultivation, he had regained some strength, but he was still far from his peak. This child is only in the venerable realm. How can he withstand the pressure of the 9 dragons array? The emperor wondered. Though his strength was only at the level of a 2 tribulation saint, he expected the array to crush a venerable as easily as an ant. Perplexed, the emperor narrowed his eyes, and a mysterious light flickered within them as he used a pupil technique to peer into Jiang Xuan's secrets. Physical sainthood. The emperor was astonished. A youth in the venerable realm had jumped an entire level to achieve sainthood of the body first. What a strange junior. He admitted he had underestimated the boy. Before this, he had mostly just ignored him. As the emperor observed him, Jiang Xuan moved. With his hot temper, there was no way he would let some old man, who had been dead for ages, show off in front of him, pressuring him with an array. Did this guy think he was a pushover? Jiang Xuan lunged forward and struck with his sword. A streak of profound yellow sword energy, possessed of ultimate sharpness, sliced directly through the illusory world created by the array. In a flash of movement, Jiang Xuan closed the distance to the emperor. Presumptuous. The emperor's gaze turned cold. With a roar, he directed the 9 dragons array. The 9 dragons flew forth to meet Jiang Xuan, radiating divine light and murderous intent. Jiang Xuan did not dodge. He struck with the Great Sun Sword chapter, manifesting a brilliant sun. The strike carried the fierce heat of the solar divine fire. Rumble. With a single strike, the 2 fastest dragons were instantly incinerated. A third dragon lunged at him, its sharp claws reaching out to pierce his body. Jiang Xuan remained calm, his indestructible thunder body activating on its own as ancient thunder runes appeared on his skin. Crack. When the dragon's claws hit Jiang Xuan's body, they shattered like an egg hitting a rock. He was a physical saint. What were these dragons supposed to be? They didn't even have physical forms, yet they dared to challenge him. As the claws shattered, the thunder runes surged toward the dragon, transforming into an endless prison of lightning that blasted the creature into dust. On the other side, Jiang Xuan set his sights on the remaining 6 dragons. As they swarmed him, he charged into their midst. With the Xuanyuan broken sword in his right hand, he cut down 1 dragon. Simultaneously, he threw a punch with his left. His terrifying physical strength, combined with the Xianxia battle method, shattered the void and obliterated 2 more dragons. In the blink of an eye he had killed 6. Only 3 remained. Jiang Xuan narrowed his eyes as cold light flickered within them. His saint-level soul stirred, activating the Tehao profound scripture. Using a soul-level supernatural power, his gaze transformed into a streak of blood-red lightning that pierced through the bodies of the last 3 dragons. The final 3 dragons turned into fine powder. Jiang Xuan did not slow down. He flickered forward again, his killing intent hidden as he charged straight for the emperor. His calm voice echoed through the golden palace like rolling thunder. If you have other tricks, you better show them now. You are running out of time. The emperor's eyes lowered. His arrogant indifference was gone, replaced by a look of suppressed shock. With his current strength as a 2 tribulation saint, the 9 dragons array should have been enough to trap a 3 tribulation saint. Yet this boy, even with a saint-level body, he shouldn't have this kind of combat power. The emperor muttered, his mind racing. There was no time for further thought. I will imprison him first, then I will have my answers. The emperor slowly stood up and looked down at Jiang Xuan. I grant you this battle. Boom. A staggeringly powerful and domineering aura erupted from him, shaking the very air. Chapter 638. Fierce battle with the emperor. Cracks spread across the palace as a domineering pressure erupted like divine flames. The structure groaned and shuddered, unable to contain the force. At the center of this storm, the emperor stood as the space around him rippled and folded. Laws of the great Dao recoiled, and the very rules of reality fell into chaos. Jiang Xuan felt his speed drop instantly. For the first time, he faced a wall of resistance that felt insurmountable. He was genuinely surprised. The mere aura of this man was enough to tether his movement. This emperor was the real deal. The voice of the human ancestor echoed in his mind, sharp and serious. You must be extremely careful. This man was a supreme powerhouse 4 eons ago. Even in his weakened state, His combat strength is extraordinary. Do not forget he was a heavenly Dao Saint who once shared in the essence of the heavens. Jiang Xuan smiled, his eyes gleaming with interest. Extraordinary? How extraordinary are we talking? The human ancestor hesitated. It is hard to say for certain, but logically, if he goes all out, he can match the power of a lesser saint. So, he has the combat power of a saint. Jiang Xuan's smile widened. Instead of caution, the ancestor's warning only fueled his fighting spirit. The stronger, the better. If his opponent were weak, there would be no thrill in the fight. This was why Jiang Xuan preferred fighting old monsters. Only these ancient beings with deep foundations could force him to use his trump cards. Most so-called geniuses of his own era claimed to be invincible, yet he always had to hold back his strength to avoid killing them instantly. It was boring. This emperor, despite his arrogance, promised a much better challenge. Jiang Xuan stared at the emperor. His ancestor blood began to boil, roaring with excitement as his battle intent hit its limit. I hope this time I actually get to use the Tao of reincarnation, and the Tao of yin and yang, he thought to himself. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, piercing through the void to reach the emperor in an instant. He swung the Xuanyuan broken sword, unleashing a strike that manifested a great sun. Solar divine fire blazed within the arc, burning with a rage that seemed ready to incinerate heaven and earth. A decent strike, the emperor remarked calmly. But that is all it is. With a casual flick of his dragon-patterned sleeve, a surge of golden energy formed a massive tidal wave, blocking Jiang Xuan's sword light completely. Then, the emperor struck back with a single palm. The void trembled. Golden energy swirled, pulling at the laws of the great Tao, and suffocating the air with a terrifying pressure. Jiang Xuan's instincts screamed. This seemingly plain palm strike contained a horrific power of destruction. A normal saint might not survive it. Refusing to be reckless, Jiang Xuan retreated at high speed. He swung his sword repeatedly, sending out 3 streaks of profound yellow sword energy to buy himself time to dodge. You think you can retreat? The emperor laughed softly. Without a visible movement, he vanished and reappeared exactly where Jiang Xuan intended to move. He flicked his sleeve again, and the golden energy erupted like a volcano. The faint roar of a dragon shook Jiang Xuan's mind. Jiang Xuan narrowed his eyes. The old man was fast. If the emperor wouldn't let him retreat, then he wouldn't. He planted his feet and unleashed the full power of his saint-level physical body. He activated the indestructible thunder body, the Xuanyuan battle method, and the mountain god's secret art all at once. Visions of an indestructible thunder prison, the great desolate wilds, and towering divine mountains appeared around him. These powers intertwined, centered on his absolute physical strength, creating a strike meant to obliterate anything in its path. But he wasn't done. Bright red gold light burst from his skin, which was covered in Dao runes. His Jiang family bloodline, now evolved into ancestor blood, surged like a vast sea, empowering his body with divine rules. His fist collided with the emperor's initial palm strike. Jiang Xuan's expression remained cold and focused as he funneled every technique into a single punch directed at the emperor's face. The void shattered. The palace plunged into darkness as everything was swallowed by nothingness. The golden energy was shredded instantly. Jiang Xuan's fist, still carrying most of its momentum, reached the emperor. The emperor narrowed his eyes, slightly impressed. A mere venerable producing this much power was truly remarkable. A typical two-tribulation saint might have actually fallen to this punch. Unfortunately for Jiang Xuan, he was facing an emperor. The emperor reached out his right hand. Golden energy swirled around it, and the hand transformed into a solid gold dragon claw. It was covered in tangible Dao energy, looking less like flesh and more like a manifestation of the laws of the universe. The claw met the punch. With a dull thud, the emperor caught Jiang Xuan's fist and remained perfectly still. The supernatural powers and rules carried by the punch were neutralized and dissolved by the Dao energy within the claw. Jiang Xuan was stunned. He knew the emperor was strong, and he hadn't expected to deal lethal damage immediately, but he could not accept his best strike being brushed aside so effortlessly. The gap was too wide. Your use of power is still too shallow, the emperor said with a faint smile, taking in Jiang Xuan's shock. Cultivation rank is the foundation of everything. Though you have a saint's body and impressive techniques, your rank as a venerable is simply not enough to support the full potential of your heritage. Jiang Xuan lowered his eyes in thought, but then he shook his head and cursed silently. This old man almost led him astray. As one of the only 2 people in the human race to prove his own path, did he really need a lecture on cultivation ranks? You talk too much, Jiang Xuan barked. In that instant, he activated his vision's supernatural power. A bolt of blood-red lightning shot from his eyes directly into the emperor's mind. The emperor's soul wavered. His domineering eyes went dull and sluggish as his consciousness was dragged into an illusion. Jiang Xuan's saint-level soul had evolved this technique. It was no longer a mere hallucination, but a direct assault on the soul. Against a weaker opponent, this single look would have pulverized their spirit. Jiang Xuan seized the opening. While the emperor was lost in the illusion, he unleashed his true killing move. The Sword of Humanity. This blade carried the surging destiny of the human race. Its edge was forged from the mountains and rivers of the realm. Its momentum was driven by human ambition. Its intent was the iron will of the people. Sever. He swung the sword. Profound yellow sword energy pierced through the palace and into the sky. The sharpness, the weight, and the absolute will fused into a massive blade 10,000 feet long, carrying the hopes and wills of billions. As the Sword of Humanity fell, the palace finally gave way, crumbling into dust. The void for 10,000 miles collapsed into a deep abyss. The emperor, still trapped in the illusion, began to crack under the pressure of the sword intent. Golden blood dripped from his skin and fell toward the earth. The sudden, intense pain acted like a tide, washing away the illusion and allowing him to break free. His eyes refocused, returning to their sharp, imperial state. He looked up at the massive blade descending upon him. For the first time, a look of genuine appreciation appeared in his eyes. In his own era, he had fought many brilliant swordsmen, but compared to this strike, their paths had lacked this particular flavor. This strike is not bad at all, the emperor remarked. Then, he moved. He reached out with his right hand again, using the same golden claw. This time, however, the Dao energy on the claw came to life. It surged outward and constructed an entire world in the sky. The Suoming saintly court. The vision became hauntingly real. The majestic destiny of a lost empire gathered into a golden dragon of fortune. It let out a celebratory roar and lunged forward to meet the sword of humanity. The emperor looked at Jiang Xuan and spoke with a voice of absolute authority. I acknowledge your strength. You have earned the right to know my name. I am the lord of the Suoming saintly court. I am Tai Kang. Chapter 639. The Wrath of Tai Kang. Damn it. He just can't help himself, can he? Jiang Xuan cursed inwardly, feeling thoroughly annoyed. He was irritated by how much Tai Kang loved to show off, but even more so by how well the old man pulled it off. How does someone say something as shameless as you have earned the right to know my name with a straight face? The problem was, it actually sounded impressive. By comparison, Jiang Xuan's own line about not slaying nameless fools felt a bit basic, like he'd been outclassed in the art of posturing. Jiang Xuan realized he still had much to learn. Ancestor Zhang Xianxia is no good at this. His acting has no soul. Look at this guy, the gap is clear. Muttering to himself, Jiang Xuan lunged forward once more to strike. Tai Kang had summoned the vision of his saintly court, using its collective destiny to block the sword of humanity. Jiang Xuan suspected his blade would struggle to cut through that formidable golden dragon of fortune. He was right. As the dragon met the sword, it halted the strike's descent. The two forces locked together in a stalemate, grinding against each other. Since both were fueled by destiny, the battle became a war of attrition. Jiang Xuan carried the vast destiny of the human race, but his enemy was an emperor from 4 eons ago who had ruled a court equal to the heavens. Even if it was only a lingering vision, the destiny Tai Kang could command was terrifying. Consequently, the sword of humanity could not exert its full potential. This wasn't because the sword was weak. Its power scaled with the amount of human destiny Jiang Xuan could harness. Had he already ascended as a human king, he could have shattered that dragon in seconds. Ultimately, he was still too weak. He was just a venerable, after all. He couldn't expect too much. Between a venerable and a lesser saint, there were hundreds of minor realms of difference. Jiang Xuan comforted himself with this logic. Besides, if he easily defeated an emperor with the power of a lesser saint, wouldn't the power scaling be broken? Even if he were the protagonist of a story, surely the author wouldn't be that reckless. While complaining internally, Jiang Xuan vanished and reappeared silently behind Tai Kang. Heavenly Evolution Secret Art. The heart-stabbing method. He was back to his roots. Most of his flashy moves had been spent, so he returned to his original specialty. Perhaps a good old-fashioned backstab would provide this ancient emperor with a shocking dose of a swordsman's honor. The truth was, Jiang Xuan's arsenal was running thin for a fight this far above his weight class. He lacked the endless pockets of ancestor Zhang Xianxiao, who always seemed to pull a new trump card out of nowhere. As for his ultimate hidden cards, the Dao of Reincarnation and the Dao of Yin and Yang, he didn't want to use them yet. You don't start a war by dropping nukes. You have to test the waters first. He needed to understand the rhythm of a saint-level battle. The Xuanyuan broken sword pierced the void, emerging behind Tai Kang and locking onto his head. The profound yellow sword energy flickered with extreme sharpness and a deadly aura. Saints possessed incredible vitality, and while Tai Kang couldn't quite regenerate from a single drop of blood yet, hacking his body to pieces wouldn't be fatal. Stabbing the heart was no longer effective. He had to destroy the sea of consciousness. Furthermore, Tai Kang's body was a statue refined by the energy of the heavens, making it far more durable than a standard saint's physique. Sensing the cold chill of danger, Tai Kang felt a literal shiver down his spine. His imperial instinct was to trade blow for blow. Killing the enemy was the best defense, but he didn't have the time. He was forced to manifest golden energy as a shield to tank the hit. Jiang Xuan's move was too underhanded. Tai Kang hadn't expected it. In his view, a man capable of wielding the destiny of the human race should follow a righteous path of swordsmanship. He never imagined a sudden sneak attack. He had met righteous swordsmen and he had met stealthy assassins, but he had never heard of someone being both. It wasn't that it was impossible, it was just incredibly petty. Clang! The Xuanyuan broken sword struck Tai Kang's skull with a crisp metallic sound. The sword energy shattered the golden shield, but the blade itself couldn't move another inch. It was as if he had hit an indestructible wall. Is his head made of iron? Jiang Xuan was baffled. How was he supposed to fight this? Tai Kang spun around and grabbed the Xuanyuan broken sword with his bare dragon claw. He stared into Jiang Xuan's eyes and said coldly, "Your sword path is quite messy." "It's all right," Jiang Xuan replied with a smirk. He pushed his sword heart to its limit, flooding the blade with sword energy to force Tai Kang to let go. Humph. Tai Kang ignored the energy stinging his arm. The Dao energy in his claw surged, applying a crushing pressure. He looked intent on snapping the sword in half. Golden scales began to cover his hand, making it look even more monstrous and powerful. Jiang Xuan's expression soured. This was embarrassing. His sword was stuck, and he couldn't pull it back. A genius swordsman like him, caught in a bare-handed blade catch? This was too absurd. Fire rose in Jiang Xuan's heart. Who are you trying to insult? Growing desperate, he summoned the human tablet. He didn't manifest its full size, instead shrinking it down to the size of a brick. He gripped it in his left hand and slammed it down toward Tai Kang's head. You like catching blades? Let's see you catch this. Tai Kang didn't dodge. He didn't feel he needed to. He was confident he could crush the sword and then catch the brick. He believed his body, tempered by heavenly energy, could shatter any saint-grade weapon with ease. This was the absolute confidence of an emperor. But a moment later, Tai Kang's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't break the sword. It didn't even budge. Even with his strength and his dragon claw, it was immovable. What kind of sword is this? He looked up at Jiang Xuan. He didn't get an answer, only the brick. Thud. The tablet slammed into his head. Even with Tai Kang's durability, his vision blurred and his mind staggered for a moment. It wasn't a serious wound, but it was disorienting. He was still trying to figure out what the sword was made of, so he kept his grip on it. Jiang Xuan's temper flared. Oh, so we're doing this? You want to be stubborn? Fine. He rained down a flurry of blows with the brick. This finally woke Tai Kang up. More accurately, it sent him into a towering rage. When had he, a supreme emperor, ever been beaten over the head with a brick? You shall die. Tai Kang's eyes burned with cold, murderous fury. A soul-shaking aura erupted, causing the entire Yang 3 continent to tremble. Countless living beings felt the pressure and fell to their knees in terror. It felt like the wrath of the heavens. After all, Tai Kang was not just an emperor, he was a heavenly Dao Saint who had consumed the energy of the world. Tai Kang's massive figure vanished. Jiang Xuan blinked, his divine sense unable to track the movement. Bang! A golden fist slammed into Jiang Xuan's chest, caving it in. An unthinkable force flooded his body like a tide. Jiang Xuan spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He tried to regain his focus to counterattack, but Tai Kang appeared instantly in his flight path. Another punch landed, followed by another spray of blood. The power was terrifying. The speed was absolute. The rhythm of the battle was suffocating. An enraged Tai Kang was a different beast entirely. He trapped Jiang Xuan in a relentless cycle of violence, offering no opening to resist or escape. It was almost impossible to even strike back. This was a supreme powerhouse from 4 eons ago. This was a saint who once held the power of the heavens. When he went all out, his combat strength was enough to drive anyone to despair. Jiang Xuan was simply outmatched. Chapter 640. Tai Kang, the Ancient Azure Dragon. Fortunately, Jiang Xuan was no ordinary man. Although Tai Kang's combat rhythm was perfect, leaving Jiang Xuan with nothing to do but take a passive beating, he had already achieved physical sainthood. Combined with his powerful ancestor blood and the divine life energy of the life spirits to accelerate his healing, Tai Kang's attacks were not yet fatal. He could endure it. So this is the combat power of a lesser saint. Jiang Xuan's eyes lit up with excitement. Strong. Very strong. At his current level, Jiang Xuan had no way to defend himself. He was like a soft persimmon being squeezed at will. However, from another perspective, this was exactly what made the fight interesting. Uncontested suppression was boring. Each blow he took only served to fuel his fighting spirit, which surged higher with every impact. To an outsider, it might have looked like he had some very strange preferences. Bang! Another strike from Tai Kang sent Jiang Xuan hurtling from the sky into the earth, carving a massive crater 1,000 feet deep. It was then that Jiang Xuan seized his opening. He activated the mountain god's secret art, manipulating the power of the earth to manifest jagged peaks that sprouted from the crater to intercept Tai Kang's follow-up combo. Against a supreme powerhouse like Tai Kang, a single mountain was no more substantial than foam, and could be shattered with a casual punch. But that brief moment was enough to disrupt Tai Kang's rhythm, giving Jiang Xuan the chance to break free. Rumble. As the mountains shattered into flying debris, Jiang Xuan smashed through the void, finally disentangling himself from the emperor's pace. Now, it was time to bring out the big guns. Yin Yang Dao. The path of Yang manifested as a great sun hanging high in the sky, its vast solar energy resembling 10,000 miles of raging flames, scorching the continent of Yang 3. The path of Yin manifested as a lunar moon reflected upon the vast earth, its ghostly cold energy flowing like a bitter ocean, full of hidden killing intent and desolate silence. Jiang Xuan held one hand toward the sky, manipulating the Yang sun, and pointed the other toward the ground, controlling the Yin moon. He compressed his hands together. The sea of flames grew still and the ocean condensed. One descended while the other rose, merging like heaven and earth into an indescribably massive Dao construct that enveloped the entire continent. The ultimate power of Yin and Yang began to pulverize every object in existence. This was the Yin Yang Dao supernatural power. The Yin Yang Great Mill. The continent of Yang 3 shook violently. The sky fractured, the earth split, and the laws of the Dao began to disintegrate. The entire land seemed to be suffering an irreversible catastrophe. The Yin Yang Dao, high above the land of divine revelation, the dog duist jolted to his feet. He stared at the scene unfolding in Yang 3, his face pale with shock. How is it possible for Jiang Xuan to master the Yin Yang Dao? No, that's not right. The time hasn't come yet. How could a supreme Dao appear at this point in time? Panic-stricken, the dog duist hurriedly performed a divination. Deep, mysterious currents flowed, manifesting many Dao flowers, but a moment later, they shattered like bubbles. Puff! A massive backlash of karmic law struck him like a crashing wave. The dog duist spat out a mouthful of blood, staining his robes. This time, the volume of blood was several times greater than before. His sallow face turned visibly pale. He gave a bitter smile, looking defeated and spiritless. I calculated for 9 eons, believing that everything except fate was under my control. I never expected this. Truly, I never expected this. He laughed loudly, but there was no joy in the sound, only the sting of failure. Down in Yang 3, Jiang Xuan had unleashed his ultimate move. Facing the Yin Yang Great Mill, the rage Tai King felt from being hit with a brick vanished instantly, replaced by utter confusion. He wondered if he had slept so long that his brain had rotted. How was he seeing something so absurd? One of the 12 supreme Daos, the Yin Yang Dao. Was that something a living being could master, especially a mere venerable? Tai Kang was lost in a daze. He didn't know if he was going mad, or if the world itself had lost its mind. A supreme Dao was something that should not, and could not exist in this world. However, Tai Kang was a supreme powerhouse from 4 eons ago, and an emperor who had built a saintly court. His will was not so easily broken. After the initial shock, he regained his composure, his eyes burning with a deep, greedy heat. If he could capture this youth and strip the Yin Yang Dao from him, he would have no trouble reaching the realm of immortality, and becoming a supreme emperor in this life. This is my destiny, Tai Kang told himself. He lunged forward, unleashing his strongest technique. Since the Yin Yang Dao possessed unpredictable supreme power, he had to meet it with everything he had if he hoped to capture Jiang Xuan and claim the path for himself. Roar! Tai Kang let out a low growl as brilliant golden light erupted from his body. An aggressive, sharp aura shot toward the sky like divine flames. Within that golden light, his body expanded rapidly, revealing his massive true form. An azure dragon, 10,000 feet long, he leaped into the high sky like a natural chasm spanning heaven and earth. His brownish-green dragon scales were etched with ancient Dao runes, glowing with a profound radiance. His 4 dragon claws were as sharp as divine weapons, flickering with a bone-chilling light. His ferocious dragon head held indifferent eyes filled with imperial wrath. A pair of unique horns, looking as if they were cast from pure gold, shone in all directions. This was the ancient azure dragon from 4 eons ago. Originally the wood spirit of the 4 symbols, he presided over the life and auspiciousness of the East. But when the old lands were sealed and the heavens became restrictive, only 14 opportunities for primordial chaos were granted per eon, making it impossible for him to glimpse the realm of immortality. Unwilling to accept this, Tai Kang had abandoned his position as a 4 symbols deity to follow the path of ancient emperors. He conquered the living, established a nation, and forged the Suoming saintly court. With the destiny of a nation centered on him, he cast his golden horns and changed his name to Tai Kang. He was no longer the green dragon, but the azure dragon. By taking the name Kang, he intended to stand equal to the sky and defy the heavens to steal the source of life controlled by the heavens. However, the heavenly Dao of the old lands was supreme. Even with the strength of his saintly court, Tai Kang could not overturn it. The heavens grew angry, punishment descended, and the Suoming saintly court was destroyed in a single day. Fortunately, the dog duist appeared in time to give Tai Kang a second chance. He gathered Tai Kang and 13 other powerhouses to lock down the heavens, using the 14 divine palaces as a medium to divide and devour the energy of the heavens. In his true form, Tai Kang craned his neck and let out a metallic roar that shook the world. A moment later, wrapped in golden divine flames, he lunged toward the Yang Sun. One should never doubt the combat instincts of a supreme powerhouse. Even though he had never personally witnessed a supreme Dao, his instincts immediately identified the flaw in Jiang Xuan's technique. A supreme Dao was peerless, but regardless of how invincible a power might be, it was still a technique. If the person wielding it was too weak, the technique would crumble. Jiang Xuan was clearly struggling to manipulate the Yin Yang Great Mill. His speed was relatively slow. Tai Kang realized that if he could simply obliterate the Yang Sun, the balance of Yin and Yang would be lost, and the technique would collapse on its own. Acting on this thought, the azure dragon lunged at the sun, his claws extended with enough force to crush it. But was it really that simple? Could a supreme Dao be so naive? Clearly not. His claws passed straight through the sun without any resistance, as if it existed in a different dimension. Tai Kang froze. Yin and Yang? The dragon's eyes shrank as a realization hit him. He erupted with golden light and unleashed his full physical strength to retreat and ensure his safety. He had vastly underestimated the mystery of a supreme Dao. But by the time he reacted, it was too late. The Yin Yang Great Mill, which had spanned the entire continent, shrank instantly. It trapped Tai Kang in the center, leaving him unable to move. From a distance, he looked like a dragon caught in a massive stone press. A supreme Dao? How can a supreme Dao be this ridiculous? Tai Kang's mind was in turmoil. He was a powerhouse who could easily crush Jiang Xuan, and in his true form, his combat power had increased by 70%. Yet he still couldn't resist this technique. No, a supreme Dao can't be this absurd, Tai Kang thought as the mill began to grind away his energy. His scales were being ripped away and golden blood leaked from his body, but he grew strangely calm. Furthermore, I cannot be this weak. A moment later, Tai Kang used his claws to grip his jade seal, drawing out the destiny of the saintly court and the energy of the heavens contained within. He funneled it all into his dragon body. Rumble. The golden light flowed like liquid gold, and his 10,000-foot body expanded even further, manifesting a terrifying physical divinity. Roar. Tai Kang let out a jagged growl. Slowly, inch by inch, he began to force the Yin Yang Great Mill open. Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow. He was surprised, but mostly delighted. Tai King really did have some depth to him. This meant he could finally go all out and enjoy a true battle. Chapter 641. Condensing the Yin Yang Diagram. Suppress. Jiang Xuan manipulated the Yin Yang Great Mill, increasing the pressure to grind away Tai King's energy with the crushing force of Yin and Yang. However, the fully unleashed Tai King had reached a new level of terror. Having revealed his true form as an azure dragon, he was a force of nature. Even as his massive body was bathed in golden divine radiance and drenched in dragon blood, he began to force the mill open inch by inch, threatening to shatter this great Dao supernatural power. Jiang Xuan frowned slightly. If this stalemate continued, Tai Kang would eventually break free. To win at that point, he might be forced to use the reincarnation Dao as his only option. That was not an outcome he desired. He had not yet fought to his heart's content. Furthermore, there was no absolute guarantee that the reincarnation Dao could suppress a powerhouse like Tai Kang. As expected of a heavenly saint from 4 eons ago, Jiang Xuan thought, unable to hide his admiration. He realized he could not give Tai Kang the chance to fully expand and break the mill. Jiang Xuan lunged forward, unleashing a barrage of slaughter techniques. One after another, they slammed into Tai Kang. Massive explosions thundered through the air as laws of the Dao flew and worldly rules shattered. The void collapsed into a persistent state of ruin, leaving only a deep, terrifying darkness. Most of the brownish-green scales on Tai Kang's 10,000-foot dragon body were now broken, revealing gruesome wounds. Golden blood splattered down, staining the mountains and rivers below. Despite this, the golden radiance surrounding him did not fade, and his fierce aura showed no signs of weakening. It seemed that Jiang Xuan's repeated strikes had failed to cause any substantial, lasting damage. It was a strange mirror of their earlier exchange. One side was suppressing the other, yet unable to deliver a killing blow. "You are certainly a tough one," Jiang Xuan muttered, cursing under his breath. He had to admit that Tai Kang was the most formidable opponent he had ever faced. The dragon was not just difficult to deal with, he seemed almost impossible to bring down. While venting his frustration, Jiang Xuan continued to hurl slaughter techniques at his foe. To his annoyance, nothing seemed to work. This Tai Kang was simply too resilient. The 9 Yang and 5 Yin heaven-locking secret art. Feeling the pressure, Jiang Xuan even deployed the secret art he had just mastered for infiltrating the divine palaces. He was losing his patience. He prepared to use Order Reincarnation, a supreme technique of the reincarnation Dao, for a final gamble. If that failed, he would have no choice but to use the first of his ancestor Zhang Changshuo's 36 ultimate maneuvers, the Great Escape. However, as Jiang Xuan activated the heaven-locking secret art, an unexpected change occurred. His pupils contracted as a divine vision erupted. His left eye manifested the underworld with 5 cold moons hanging high, while his right eye birthed the world of the living, illuminated by 9 blazing suns. As this vision appeared, the Yin Yang Great Mill suddenly shuddered. The power of Yin and Yang surged, and its grinding force against Tai Kang became significantly more violent. A sharp crack echoed through the air. The dragon body that Tai Kang had managed to lift was forced back down. Golden blood sprayed everywhere as his injuries deepened instantly. Damn it, Tai Kang cursed inwardly. He was baffled. How could a mere venerable maintain such a terrifying Dao technique for so long? How did he have the stamina? Not only was the youth maintaining the mill, but he was also able to divert his attention to launch countless other attacks. Most absurd of all was that he could still find a way to increase the power of the technique even further. Was this really a venerable? Even a lesser saint would struggle to achieve this level of intensity. Tai Kang gritted his teeth and held on. He believed that no matter how ridiculous Jiang Xuan's combat power was, his foundation was still that of a venerable. Such an explosion of power could not last forever. Tai Kang told himself to endure. Once Jiang Xuan grew exhausted, he would break the mill, suppress the youth, and tear the Yin Yang Dao from his body to forge his own path to the supreme realm of the great emperor. Wait, Jiang Xuan noticed the shift. The heaven-locking secret art, which seemed to have a single, specific purpose, appeared to be resonating with his Yin Yang Dao. Intrigued, he did not hesitate. Jiang Xuan pushed the secret art to its limit, projecting a cataclysmic vision across the sky. The underworld hung inverted above while the living world sank below. He then channeled the Yin Yang Dao, infusing the secret art with its supreme power. A strange transformation took place. The two realms merged into a hazy, desolate world. 5 moons and 9 suns floated in the high sky, their energies intertwining to form a new power that nourished the world and gave it a flicker of life. The power of the secret art evolved into a strange web of rules that completely enveloped this new reality. Suddenly, a tide of profound mysteries and deep secrets of the great Dao flooded Jiang Xuan's mind. He felt that if he could fully digest these insights, he would undergo an unprecedented transformation. So, the secret art really does link with the Yin Yang Dao, the dog Duist whispered to himself as he watched the battle. He had suspected this when he created the art, but time had been too short to verify it. Now, this youth had done it for him. The fact that Jiang Xuan mastered the Yin Yang Dao was still beyond his comprehension, and had rattled his composure, but he was far from losing his mind. With his experience, he calmed himself quickly. From a different perspective, a variable that exceeded his control might not be a bad thing. If fate cannot be disobeyed, could an extreme variable be the thing that finally shakes it? It was a new line of thought that required more study. Meanwhile, the combination of the Dao, and the secret art constructed a hazy, illusory world. Under this change, Jiang Xuan's Yin Yang Dao saw a sudden, explosive advancement. The illusory world rapidly shrank and faded, turning into two strands of aura, one black and one white. These strands intertwined and flowed into Jiang Xuan's Danshan, condensing into an illusory yin-yang diagram that drifted into a corner. If one looked closely, the position of the diagram was quite telling. It wisely avoided challenging the dominant status of the black hole Dao Foundation. It also acknowledged it was not yet on the level of the world tree, which had already formed a prototype world. Instead, it chose a corner similar to the reincarnation phantom. With the black hole as the center, the yin-yang diagram and the reincarnation phantom sat on opposite sides. As for the Xuanyuan broken sword and the Xianxia seal, the diagram ignored them entirely. Great. I have been demoted to 5th place. The spirit of the Xianxia seal wailed in tears. With the advancement of the yin-yang Dao, the most obvious change was in the yin-yang great mill. Its power surged. Tai Kang, trapped in the center, was about to suffer. The grinding force became more dominant and ferocious. Tai Kang's resistance faltered as cracks spread across his dragon body, and golden blood sprayed. For the first time, Tai Kang felt the shadow of death. His calm expression finally broke into panic. He knew that he was finished. The power of this technique was now beyond his ability to resist. His destruction was only a matter of time. Is death truly unavoidable? Tai Kang's eyes flickered with sadness. He had sensed this risk long ago, when he followed the dog deist's plan to divide the heavenly energy. He had hidden a portion of his soul as a backup plan, hoping to escape. He had been right. The plan had taken 4 eons, and all 14 of them had died when their lifeblood ran dry, their bodies turned into statues. He had survived because of that hidden soul, successfully beginning a second life. He never expected that before he could return to his peak, a mysterious youth would ruin everything. This youth, with only the cultivation of a venerable, possessed the power to challenge him head-on and master the yin-yang Dao. Just as Tai Kang accepted his end, the expected killing blow did not come. The grinding of the yin-yang great mill slowed, stopping at the exact threshold of what he could barely endure. One step further, and he would have been obliterated. Tai Kang looked up in confusion. Jiang Xuan walked toward him, looking down at the dragon within the mill with a cold, indifferent expression. You have 2 choices, Jiang Xuan said. Submit or die. Jiang Xuan had decided to recruit this powerhouse from 4 eons ago. Even in a weakened state, Tai Kang possessed the terrifying power of a lesser saint, comparable to a chaos saint. In fact, Jiang Xuan suspected that in terms of raw combat power, Tai Kang was currently even stronger than a chaos saint. If he fully recovered, there was no telling how strong he would become. Jiang Xuan was currently in desperate need of high-level combat power. His goal was to attack the Phoenix ancestral land within 3 years, but with new missions appearing, he knew he couldn't wait that long. If he could win Tai Kang's loyalty, reaching that goal would become much easier. Chapter 642. I have also tamed a dragon. Tai Kang looked up in shock at Jiang Xuan, his massive dragon eyes cold, and filled with a lingering imperial pride. He was a sovereign who once ruled an entire saintly court. How could he ever accept a position of servitude? You want to subdue me? Tai Kang let out a freezing laugh. You think too much. Do it. I am not a man who fears death. Jiang Xuan narrowed his eyes. He knew an emperor would not bow easily, but he had not expected Tai Kang to be quite this resolute. To prefer death over submission was a rare level of stubbornness. Jiang Xuan sighed and shifted his will, increasing the grinding force of the yin-yang great mill. New cracks spider-webbed across the dragon's body, and golden blood sprayed into the air. Yet, while the pain was excruciating, it was not enough to break a man who possessed the will to govern the world. To a figure like Tai Kang, bowing was a fate far worse than perishing. This method is a bit amateur, Tai Kang said coldly. To him, this kind of physical torture was nothing more than an itch. Jiang Xuan smiled. He knew simple pain wouldn't work. He was only doing it because it was part of the process. He liked to do things the old school way. Let us talk, Jiang Xuan said. He reached into his storage ring and pulled out a small wooden stool he had not used in a long time. Under Tai Kang's bewildered gaze, he sat down, produced a handful of melon seeds, and began to crack them open. You have your ambitions, and I have my needs, Jiang Xuan said between bites. If we are honest with each other, we can find a balance. I understand that as an emperor, you cannot accept this transition immediately. I will give you time. I am in no rush. Then, he went back to his seeds, looking for all the world as if he intended to wait there forever. Tai Kang was stunned. This sudden change in pace completely threw him off. Melon seeds? Was this youth really trying to recruit a supreme powerhouse by sitting on a stool and snacking? Tai Kang wanted to scream at the absurdity of it, but he kept his face still. He would never submit. No matter what strange games Jiang Xuan played, the answer remained the same. Life or death. Submission was not an option. Neither spoke. Jiang Xuan sat with his legs crossed, casually spitting shells onto the ruined ground of the Yang 3 continent. The backdrop was a wasteland of shattered mountains and cracked earth, a scene of total apocalypse. In the middle of this devastation, a 10,000-foot dragon lay pinned under a divine mill, while a young man sat nearby, as if he were enjoying a quiet afternoon in a park. The contrast was ridiculous. An hour passed. A small pile of shells had accumulated at Jiang Xuan's feet. Finally, Tai Kang could not take it anymore. He had seen many things in his 4 eons of existence, but he had never seen anyone try to conquer a soul like this. His mental state was beginning to crumble. Jiang Xuan's plan was working. Sitting there in silence for an hour, while someone casually snacks in front of you is a special kind of psychological pressure. I will not be your servant, Tai Kang growled, his eyes flashing with irritation. At most, I will agree to work for you for 100 years. After that, I leave. Jiang Xuan looked up briefly, his expression calm. He didn't say a word. He simply went back to his seeds, ignoring the offer entirely. Tai Kang felt a surge of fury. Do not push your luck, he thought. But Jiang Xuan remained unbothered. Tai Kang suppressed his anger and retreated further. 200 years, he barked. Jiang Xuan paused, glanced at him again, and then went back to cracking seeds. Tai Kang's blood boiled. He swore that in his entire long life, he had never met anyone so infuriatingly petty. He let out a roar that shook the very foundation of the world. Quiet down, I am eating, Jiang Xuan said softly. He applied more pressure with the mill, pinning the dragon flat against the earth. Scales folded back and flesh tore as Tai Kang was forced into silence. The dragon felt a deep sense of humiliation. He was an emperor, a former saint, and he was being treated like a nuisance. Jiang Xuan remained composed. He knew Tai Kang was raging inside, but he also knew the dragon's will was breaking. Tai Kang was a master of strategy and patience, but he had no defense against someone who simply refused to follow the rules of a standard confrontation. What exactly do you want? Tai Kang finally asked, his voice heavy with defeat. Jiang Xuan did not answer immediately. He finished his seeds, dusted off his hands, and stood up. He looked at Tai Kang with a bright smile. Work for me for 1,000 years. After that, I will give you your freedom. Jiang Xuan hadn't been sure this would work. An emperor's pride is a difficult thing to break. But he had remembered the old methods of taming a wild hawk. If a bird with no reason could be broken, then an emperor, who understood the value of survival, could surely be reasoned with. I have also tamed a dragon now, Jiang Xuan thought to himself. Tai Kang stared at him with murderous intent. Do you not think your demand is excessive? Is it? Jiang Xuan shrugged. Then, to Tai Kang's horror, he reached back into his ring and pulled out another handful of seeds. Think about it. I am not in a hurry. Stop. Tai Kang's pupils shrank. He couldn't go through another hour of that. 1,000 years. He shouted. I agree. I will work for you for 1,000 years. Jiang Xuan stopped mid-motion. He packed away his stool and his snacks before looking at the dragon with a satisfied grin. See? That wasn't so hard. My mouth was starting to get dry from all those seeds. Tai Kang was speechless. I assume you know what to do next? Jiang Xuan asked. A verbal promise is not enough for me. Tai Kang took a long look at Jiang Xuan, forcing his fractured pride into some semblance of order. He separated a strand of his life soul and let it drift into Jiang Xuan's hand. This was far more binding than a Dao oath. If the life soul was harmed, the owner would suffer devastating soul damage at best, or instant death at worst. It was a universal law for all cultivators. Jiang Xuan handed the soul strand to his life spirits and released the Yin Yang Great Mill. Roar. The moment the pressure vanished, Tai Kang lunged into the sky. His roar was filled with killing intent and a murderous aura that shattered the void into darkness. He dove back down, bringing his massive dragon head inches from Jiang Xuan's face. His eyes were cold and menacing. It looked as though he intended to go back on his word and kill the youth right then and there. Jiang Xuan didn't flinch. He looked Tai Kang in the eye with a terrifying indifference. He had beaten the dragon once, he could do it again. In his mind, those he had defeated were no longer worthy of being called rivals. He had subdued Tai Kang for his power, but he also viewed it as giving the dragon a chance at a new life. If Tai Kang truly wanted to die, Jiang Xuan was happy to send him into the cycle of reincarnation. They stared at each other for a long moment, the tiny youth and the 10,000-foot dragon. Finally, golden light erupted, and Tai Kang shifted into his human form. He stood before Jiang Xuan and gave a stiff nod. I will keep my word. I will serve you for 1,000 years. Jiang Xuan nodded back. He wasn't surprised. Tai Kang had already convinced himself to submit the moment he handed over his life soul. Since you are working for me, I have a gift for you, Jiang Xuan said. Under Tai Kang's suspicious gaze, Jiang Xuan summoned the four symbols Celestial Palace. From this day forward, you will reside in the Celestial Palace as the Azure Dragon Spirit, Jiang Xuan announced. You will take charge of the Calamity Grotto Heaven. Tai Kang stood there, completely stunned. After all that effort to escape his past, he had somehow ended up right back where he started. Chapter 643. The Azure Dragon returns, opening the Grotto Heaven of Fortune. The four symbols Celestial Palace carried the latent authority of the Divine Guardians. The Azure Dragon, the Vermilion Bird, the White Tiger, and the Black Tortoise. Tai Kang was the living embodiment of the Azure Dragon's power. Placing him in charge of a Grotto Heaven within the palace was a perfect fit. This plan had formed in Jiang Xuan's mind the moment he decided to recruit the dragon. The Celestial Palace was an incredible treasure, but Jiang Xuan had so many divine items that he simply lacked the time to study them all. Delegating the research and management of the palace to Tai Kang was the most efficient way to unlock its full potential. He harbored high hopes that this artifact would eventually become one of his greatest trump cards. Study this well, Jiang Xuan said with a smile as he tossed the four symbols Celestial Palace to Tai Kang. I have faith in you. Tai Kang caught the artifact and swept his consciousness inside. Immediately, he felt a surge of familiar energy, the wood element life force, and auspicious chi unique to the Azure Dragon. A bitter smile touched his lips. Was this karma? After a lifetime of struggle to escape his origins, he had returned to the exact point where he began. He shook off his wandering thoughts and focused. He submerged his divine sense into the palace, accepting its power. green divine light erupted from the artifact, pulsing with an infinite, vibrant life force. The regulatory power of the Azure Dragon surged out, synchronizing with Tai Kang's soul. Ancient laws of the Wood Dao manifested in the physical world, bringing a flicker of greenery to the desolate ruins of the Yang 3 continent. Strands of auspicious fortune began to leak from the palace. A small portion flowed into Tai Kang, but the vast majority surged into Jiang Xuan's body. Jiang Xuan blinked in surprise. The Grotto Heaven of Fortune had opened? Just like that? He remembered that each of the 4 Grotto Heavens, fortune, calamity, prosperity, and ruin, required specific energy to unlock. He had only opened the Grotto Heaven of Calamity because of his encounter with the Yingwo boy and the subsequent recognition of the Mars star. That experience had taught him that each chamber required its corresponding elemental resonance. That was why he had originally told Tai Kang to manage the Calamity Chamber. It was the only one available. He had not expected Tai Kang to provide a pleasant surprise so quickly. When luck comes, you just cannot stop it, Jiang Xuan joked to himself. Tai Kang completed the resonance, fully merging with the Azure Dragon power and becoming the guardian of the Grotto Heaven of Fortune. His extensive injuries began to heal at a visible rate. In this system, the Black Tortoise corresponded to Calamity, while the Azure Dragon presided over Fortune. With the chamber now active, Tai Kang naturally stepped into his rightful role. As Tai Kang digested the information and insights fed back to him by the palace, his eyes widened with shock. He had initially dismissed the artifact as a crude imitation of the true divine guardians. Having held the genuine authority of the Azure Dragon in the past, he felt insulted at the prospect of being a fake spirit in a man-made weapon. But as he processed the data, he realized how wrong he was. While the palace was modeled after the Guardians, it integrated the 4 causal powers of fortune, calamity, prosperity, and ruin. This combination elevated the basic elemental powers to a much higher tier. Although the palace was currently damaged and far smaller in scale than his original divine authority, the quality of its energy was significantly superior. He felt a sudden, startling realization. This was the path to the next level of evolution for the 4 symbols. So it was not that I had reached my limit back then, Tai Kang whispered. I simply had no direction. How is it? Jiang Xuan asked. Tai Kang looked back and nodded. It went perfectly. Also, thank you. Jiang Xuan looked puzzled. The Celestial Palace has shown me the way forward, Tai Kang explained. If I wish to advance further, I now have a new choice. In the past, Tai Kang had abandoned his divine authority because the heavenly Dao controlled the source of life, blocking his path to immortality. He believed he had peaked and had no way to progress, which led him to mimic the ancient emperors and build a saintly court. He shared these fragments of his history with Jiang Xuan to explain his gratitude. Jiang Xuan was stunned. He had tried to tame a dragon on a whim, and it just happened to be the original Azure Dragon. This felt a bit too convenient. He stared at Tai Kang, still slightly skeptical. You are saying you were the actual Azure Dragon of the 4 symbols? Tai Kang nodded. I was. Although I discarded my authority, I still carry the essence of wood element life and auspiciousness. That energy resonated with the palace to unlock the Grotto Heaven of Fortune. Jiang Xuan nodded thoughtfully. This was a perfect outcome. Not only was a new chamber open, but it was presided over by the genuine article. He began to imagine how powerful the palace would be once it was fully restored and all 4 guardians were assembled. Actually, it might not be that difficult, Jiang Xuan thought, rubbing his chin. His mind immediately went to the naive and somewhat adorable Xianxia. That youth was a pure-blooded black tortoise. Making him the guardian of the Grotto Heaven of Calamity would be a perfect match. I am already halfway there, Jiang Xuan laughed to himself. He didn't even wonder if Xianxia would agree. They were best friends who would do anything for each other. Without further delay, Jiang Xuan led Tai Kang toward the Yang 2 continent. His scavenging trip was far from over. His parents had opened 2 divine palaces, and there were 12 in total. He had already packed away 7 palaces on his journey from Yang 9 to Yang 3. That meant 5 more were waiting for him. He needed to move fast. Meanwhile, on the Yang 6 continent, this region was a vast, endless withered marsh. The Yang 6 divine palace was constructed from the massive skeleton of a prehistoric beast, bound by thousands of Dao chains and connected to the swamp. From a distance, it looked like a cage of bone. Xianxia and his group stood before the palace. Just as they had done on previous continents, Gigu held a square compass, working to break the seals. After a few moments, the chains binding the palace shattered one by one, and the restrictions vanished. It is done, Gigu said, exhaling a long breath and wiping sweat from his brow. Breaking these seals was becoming increasingly difficult and required a massive toll on his mental energy. However, he felt it was worth it if they could secure the divine statues. Suddenly, his expression darkened, as if a shadow had fallen over him. Good work, Xianxia replied, his eyes fixed on the palace. He prayed silently that nothing would go wrong this time. In the last 2 palaces, they had spent immense effort to break in, only to find the chambers completely empty. He didn't care about the other treasures or the chance for immortality, he only wanted the statues refined from the bodies of the heavenly saints. But in the previous locations, there wasn't even a speck of dust left behind. With a heavy heart, Xianxia stepped through the ancient doors of the Yang 6 divine palace, followed closely by Gigu and the others. This palace was a crystal hall submerged beneath the marsh, shimmering with a dreamlike light. However, it was just like the others. It was empty. It was cleaner than a polished mirror. Xianxia stood in silence. Gigu stared into the void. The black-robed swordsman and the rest of the group looked on, their faces twisted with frustration and resentment. What is happening? Xianxia demanded. Was there a mistake with the palaces, or had someone beaten them here just to spite them? He couldn't wrap his head around it. He had suspected Jiang Xuan, but the timing didn't make sense. They had watched Jiang Xuan use his key on the Yang 9 palace. The chains had broken exactly the same way their seals were breaking now. Every palace they approached appeared perfectly intact and sealed from the outside. There was no sign of entry. Gigu felt a deep sense of grievance. He had worked himself to exhaustion for nothing. He hoped it was just a glitch in the divine system. If he ever found out someone was doing this on purpose, he swore he would spend the rest of his life making that person pay. Is this my fate? Xianxia muttered, a bitter smile playing on his lips. He felt a wave of helplessness. The statues were the key to changing his destiny. If he couldn't gather them, how could he ever hope to defy the heavens? Chapter 644. The Old World. Xianxia was on the verge of a mental breakdown. He walked out of the Yang 6 Divine Palace in a state of utter desolation. To his surprise, a man stood waiting in the air outside. The figure wore Daoist robes, possessed a gaunt frame, and carried a faint smile while habitually stroking his handlebar mustache. This was none other than the dog Daoist, his mustache being his most recognizable trademark. Xianxia froze, startled to see the elder appearing here. Gigu and the others emerged behind him, their expressions equally shocked. Why was he showing himself now? Xianxia approached the figure. Senior, did you not say you would not intervene to help me within the land of divine revelation? The dog Daoist sighed with a helpless smile. I had no intention of interfering with your attempt to defy fate. I explained the reason to you before. If external forces intervene and fate detects it, it will impose an equal measure of calamity to wipe out that interference. If I act, I will inevitably draw unpredictable and terrifying disasters toward you. This would only make your task significantly harder. Since the beginning of time, no one has successfully changed their fate. You are unlikely to be the exception. The odds are already slim enough. If I added to the difficulty, your success would be impossible. The dog Daoist spoke bluntly, unconcerned by Xianxia's increasingly bleak expression. Xianxia felt a wave of powerlessness, but could only nod. The elder was telling the truth. Moreover, he wouldn't even have this chance if not for the dog Daoist. A slim chance was still better than none at all. It was much like a heavenly tribulation. If it is your trial, and you call upon a powerful master for help, the tribulation will sense the master's presence and scale its power upward accordingly. The dog Daoist's point was that fate functioned the same way, but on a far more absolute scale. Then why has Senior appeared today? Xianxia asked. The dog Daoist shook his head. I had no choice. There are too many variables. If I did not come, you might truly lose your only chance. You should stop wasting your energy trying to break the seals on these palaces to collect the statues. Most of them have already been packed away and taken by Jiang Xuan. Xianxia went still, then let out a sharp, frustrated laugh. It really was Jiang Xuan. He felt a mix of frustration and genuine admiration. The great demon king who once dominated the Xuan sky truly possessed unpredictable abilities. Gigu's eyes dropped, his heart churning with resentment. He wanted to scream at the sky. That grandson of a man, Jiang Xuan. He doesn't do a single thing a normal person would do. It's one thing to loot the palaces, but why leave no trace behind? Do you have any idea how much mental energy it takes to break these seals? At this moment, Gigu was truly at his breaking point. Without the statues, it will be difficult to proceed with your plan. You must find Jiang Xuan and borrow them from him, the dog Daoist advised. Xianxia's mouth twitched. Borrow the statues from Jiang Xuan? Please. Given that guy's character, is it even possible to borrow anything from him? Sensing Xianxia's hesitation, the dog Daoist laughed. It is not as difficult as you think. Jiang Xuan simply does not release the hawk until he sees the rabbit. Offer him a generous amount of interest, and that will be enough to move him. Xianxia nodded thoughtfully. So, the matter of the statues is nothing to worry about, the dog Daoist said, his tone turning serious. However, you must pay close attention to the other parts of your arrangement to ensure everything is flawless. I have designed a method for you that uses the act of defying the heavens as a cover to change your fate. If you cannot even succeed in defying the heavens, I cannot save you. Rest assured, Senior, Xianxia said, his composure returning. The heavenly Tao of the old lands has perished, leaving only an empty shell of order and rules. Once I successfully establish my saintly court, I have absolute confidence I can strike it down. As long as you understand, the dog Daoist replied. His figure began to fade into the air, leaving behind one final sentence. Until the land of divine revelation fully opens, focus on establishing your saintly court. I will handle the other minor matters for you. In truth, his layout for eons ago to plot against the heavenly Tao was for this very day. He had sabotaged and divided its energy, so that only a hollow shell of rules remained. Only then would the act of defying the heavens become simple enough to allow an attempt at changing fate. It was important to note that while he did this for today, he did not do it for Xianxia. Even with his vast power, he could not calculate the specific actions of people for eons into the future. He had set this stage so that he could perform an experiment on changing fate at this specific point in time. Xianxia simply happened to be the right subject for that experiment. Naturally, he would never tell Xianxia this. He needed an experiment involving fate, and Xianxia needed to change his destiny. They each got what they needed. It was a fair and equal exchange. At least, that was how he viewed it. Yingxia didn't know the truth, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. He had no other choice. Thank you, senior. Yingxia bowed toward the spot where the elder had vanished. Following the instructions, he led Gigu and the others away to the hidden Great Qin Empire to prepare for the opening of the Land of Divine Revelation. Meanwhile, on the Yangwan continent, Jiang Xuan and Tai Kang walked out of the Yangwan Divine Palace. The smile on Jiang Xuan's face made it clear that every treasure inside had been packed away, just like in the previous palaces. The ancient gateway vanished, and the palace returned to its original state, floating in the endless magma, while bound by Dao chains. Tai Kang looked at the palace and then at Jiang Xuan, his mind troubled. He still didn't understand how Jiang Xuan knew the heaven-locking secret art. What was his relationship with the dog duist? Furthermore, why didn't Jiang Xuan just break the seals? Why did he take the treasures but restore the palace to its original appearance? He couldn't figure it out. Do you know where the other 5 palaces are? Jiang Xuan asked. Tai Kang nodded. The 9 continental masses are the 9 Yang palaces. The 5 masses shaped like a head, arms, and hands are where the 5 Yin palaces reside. Jiang Xuan nodded and headed toward the continent shaped like an arm. Based on what Tai Kang said and the information from Sui Ren Gongyang, he guessed that the palaces his parents looted were the ones in the giant hand continents. That meant he only needed to visit the 2 arm continents and the head continent at the very top. Once those were cleared, his work here would be done. Time was short and his tasks were heavy. He only had a 1-year head start. He needed to speed up. After all, the treasures of this land weren't limited to the palaces. There were many ruins and secret sites across these continents that likely held world-shaking opportunities. If he didn't take them all, wouldn't that be a waste? About 3 hours later, Jiang Xuan had finished looting the 2 arm continents and had finally reached the head continent at the highest point. The moment he stepped onto the land, his eyes widened in shock. What kind of place was this? Red. Everything was red. Crimson blood covered the entire continent, like a vast ocean. Countless corpses drifted in the boundless sea of blood, representing every race imaginable. Most bizarre of all were the mystical dimensional pockets rising out of the blood sea. They looked like sacred grounds of infinite cultivation, filled with powerful figures and overwhelming auras. However, Jiang Xuan's mastery of the Teihao profound scripture and his dimensional techniques made him highly sensitive to illusions. He saw through them instantly. These pockets were fake, and the powerful figures within were merely the ghosts of the fallen. What? Jiang Xuan was stunned. He turned to Tai Kang and whispered, "What happened here?" Tai Kang shook his head, looking lost. "I don't know. For eons ago, I followed the dog duist's plan to infiltrate the Yang 3 palace. I was trapped there, sabotaging and devouring the heavenly energy for 4 eons. That is enough time for the world to change completely. I cannot guess what happened here during that time." Tai Kang was clearly just as shaken by the sight. Jiang Xuan nodded, his caution rising. Suddenly, the blood-red sky split open, creating a deep rift. The dog duist stepped out and walked down toward them. He stroked his mustache and smiled. "Welcome to the old world." Tai Kang's pupils shrank as his heart raced. The dog duist. 4 eons had passed, yet the man hadn't changed at all. Even his aura had remained untouched by time. How was that possible? Jiang Xuan watched the elder, unaware of his identity, but filled with questions. "The old world? What do you mean by the old world?" "You will find out," the dog duist replied with a cryptic smile. Chapter 645. Negotiating with the dog duist. Jiang Xuan curled his lip. If there was one thing he hated in this world, it was people who spoke in riddles. Why couldn't they just say what they meant? Why the constant need to act mysterious and play the part of a ghost or god? In his mind, Jiang Xuan had a choice response from his hometown ready for the man. "Just who are you trying to impress?" "This person is the dog duist." Tai Kang's voice echoed in Jiang Xuan's mind, revealing the stranger's identity. Jiang Xuan stiffened, taking a second look at the elder. So this was the eccentric he had heard about. Despite having the strength to challenge the heavenly Dao directly, this man had chosen the arduous and thankless path of creating the heaven-locking secret art. Not that it mattered to Jiang Xuan. He had no interest in why this legend was so peculiar. Regarding the famous dog duist, he had only one real question. What kind of bet did his old man lose all those years ago? Jiang Xuan looked at the dog duist, appearing as if he were about to speak, then hesitating. The dog duist stroked his mustache, looking as though he understood everything. He knew Tai Kang had revealed his identity, and seeing the conflict on Jiang Xuan's face, he chuckled. "If you have doubts, feel free to ask. I will tell you everything I know." Jiang Xuan nodded. "There is indeed one thing." The dog duist wore a knowing smile, certain that Jiang Xuan wanted to unravel the history of the old lands. He expected questions about his plot against the heavenly Dao or the profound mysteries of the heaven-locking secret art. He was a living scroll of history. There was nothing in these heavens he didn't know. But answering questions required an equal exchange. "What exactly was the bet you made with my father?" Jiang Xuan asked. The dog duist's hand froze on his mustache. He looked at Jiang Xuan with an expression of utter bewilderment. "You are asking me about that?" Jiang Xuan matched his puzzled look. "What else would I ask?" The dog duist was speechless. He truly could not understand the boy. "Do you not want to know why I plotted against the heavenly Dao?" he offered, trying to steer the conversation. "Do you not care about the secrets of the heaven-locking art, the hidden history of the old lands, or why this place is called the old world?" Jiang Xuan waved his hand dismissively, his attitude firm. "Not really." The dog duist's mouth twitched. He had finally met his match. He followed the great Tao of karma, where every action was governed by the laws of cause and effect. He had intended to provide answers as the cause, allowing him to demand a return as the effect specifically, for Jiang Xuan to lend his statues to Xianxia. By balancing the scales of karma, he could remain uninvolved, ensuring that even if Xianxia failed, the backlash of fate would not touch him. He hadn't expected someone like Jiang Xuan. Didn't this kid have any curiosity? At his age, shouldn't he be a walking encyclopedia of questions? Jiang Xuan was hard enough to deal with, but his son was a true fox. The dog duist shook his head. He would have to settle the father's debt first to earn a bit of karma. He began to speak. It was on the day of your father's wedding. I arrived uninvited with a gift. I removed the bloodline curse from your father, and made a bet with him, that he would become a world guardian within 10 years. If your father succeeded, I would lose and use my power to draw the luck of the human race to the Jiang family, ensuring their prosperity for an era. If he failed, I would win and arrange a marriage between you and Nangong Mingyue. Jiang Xuan thought for a moment. So, my father lost. The dog duist shook his head, his expression turning somewhat resentful. No, your father won. It took him only 5 years to inherit the mantle of the previous world guardian and become the new one. Jiang Xuan blinked. Then why the marriage contract? The dog duist let out a dry laugh, but offered no explanation. Internally, he felt a sharp pang of annoyance. He moved through the heavens without a trace, never leaving a footprint in the web of karma except for Jiang Xuan. He had tripped significantly over that boy. Xuan was a thief of sorts. Even though he had won the bet, he insisted on being generous. He had forced a favor upon the dog duist, creating the marriage contract and claiming he wanted to be friends. To a normal person, that was a kind gesture. But the dog duist lived by the laws of karma. To him, an unasked-for favor was a trap, a massive weight of cause and effect that had plagued him ever since. Jiang Xuan was still confused. If his father had won, why bind his son to a marriage? Since the dog duist clearly wouldn't say more, Jiang Xuan didn't push. He would just ask his father when they eventually met. Thanks, Jiang Xuan said casually. He signaled to Tai Kang and turned to leave. He had one last stop on his looting tour of the divine palaces and didn't want to waste a second. Wait, the dog duist called out, genuinely stunned. You're just leaving? Jiang Xuan stopped and looked back. Is there something else, senior? The dog duist felt his irritation rising. How was Jiang Xuan even harder to handle than his father? Are you not curious about what a world guardian is? Do you not want to know how your parents are doing right now? Do I need to know? Jiang Xuan asked. My father is a world guardian. Whether I know the details or not doesn't change the fact that he's my dad. And if he's that powerful, I don't need to worry about their safety. The dog duist stood there, paralyzed by the boy's logic. He was at a loss. He had never encountered someone so difficult to bait. Jiang Xuan smiled, finally going on the offensive. If I'm not mistaken, senior, you didn't just appear to tell stories. You want something from me, don't you? What do I have that you need? Just be direct. I'm a very easy person to talk to. The tables had turned. The dog duist stared at Jiang Xuan, realizing the boy had seen through him almost instantly. There was no point in playing games anymore. He had to make a deal. You have already collected 10 of the 14 statues, have you not? Jiang Xuan nodded, then added, it will be 11 very soon. The dog duist laughed. I am here on behalf of Xianxia. I wish to borrow your statues. And that includes Tai Kang. Tai Kang's expression shifted. Despite his fear of the mysterious elder, a sense of unease took root in his heart. So, Xianxia has the other 3? Jiang Xuan noted. The dog duist nodded. Yes, I have made arrangements for him, but he needs all 14 statues to succeed. Fine, Jiang Xuan agreed. Before the dog duist could celebrate how easy that seemed, Jiang Xuan continued. State your terms. If the price is right, I'll agree. The dog duist's mouth twitched. He knew it. Jiang Xuan was exactly the type of person who wouldn't let a hawk fly without seeing a rabbit. When the plan is complete, all the statues will be returned to you, regardless of success. That includes the 3 Xianxia currently holds. Furthermore, I will give you the divine formation used to link the 14 statues. If you ever intend to rebuild the human immortal court, that formation will be a great help to you. Rebuild the immortal court? Jiang Xuan's eyebrows shot up. He hadn't expected his extortion to yield such a high-quality prize. Internally, he was thrilled, but he kept his face a mask of calm. This was a negotiation. He had to stay composed to maximize his gains. However, he knew better than to be too aggressive. This man was an ancient power who had lived through multiple eons. If he pushed too hard and the dog duist lost his temper, there would be no one left to bury him. I'll need to consider it, Jiang Xuan said, feigning hesitation. Even though Jiang Xuan's acting was top tier, the dog duist saw right through it. He had lived long enough to see more supreme masters fall than Jiang Xuan had met people. But he wasn't interested in the petty back and forth of haggling. It didn't suit his path. He only cared about the balance of karma. I will also answer 5 more of your questions, the dog duist added. Chapter 646. The death of the old world is the prosperity of the new. The dog duist laid his cards on the table. This was his final offer, the absolute limit of his patience. He had no intention of being bled dry by a greedy youth. If Jiang Xuan pushed for more, the deal was off. He could simply order Xianxia's revived subordinates now restored to the small Saint Realm to suppress Jiang Xuan and take the statues by force. 5 questions answered? Jiang Xuan narrowed his eyes, studying the gaunt elder. This eccentric powerhouse had clearly seen through his little game of playing hard to get. It wasn't entirely surprising. This was a man who had successfully plotted against the heavenly Tao of the old lands, a supreme entity that controlled the source of life. That was a feat far beyond anything a minor power could manage. Jiang Xuan calculated the risks and rewards. The price was fair, especially since the statues were only being borrowed. "A pleasure doing business with you," Jiang Xuan said, sealing the deal. The dog duist nodded, feeling a private sense of relief. With the statues secured, his work for Xianxia was mostly complete. If he interfered any further, he risked becoming entangled in the karma of defying fate. He had too many experiments left to finish in this world of infinite possibilities, the ancestral realm. "When the time comes, I expect you to deliver the statues to Xianxia personally," the dog duist added as a minor request. Jiang Xuan agreed without hesitation. Door-to-door delivery was no trouble at all. "Now, you may ask." 5 questions, the elder said, holding up a gnarled hand with 5 fingers extended to count. "What is the old world?" Jiang Xuan asked immediately. The dog duist broke into a knowing grin. He knew the boy was far more curious than he let on. He stroked his handlebar mustache, choosing his words carefully. "You have likely already guessed. If there is an old world, there must naturally be a new world." Jiang Xuan nodded, signaling for him to continue. "Look at those pocket dimensions," the elder said, gesturing toward the illusory sacred grounds rising from the sea of blood. "Do they look familiar to you?" Jiang Xuan focused his gaze, scanning the shimmering worlds. His brow furrowed as he studied them one by one until he reached a specific world with a very distinct feature. It was missing a corner, a jagged edge that vanished into absolute darkness and void. That is, a powerful sense of déjà vu washed over Jiang Xuan. He felt an instinctive connection to that place as if he had lived there himself. That is impossible, he thought, trying to use logic to suppress his instinct. He was visiting the land of divine revelation for the first time. How could he have been inside a fake world within the old world? Yet the feeling persisted, and he knew his current level of cultivation didn't produce false premonitions without reason. The dog duist chuckled. "Does it not look exactly like the Dao Saint Realm? If I recall correctly, you even founded a sect called the Profound Gate there." The realization hit Jiang Xuan like a physical blow. Of course, that familiar sensation came from the Dao Saint Realm. This small world was the Dao Saint Realm. The missing corner was identical to the region known as the end of the Dao Saint Realm, which connected to the primordial domain. A storm of shock swirled in his eyes. If this was the Dao Saint Realm, then what was the world outside the land of divine revelation? Old world. New world. The pieces clicked together. Jiang Xuan looked at the dog duist, his voice low and searching for confirmation. "If this is the old world, then the new world refers to the myriad heavens?" "Exactly," the dog duist replied with a smile. "You know this land is the origin of all primitive life, but it is also the origin of the myriad heavens themselves. Before the heavens took shape, this was the new world. Once they solidified, this became the old world." The elder paused to find a better analogy. "Think of them as the 2 wings of a butterfly. They are mirror images of one another, existing simultaneously and drawing from the same pool of energy. If their power is equal, they share that energy. But if one side grows stronger, it consumes more, leaving the other to wither until it eventually dies." Jiang Xuan processed this, his mind racing toward a new conclusion. The arrival of the Great Era? The recovery of the myriad heavens? The dog duist laughed, his eyes flashing with approval. "Precisely. That is the truth behind the Great Era and the revival of the myriad heavens. When the old world prospers, the new world declines. When the old world dies, the new world flourishes." The elder swept his hand across the horizon. For the myriad heavens to truly awaken, these echoes of the old world must be suppressed or erased entirely. Jiang Xuan stood in stunned silence. He had never imagined that the cost of the Great Era was the total destruction of this original realm. He suddenly remembered what the heavenly Tao of the Dao Saint Realm had told him about helping the world recover. To revive his home world to its full potential, he would essentially have to erase the version of it that existed here. He shook off the heavy thoughts, focusing back on the deal. "One step at a time. You have 4 questions remaining," the dog duist said, folding down one finger. "What is the source of life? Where is the source for the old lands? And how do I obtain it?" "Those are 3 separate questions," the elder pointed out. Jiang Xuan nodded, acknowledging the count. The dog duist stroked his mustache, lost in thought for a moment. "The source of life is simply the source of life. I cannot explain exactly what it is, any more than you can explain why you are human. You simply are. It is a fundamental definition." Jiang Xuan's face went flat. That was a non-answer if he ever heard one. "As for where it is," the elder continued, shaking his head, "you are thinking of it as a physical object. It is not. It is an ethereal product of the laws of fate, much like one's destiny. In a sense, the source of life is just a higher tier of destiny itself. This land once birthed original life and still possesses the power to complete and perfect the destinies of living beings. You can view the entire old land as the source of life." Jiang Xuan fell into deep thought. "And how do you obtain it?" The dog duist laughed. "If it is an ethereal law, how can you hold it in your hand? However, I know your true goal is to take the Xuanyuan torch out of this place so the human race can ignite the fire of the Xuanyuan and perfect their destinies. From that perspective, I do have a way to help you." "What way?" Jiang Xuan asked eagerly. "The primordial golden ranking," the dog duist explained. "The ranking offers numerous rewards, including a special heavenly blessing. If you can obtain it, you can use that blessing on the Xuanyuan torch. It will transform the torch into an origin object similar to the source of life. Once the restrictions are gone, you will be able to carry the torch out of the old lands. Chapter 647. Entangled Karma. The Primordial Golden Ranking? Jiang Xuan nodded thoughtfully as his objectives became clearer. He could now visualize the necessary sequence of events. First, finish looting every divine palace. Next, solidify the second layer of his marriage bond with Nangong Mingyue, while planting a mark within the 6 paths of reincarnation. Then, enter the old world to aid the recovery of the human realm. And finally, wait for the land of divine revelation to fully open so he could charge the primordial golden ranking and seize the heavenly blessing. It was a heavy workload with very little time. You have one last opportunity to seek clarity, the dog duist reminded him, holding up a single finger on his gaunt right hand. Jiang Xuan nodded. After a moment of reflection, he asked the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. What must I do to save Nangong Mingyue? The dog duist looked at Jiang Xuan with surprise before shaking his head with a helpless sigh. Fate cannot be defied. I have no effective method to guarantee that Nangong Mingyue can overcome the crisis of the phoenix memories usurping her soul. Jiang Xuan's heart sank. Though he had expected as much, hearing it from an ancient powerhouse like the dog duist made him feel a wave of powerlessness. The difficulty of rescuing his wife was only continuing to climb. I can tell you plainly that throughout history, countless masters have explored the secrets of fate, hoping to break through its constraints and achieve true immortality, the dog duist said, his expression turning lonely. To this day, no one has succeeded. Even the great emperors failed. Jiang Xuan stiffened, a surge of alarm rising within him. Not even the great emperors? The stakes were even higher than he had imagined. Is there truly no hope at all? Jiang Xuan asked, instinctively refusing to believe it. He still held on to a shred of hope, largely because he possessed a unique advantage: his golden finger. Who knows? The dog duist laughed softly, fixing his gaze on the young man. If there is no hope, does that mean one should simply give up? Jiang Xuan paused, then nodded and smiled back. Thank you for the guidance, he said, bowing with his hands clasped. It was nothing, the dog duist replied, waving a hand dismissively. I am merely a small boat on a vast ocean, rowing with all my might. As for whether I will ever reach the other shore, he stopped abruptly. He had intended to say it depends on fate, but he realized that if one is on the path to breaking fate, leaving things to destiny was a self-defeating thought. He quickly changed the subject. Since I could not provide a definitive answer to your question, I will not count it. You may ask one more. Jiang Xuan blinked, smiling inwardly. Was the dog duist truly being this kind? Regardless, he wasn't about to turn down a free favor. After a moment of thought, he spoke. I am currently pursuing the path of self-verification. I have already forged the heart of the sword path, and I have attained sainthood in both my physical body and my soul. All that remains is the smelting of my Dao foundation, yet I have been unable to grasp the method to do so. Beside them, Tai Kang's expression shifted violently. A storm of shock erupted in his heart. It was no wonder Jiang Xuan possessed the terrifying combat power to suppress him despite being only in the venerable realm. However, Tai Kang vaguely remembered that in his era, the path of self-verification was a purely theoretical concept. Many top-tier geniuses had tried to walk that path to create something entirely new, but every single one had failed. Had the path finally matured in this current era? You wish to know how to smelt your Dao foundation? The dog duist asked with a smile. Jiang Xuan nodded. That is something you must ask yourself, the dog duist replied, stroking his mustache. If I remember correctly, the path of self-verification was proposed by a wise man of the demon race. His intellect was so vast that it surpassed even the limits of the natural order, which resulted in him having an incredibly weak physical body and a life plagued by constant calamity. Despite the demon emperor pouring the entire race's resources into him, he could only reach the venerable realm. He could never step into the divine realm, let alone the saint realm. Unwilling to accept his lot, that wise man spent 60 years listening to the teachings of saints and great emperors, and another 60 years studying a massive array of cultivation techniques. Even though he remained a venerable, he managed to see through the 3,000 great daos and every law in existence to create the method of self-verification. The dog duist's eyes shone with genuine respect. Jiang Xuan was equally amazed. He never imagined that the path he was walking had such an origin, nor that the demon race had once produced such a figure. Unfortunately, though he created the method, he could not practice it himself, the dog duist sighed. His talent was envied by the heavens. Even standard cultivation was difficult for him, let alone a path that demanded such extreme levels of comprehension, aptitude, luck, and Dao heart. Jiang Xuan nodded thoughtfully. He knew better than anyone how difficult this path was. He had been walking it for a full year, and had still not succeeded in smelting his Dao foundation. That spoke volumes. After all, his own comprehension and luck were peerless, especially with his golden finger to guide him. Once the method was created, it was sought after by many geniuses who believed it was a path better suited to their supreme talents than conventional cultivation. The dog duist chuckled with a hint of mockery. Most of them were fools who overestimated their own depth. Every single one of them failed and wasted their lives. For 4 eons, geniuses would occasionally emerge trying to walk this path, but they were all like short-lived flowers. They either failed to smelt their own Dao or failed to smelt their foundation. Until the dog duist paused and looked at Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan understood. The human emperor. Yes, the human emperor, the elder confirmed, his voice filled with awe. Emperor Yu was a monster. As a descendant of the Tai Emperor bloodline, and a disciple of the Xuanyuan Emperor, he was already capable of slaying small saints while he was still a quasi-saint. After entering the land of divine revelation, he ignited the Xuanyuan fire, took the top spot on the primordial golden ranking, and obtained a seedling of the world tree. He essentially swept through the entire land by himself. But in some ruins here, he found the method for self-verification. He was so intrigued that he chose to destroy his own Dao foundation and disperse his entire cultivation to start over from the very beginning using that method. Jiang Xuan's eyes widened. He was a quasi-saint, just a step away from true sainthood, and he threw it all away to start over. That was an incredibly bold and reckless move. The dog duelist continued. His journey of recultivation was even more terrifying. On the first day, he forged a supreme Dao foundation and reached the venerable realm. On the third day, he smelted the great Dao and mastered its power. On the fifth day, his physical body reached sainthood. On the seventh day, his soul was fully smelted. On the 10th day, he successfully smelted his Dao foundation. And on the 15th day, his self-verification was complete. He became a saint right then and there. Jiang Xuan was speechless. Destroying one's foundation and completing everything from scratch in just 15 days to reach sainthood was a level of talent that defied logic. He had to admit he had grown a bit arrogant recently. There was always someone better, and Emperor Yu was clearly in a league of his own. Compared to the human emperor, his own progress seemed lacking, even with a golden finger. He felt a wave of frustration and defeat. Feeling discouraged? The dog duelist asked, noticing Jiang Xuan's crestfallen look. Jiang Xuan suppressed his inner amusement and let out a long breath, nodding to play along. A little. Inside, however, he was expectant. It is only natural, the elder said. He was the human emperor who built the immortal court. He was a man whose brilliance overshadowed even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. His experiences and talent were simply beyond anyone's reach. In his time, he was hailed as a genius the likes of which hadn't been seen for 100 generations and might not be seen for 100 more. The dog duelist stroked his mustache, smiling. He enjoyed seeing top-tier geniuses humbled by his words. It was a small, wicked pleasure of his. He had used the story of Emperor Yu 9 times before, successfully striking at the confidence of 8 other geniuses, including great elders and emperors. His only failure had been with Jiang Xuan. He could never get the better of that man. But since he couldn't win against the father, he was glad to find some satisfaction with the son. He lived a long, exhausting life of plotting and experimentation. Crushing the spirits of young prodigies was one of his few pastimes. However, Jiang Xuan's next words made that smile vanish instantly. You still haven't told me how I am supposed to smelt my Dao foundation, Jiang Xuan said seriously. The dog duelist stared at him. Did you gain no insight at all from hearing about Emperor Yu's experience? None, Jiang Xuan replied, shaking his head. He was laughing internally. This dog duelist was truly an eccentric character. You have avoided the dog duelist's psychological strike. Progress on the entangled karma with the dog duelist has increased by 1. Current progress, 2 out of 10. Chapter 648. A familiar map. The notifications for the golden finger flashed across Jiang Xuan's vision. A small smile played on his lips. The dog duelist thought he was playing a joke on Jiang Xuan, but he had no idea he was actually helping Jiang Xuan grind mission progress. In truth, the moment the dog duelist appeared and offered to answer any questions without reservation, Jiang Xuan's passive skills had triggered. Though the sensation was faint, it was enough to confirm that the old man harbored hidden motives. To avoid the trap, Jiang Xuan had stayed composed and asked a harmless, irrelevant question. The prompt had appeared immediately. You avoided the dog deist's karmic calculation. Relationship triggered. Entangled karma progress +1. Complete the entanglement to receive the great Dao of karma. Current progress, 1 out of 10. Note: the great Dao of karma is one of the 12 supreme great Daos. Jiang Xuan had been stunned when he first saw the message. He could obtain one of the 12 supreme great Daos just by entangling himself with this old man. He remembered how grueling it had been to master the Daos of reincarnation and yin yang. This golden finger was starting to feel almost too generous. After the initial exchange, the dog duelist had offered him a fresh question. Jiang Xuan knew a man this eccentric wouldn't be acting out of pure kindness, so he asked about smelting his Dao foundation. In reality, Jiang Xuan already had a rough idea of how to do it. He was simply playing along to farm more progress, hoping to unlock the great Dao of karma. Just as he suspected, the dog duelist spoke in circles without hitting the main point, eventually veering off into a story about the human emperor. It was a clear attempt to lead him into a psychological pit. Jiang Xuan had no choice but to give a stellar performance, pretending to be affected. The act worked. Progress increased again, bringing him one step closer to finishing the mission. He didn't fully understand what entangled karma meant yet, but he was certain that this strange old man was a seeker of amusement. The path to the great Dao was hidden within the dog deist's boring attempts at fun. The dog duelist was oblivious to Jiang Xuan's thoughts. He was actually quite confused by the boy's sudden shift in mood. One moment, Jiang Xuan looked defeated. The next, the gloom had vanished completely. Emperor Yu was such a monster, the dog duelist prodded. Does that not frustrate you? You are a top-tier genius of the human race, yet compared to him, you are like a grain of rice next to the moon. Why should I be frustrated? Jiang Xuan met the old man's gaze with a look of feigned confusion. It is only a matter of time before I surpass him. His tone was flat and calm, as if he were simply stating a mundane fact. The dog duist stared at him. He had seen many people over countless eons, including great emperors, but none had ever reached the heights of Emperor Yu. This boy hadn't even finished his path of self-verification, yet he dared to speak of surpassing a legend. The dog duist looked Jiang Xuan up and down. He wanted to believe the boy was just bragging, but Jiang Xuan's confidence seemed unshakable. It made the old man feel uneasy. He didn't care if Jiang Xuan actually succeeded. What bothered him was that he couldn't break the boy's spirit. Whether the confidence was real or fake, it was impenetrable. His plan to amuse himself by crushing a young genius's heart had failed. What kind of monster is this? The dog duist grumbled internally. He had suffered a setback against Jiang Xuan years ago, and now he was losing to the man's son. He wondered if the entire Jiang family was his natural enemy. Between helping Xianxia defy fate and dealing with this boy, his irritation was reaching a boiling point. The dog duist shook his head and turned away, walking toward the sky above the skull-shaped continent. He was done with this. Jiang Xuan watched him go and shouted, "You still haven't told me how to smelt my Dao foundation. Get lost." The dog deist's figure vanished into the heavens, but his voice boomed like thunder across the endless sea of blood. Jiang Xuan laughed. 2 points down, 8 to go. He was confident the old man would be back soon to try and settle the score, acting as a delivery boy for his mission progress. Tai Keng watched the exchange in total silence, unable to comprehend what had just happened. To him, they were both speaking in riddles. "Let's move," Jiang Xuan said, heading deeper into the crimson mist. The divine palace had to be at the very center of the blood sea. Tai Keng pushed his confusion aside and followed. He felt a wave of melancholy. Though he had been reborn, he had been away for nearly 4 eons. The world had moved on, and he felt like a relic of a forgotten age. He couldn't understand a single word of the conversation he had just witnessed. The skull continent was far larger than they had imagined, hundreds of times larger than the 9 lands of the 9 heavens combined. It took them 3 hours of travel to reach the heart of the Blood Sea and find the final palace. This temple was remarkably plain, built from simple green stone. It lacked the divine majesty and grandeur of the other palaces, looking more like an abandoned stone hut. Strangely, it was not bound by the great Dao chains. It simply hovered above the thick Blood Sea. It felt disconnected from its surroundings, yet it gave off a subtle impression that it was suppressing the entire sea. Jiang Xuan did not dwell on the aesthetics. He wanted to finish the looting and move on. But when he stepped inside, he froze. The interior was tiny, barely large enough for a few people to stand. In the center sat a tripod with 3 legs and 2 handles. Projected above the tripod was a hazy, glowing image that looked like a macro map. Shadowy outlines of continents were clustered together yet clearly defined. The image was intimately familiar to Jiang Xuan. He remembered when he had posed as Zhang Qinqin and moved the Xianxia Academy. Because of the master's interference, he had gained the status of a lesser king, but was cursed with a lifespan of only 3 years. At that time, he had used the will of humanity to look down upon the entirety of the Xuantian world. What he saw then was almost identical to the map floating before him now. The only difference was the dark, mysterious area that had been hidden from him before. In this hazy projection, he could see that small, once obscured section clearly. It was the land of divine revelation. Jiang Xuan's mind raced. Did this mean the land of divine revelation was actually a part of the Xuantian world? It seemed impossible. One was a primordial origin land, while the other was a barren, minor world. He pushed the thought aside for now, unwilling to believe such a wild theory, and collected the tripod. The tripod was a primordial opportunity. Interestingly, the statue of this divine palace was hidden inside the vessel. This heavenly saint must have realized his life was fading, and tried to use the tripod to extend his years. He had failed, and now he was nothing more than another stone tool for Jiang Xuan to use. Tai King felt a pang of sadness. Of the 14 colleagues who had once stood together, he was the only one who had managed to find a second life. The others were now just statues. Jiang Xuan didn't leave immediately. He stayed in the palace to begin the next phase of his plan, strengthening his bond with Nangong Mingyue and marking the 6 paths of reincarnation. He ordered Tai Keng to stand guard and entered a deep, dreamlike trance. His reincarnation secret arts and ocular techniques activated in unison. Within the underworld, standing upon the Xuanyuan River, a voice echoed in his ear. Fate cannot be defied. It was the voice of King Zhejiang. Chapter 649. My tribulation, my burden. Jiang Xuan looked up at King Zhejiang. His eyes glowed with a deep, unreadable intensity. Unlike his last visit, he had arrived this time with his consciousness fully intact. King Zhejiang noticed the change immediately. He froze, his expression clouding with confusion. Only a short time had passed, yet the man before him felt entirely different. It was strange, almost unnerving. Wait. The king studied Jiang Xuan more closely. His pupils constricted as a jolt of shock ran through him. He sensed the unmistakable aura of reincarnation clinging to the youth. As a god of the underworld, and one of the 10 Yama kings, he could not be mistaken. Who exactly was this person? King Zhejiang? While the king stared, Jiang Xuan examined him in return. Recalling the memories of his previous dream, Jiang Xuan let a small smile touch his lips. You are much stronger than the King Zhejiang I met before, he said sincerely. The king I met before? King Zhejiang repeated, puzzled. He pondered the words until a realization hit him like a tidal wave. You mean the previous King Zhejiang? You are not from this era? Jiang Xuan shook his head, but offered no explanation. Truthfully, he did not know how to define it himself. He could not tell if he was experiencing a mere dream or standing within a tangible node of history. The secret of the second marriage bond was a complex mixture of the reincarnation art and the time-space illusions of his ocular powers. He had yet to fully master their mysteries. You gave me a spider lily once, Jiang Xuan said, his voice earnest. In return, I will give you a warning. Whether it is useful, or if you choose to listen is entirely up to you. King Chujiang hesitated, then nodded gravely. I am listening. Jiang Xuan pointed toward the dark, oppressive sky and chuckled. He is reaching his limit. If this dream was connected to reality, the underworld would soon fall into chaos. This hint might give the king a slim chance at survival, though Jiang Xuan knew the odds were low. After all, this king was clearly not the same soul he had encountered in the ghost city of Fengdu. The words struck King Chujiang like a physical blow. His eyes bulged in horror. He knew exactly who Jiang Xuan meant by he. But how was it possible? The underworld was the pivot of life, death, and reincarnation. Its heavenly Tao was of the highest order, virtually supreme. How could such an entity be failing? He could not understand it, yet Jiang Xuan's transformation made him suspect the youth was an ancient being who possessed forbidden knowledge. He decided it was better to believe the impossible than to ignore the warning. King Chujiang fell into a long, stunned silence. It took him a great effort to find his voice. Thank you, he managed to say. Without another word, he turned and vanished back into the waters of the Wangchuan River. He needed to think and prepare. Jiang Xuan smiled. He turned and stepped onto the bridge of helplessness, merging with the slow-moving line of spirits. An hour later, he stood before Granny Meng. She looked at him with curiosity, but did not immediately drive him away. Entering the underworld as a living soul is a poor choice, she warned calmly. You will pay a price for this. The price does not scare me, Jiang Xuan replied with a faint smile. I knew what I was risking when I came here. Granny Meng nodded. What is it you seek? I want to see the 6 paths of reincarnation. Jiang Xuan looked toward the massive structure spanning the far end of the bridge. It rotated slowly within the void, feeling as though it were the very pillar supporting the entire underworld. Your request is quite insolent, Granny Meng said, her voice remaining level. Jiang Xuan expected the rejection, but he had come prepared with a bargaining chip. I know something, he said. Granny Meng paused, giving him a strange look. She heard the implication in his voice. He knew something about her. What is it? In the future, you may have the chance to no longer be Granny Meng. Jiang Xuan kept the statement vague. The events of Fengde might not perfectly align with this timeline, but the possibility existed, however remote. It was enough for her. She had spent an eternity wanting to break her shackles. Her eyes lit up, and her composure shattered. Truly? She asked, her voice trembling with suppressed excitement. There is a chance, Jiang Xuan emphasized. Good, good. She repeated the word 3 times, her heart racing. If there was a chance, there was hope. Go, she said, decisively stepping aside to let him pass. Thank you. Jiang Xuan bowed and crossed the bridge, standing finally before the 6 paths of reincarnation. Without hesitation, he activated the great Dao technique granted by his golden finger, and planted a mark deep within the mechanism. If this dream world was indeed linked to reality, this mark would allow him to track down the shards of reincarnation and eventually restore the system to its full glory. Holding the 6 paths would accelerate his mastery of the Dao and his plans to rebuild the underworld. After planting the mark, he returned and thanked Granny Meng again. She gave a silent nod and returned to her work, ladling out the soup that washed away memories before the dead stepped into their next lives. As Jiang Xuan turned to leave, she spoke as if to the air itself. Reincarnation is merely a manifestation of fate. You cannot change your destiny through reincarnation alone. Jiang Xuan paused, nodding thoughtfully. He walked back through the long line of spirits, retracing his steps along the river until he reached the yellow springs. He stepped into the golden waters and began his journey back to the world of the living. This time, the trip was faster, taking only 3 years. He emerged from the waters and left the eastern sea. Following the guidance of Shening, he spent 3 months traveling across the 9 provinces to gather the rare materials needed to resurrect Nangong Mingyue. Finally, he stood atop the peak of Mount Kunlun. He laid out the giant spirit array, drawing upon the dragon veins of the land and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Using this energy as a flame and the Shening tripod as his furnace, he began to reconstruct her soul and restore her life force. The process was smooth. Her soul took shape quickly. However, at the final moment of her return, the sky turned a deep, bloody red. Clouds churned with violent, vengeful thunder. A taboo punishment. Fate could not be defied. It was her destiny to be dead, and the heavens would not permit her return. To preserve the order of things, the sky itself prepared to strike. Jiang Xuan looked up at the gathering storm. His expression remained calm. He had expected this. He had heard the phrase fate cannot be defied from every powerful being he had met, as if it were the ultimate law of the universe. Today, he wanted to see exactly what happened when that law was broken. The punishment intensified. The 4 symbols: God slaying lightning, the 5 elements incineration, the 9 heavens thunder prison, and the 12 gods and demons disaster all manifested at once. The heavens were determined to crush Jiang Xuan and erase Nangong Mingyue once and for all. The soul of Shening stepped forward, watching the divine wrath with a look of distant memory. He turned to Jiang Xuan and sighed. You see, boy, this is the consequence of defying destiny. Jiang Xuan pursed his lips. It is quite a spectacle, he admitted. Are you afraid? Shening asked. Not exactly, Jiang Xuan said, shaking his head. I just didn't expect it to be so literal. It feels like the heavens are trying too hard. It actually makes fate feel a bit less grand. Xianxia laughed. These punishments are just the surface. If true fate descended, it would not be this simple. Not this simple? Jiang Xuan was surprised. Xianxia gave him a shocking look. After all, this is only a dream of yours, is it not? Jiang Xuan froze, staring at the ancient figure in disbelief. How could Xianxia possibly know? You are wondering how I know? Xianxia read his thoughts. Jiang Xuan nodded, his mind reeling. Because, Xianxia said, looking up at the sky with a weary sigh, I am the one who died failing to change fate. I forged the Xianxia tripod and tried to refine a pill of destiny for the human race. I defied the order, angered the heavens, and my life was extinguished in an instant. Jiang Xuan was horrified. It is time for you to face your tribulation, Xianxia said. The thunder roared as the first bolt descended, a terrifying force that threatened to level all of Kunlun. Jiang Xuan tensed, ready to meet the blow. My tribulation is mine to face. Nangong Mingyue suddenly opened her eyes. A golden flame burned within her pupils. Behind her, a magnificent phantom of a phoenix soared into the sky. Its cry was a defiant, unyielding sound that pierced through the 9 heavens. Chapter 650. Have you ever seen fireworks? Jiang Xuan turned his head sharply toward Nangong Mingyue. His eyes flickered with a mix of surprise and hesitation as he spoke. You came too? He could tell immediately that this was the true Nangong Mingyue, not a mere figment of the dream. Nangong Mingyue looked toward him and gave a subtle nod. Within her eyes, which burned with the brilliance of divine flames, lay a tenderness, so deep it seemed impossible to dissolve. Given her nature, even a mountain of affection would remain stored within her heart. Without a specific catalyst, she was not one to let her emotions overflow. This is my fate, Nangong Mingyue said softly, her lips parting slightly. Though this is but a great dream, I wish to try first. Jiang Xuan hesitated for a moment before nodding. Be careful, he cautioned. Do not push yourself beyond your limits. Nangong Mingyue smiled. Her expression was as radiant as a burst of brilliant fireworks, lighting up the entirety of Kunlun. A sacred, noble shadow of a phoenix cried out once more, its voice echoing through the 9 heavens. The cry held a distinct note of joy and passion, as if giving voice to a hidden longing. Then, Nangong Mingyue stepped into the air, ascending toward the terrifying celestial punishment. With every step, golden flames bloomed beneath her feet, dazzling the world. Her aura surged with incredible speed, growing increasingly holy, defiant, and powerful. Standing nearby, Xianxia watched the scene with profound admiration. To think the human race could produce 2 such extraordinary youngsters. There is still hope for the future, he thought. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction and anticipation. Jiang Xuan kept his eyes fixed on Nangong Mingyue, not daring to look away. This was a dream, after all. She was not in her original body, and her strength was severely restricted. Even he felt a lack of confidence when facing that overwhelming divine tribulation. For her, the danger was even greater. Yet, he chose to respect her will. Thunder rumbled. The 4 symbols' divine punishment descended first. Blood-red lightning transformed into the spirits of the 4 directions, carrying the authority of the elements. The vitality of wood, the destructive intent of fire, the slaughter of metal, and the drowning calamities of water merged instantly to form 4 layers of a hopeless prison. Facing the punishment, Nangong Mingyue remained calm and composed. She pressed a single finger toward the sky. The phoenix let out a defiant cry as golden flames spread rapidly, turning the heavens into a sea of fire. An abyss of flame emerged like the world turning upside down, rising to swallow everything in its path. In an instant, the vault of heaven was consumed by the flaming abyss. Nothing remained but the roar of the fire and the flash of golden light. The 4 symbols' divine punishment was extinguished. Jiang Xuan's eyes narrowed in shock. Nangong Mingyue's strength had improved significantly. Although he knew she had reached the Saint Realm, the dream should have stripped away her innate talents and foundations, reducing her power to less than a tenth of its true scale. Even so, she had burned the sky with a single finger. It was staggering. What a masterful display of fire arts, Xianxia praised freely. Barring any accidents, she has already become a master of the path of fire, commanding all flames under heaven as easily as her own limbs. Throughout history, few at her age could ever hope to rival her on this path. A master of the path? Jiang Xuan nodded thoughtfully. He understood the term. It represented the peak of a specific great Dao. It was far beyond the level of an ordinary saint refining fire. It was a higher state of existence. Typically, only a saint venerable could reach such a height in their understanding of the Dao. One step further would be the immortal emperor, one who merges with the great Dao itself. Their life force becomes equal to the Dao. As long as the Dao exists, they remain eternal. This meant Nangong Mingyue's comprehension was already comparable to a saint venerable. Given time, reaching that rank would be as natural as water flowing into a channel. Without realizing it, his fiancée had grown to such a height. Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow in pleasant surprise. The fallen prodigy from a remote borderland had become a powerhouse who could look down upon the heavens. He knew this rapid ascent was tied to her phoenix fate. Fortune and disaster truly walked hand in hand. Fate, Jiang Xuan whispered, shaking his head. As he watched her, his gaze carried a complicated mix of worry and affection. The terror of the taboo punishment was beyond words. Its power stacked relentlessly, leaving the victim no room to breathe. Even with her vast strength, Nangong Mingyue could not hold out forever. After 3 hours of enduring the tribulation, she had just managed to incinerate the 12,000 lightning strikes of the celestial stars. Her face was pale, and she swayed in the air, nearly spent. Then, the blood-red punishment shifted again. The sky seemed to fracture, and countless stars began to fall from the void beyond. It looked as though they intended to destroy Nangong Mingyue and the entire 9 provinces, along with her. Jiang Xuan's expression changed instantly. He flew forward, intent on helping her, but Nangong Mingyue swept her finger down, cutting a flaming abyss into the air that blocked his path. Jiang Xuan froze, confused by her sudden intervention. Nangong Mingyue looked at him with deep affection and smiled. This is a great dream. To face the wrath of fate directly is enough for me. It does not matter if I die here. It is not as if I haven't died before. However, if you take this risk and your fate is damaged, that is something I cannot bear to see. Jiang Xuan opened his mouth to speak, but the words felt stuck in his throat. A sharp pang of heartache seized him, making it hard to breathe. With eyes full of tenderness, Nangong Mingyue smiled and asked Jiang Xuan, "Have you ever seen fireworks?" Then, she turned and flew resolutely toward the falling stars. An explosion shook the world. As the phoenix cried out, the stars detonated. Divine flames scattered in every direction, filling the 9 provinces with brilliant color. Against the backdrop of the fractured, blood-red sky, the display was exquisitely beautiful and infinitely tragic. I have never seen the aurora appear, nor have I seen anyone set off fireworks for me. I want to light a display of fireworks for you. When the aurora shines, I will be waiting for you. The great dream shattered. Jiang Xuan woke and slowly opened his eyes. His vision was blurred, and the corners of his eyes were wet. Tai Kang noticed Jiang Xuan's unusual state and felt puzzled. The man had been meditating for less than 15 minutes. Why the sudden, massive emotional shift? Despite his curiosity, Tai Kang wisely chose to look away. His job was to guard the path, not to pry into other matters. After a moment, Jiang Xuan pulled himself from his grief. He suppressed his emotions and stood up calmly. He was ready for the next step, entering the old world to help the human realms recover. He turned to Tai Kang with a cold instruction. We will split up. Eradicate as many of the old worlds corresponding to the human realms as possible. Understood, Tai Kang replied. He caught a flicker of something unsettling in Jiang Xuan's eyes. The man seemed different, even numb. It was as if he had suffered a massive trauma. Tai Kang wondered what had happened, but quickly dismissed it. It was none of his business. Tai Kang shook his head and walked out of the divine palace first, heading into the boundless sea of blood to begin his search. Jiang Xuan lingered for a moment, lost in thought, before stepping out to begin his journey. His target was clear. He headed first for the old world corresponding to the Dao Saint Realm. He had come here using their quota. It was a karmic debt he intended to settle first. Previously, he might not have cared about such abstract concepts as karma. But after his encounter with the dog duist and the awakening of his unique abilities, he now had the potential to master the path of karma. He had become more attentive to such things. The return journey was much faster. In just 2 hours, Jiang Xuan arrived at the illusory small world that mirrored the Dao Saint Realm. This place was highly similar to the world he knew. It had 9 main domains, over 100 territories, and 2 massive alliances. Saints sat at the top, presiding over the lives of billions and controlling all resources. There were differences, however. The overall strength of this world was higher than the true Dao Saint Realm. The powerful beings here, formed from lost souls, were a level above their living counterparts in terms of cultivation. Jiang Xuan did not hesitate. He began the slaughter. Perhaps because he had watched Nangong Mingyue die once again in the dream, his state of mind had shifted. He was more bloodthirsty, more violent. He activated his secret techniques to hide his presence. With the broken Xuanyuan sword in his right hand, and the Yin Yang Grinding Stone in his left, he summoned the phantom of reincarnation behind him. Like a cold god of death, he entered a territory, and began a bloody massacre. From families to sacred lands, he showed no mercy. His sword cut down soul after soul. The grinding stone crushed the powerful. The wheel of reincarnation turned behind him, delivering every soul he killed to their final end. He destroyed a family in a day, and a sacred land every 3 days. A dark, ominous energy began to build around him. His killing intent grew thick with the color of blood. One territory after another fell into silence, turning into dead zones filled with rivers of blood and overwhelming resentment. Meanwhile, outside the land of divine revelation, in the Dao Saint Realm, within the taking palace of the Dao Gate, reporting to the Grand Elder, the 9th Elder said, for some unknown reason, 15 minutes ago, the laws of heaven and earth began to manifest across our 72 domains. The great Dao is appearing, and spiritual energy has surged. Preliminary estimates suggest a 50% increase in density. The Grand Elder opened his eyes, surprised. Could the great era be arriving? Continue monitoring, the Grand Elder commanded. This may be the omen of the new age. Tell our people to prepare. Once the great era begins, a war between the Dao Gate and the Immortal Gate is inevitable. The 9th Elder nodded but did not leave. He hesitated, looking as though he had something difficult to say. Is there something else? The 9th Elder braced himself and whispered, Grand Elder, I heard you are planning to resign and join the Profound Gate. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update tomorrow. See you then.